Live. Oh, there wasn't muted. Are we live? Can you hear me, Chad? Are we live? Can you hear me, Chad? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hi chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp at Real Estate Correspondent. Good morning. I hope you're ready. It's the end of the quarter. You got a couple of things. Earnings doesn't kick off for pretty much a little bit at a week at a time, but we got big oil news today. They're planning to release more from the SPR, the biggest ever. Oil's reacting. You got some other stocks. Again, a lot of FDA approvals today. You got Longevera moving there, but it looks like we're getting ready for the end of the quarter. We'll see the final balancing, but now oil, commodities, and everything here for the future, it is going to be the key. So, hope you're ready. Hope you're feeling blessed, Chad. I love you, and good morning. How are you? How is your morning? Oh, how are you? Oh, R.I.P. I know. We're getting warmed up. We're just getting warmed up. Don't you worry. We're just getting warmed up. Oh, good morning. What's up, Laurie? What's up, Zuraj? What's up, Miss J, Servine, Mama, DK? What's going on, baby? How you living, Maria? How you living, Charles? I see Malone in the house. Oh, Sean, it's Happy Friday, Junior. It's Friday, Junior. I know it feels like Friday, but it's Friday, Junior, baby. It's Friday, Junior. Good morning. What's up, Mr. Williams? What's up, Rustin Powell? I like that name, baby. What's up? Good to see you here at 6 a.m. Oh, what's up, Hazy? Oh, Boomer. Boomer. He's not a boomer, but he's Boomer, you know? Oh, we love Boomer. God bless you, Boomer. What's up, Graham? Colin? Justin Fulbright. It's a bright day to be a Fulbright. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Logan? How you living, Logan? You feeling good? Oh, Tony Billy every day. I love you, baby. God bless you. Gerardo, Acoustic, Patrick Parker, Patrick Vilbaum. We got Patrick. No, we got Patrick's on Patrick. Bro, we got Patties for days. For days. Oh, woke up and drive. Woke up excited, man. It's good to be here. I hope you know that. It's good to be here. I hope you feel good. Bro, the oil release, are you serious? Oh, man, you know we're going to talk about that so much today. Honestly, we're going to buy more oil. Not yet, but that's another buy signal. We get until supply dramatically shifts. Oh, man, it's crazy. It's crazy. We're going to have to talk about a lot. So hope you're locked in. Hope you know you're blessed. God bless you, Chad. And let's see what we have. Oil tanked after it was reported that the U.S. is mulling a release from the strategic reserve, million barrels a day. The plan, which includes 180 million barrels being freed over several months, may help the market rebalance this year, but won't solve a structural deficit, Goldman said. Joe Biden may say more when he speaks at 1:30 Eastern. OPEC stood back from the crisis again, refusing to deviate from the 432,000 barrel a day supply increase scheduled in May. I think pretty much after this release, they plan to release as much oil as we will have left in the reserves. So I think we will only have like 180 million barrels or something there left after they go through with this plan. I'll have to double check, but it's pretty wild. Again, 1 million barrels a day released by the United States. It's a very big amount. Again, OPEC is at 432,000 barrels a day. So keep that in mind. Equity futures were mixed. NASDAQ contracts outperforming. European stocks fell, heading for the first quarterly decline since 2020, weighed down by energy and retail. Asian stocks retreated on a lackluster Chinese PMI data and regulatory concerns. Treasuries extended gains, and the dollar ticked up, gaining on almost all G10 currencies. Kyiv said peace talks will resume tomorrow online with the aim of agreeing on another week to set up a meeting between President Putin and Zelensky. Jens Stoltenberg warned that Russian forces aren't pulling out of Ukraine, but regrouping to focus their attention on the eastern Donbass region. NATO will also continue to supply weapons to Ukraine. Zelensky accused Russia of seeking to damage the country's agriculture sector, potentially provoking a global food crisis. That's a big claim. India drew criticism from the U.S. and Australia for considering a Russian proposal proposal that would undermine sanctions imposed by America and allies. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov is in Delhi for talks today. Russia is said to be offering to sell Urals crude to India as much as a discount of $35 a barrel. Japan won't pull out of the Sakhalin 2 development project in Russia, PM Fumio Kishida said. U.S. and EU officials discussed additional steps to further cut off Russia from their economies at a meeting in Washington. Putin said gas contracts can continue to be made in euros, according to Italy's Mario Draghi, who added that the conversion from those payments into rubles would be done internally with Russia. Italian officials said European buyers would have to open a European account with the Russian bank. Interesting. Interesting. Russia's LNG exports in March remained on par with daily deliveries a month ago and are up 10% versus a year earlier, data compiled by Bloomberg show. Inflation Watch, the Fed's favored gauge, the PCE deflator, sped up as expected to 6.4, so it did not surprise, which is very, very good, but it was revised from a 6% core with a reading at 5.4. Initial jobless claims ticked up to 202,000 from a revised 188. Personal spending rose 0.2, falling short of the 0.5 consensus. JP Morgan earlier upgraded the previous Fed call and now sees it hiking by 50 basis points at each of the next two meetings. New York Fed Chief John Williams speaks later. Global inflation risk turning into a 1970-style price shock, which led recession and high employment. Brevin Howard said the combination of high employment and tight labor markets could lead to a wage price spiral, which proved very costly in the reverse during the Volcker era. Macro hedge fund said its annual outlook, the Fed is significantly behind the curve in raising rates, which should be between 4 to 6%. It said in a rare comment on the market outlook. Apple is in talks to source iPhone memory chips from new suppliers, including China, their first China memory chip supplier. Barclays is raising hourly wages for lowest paid U.S. workers from $17 to $20.5. SocGen is temporarily moving at least a dozen traders from Hong Kong to Singapore. S4 Capital shares fell for a second day due to an audit delay, wiping 1.6 in value. H&M fell as much as 11% after reporting a sudden slowdown in sales growth. Walgreens earnings beat on strong demand for COVID tests and boosters. BlackBerry is up after the close. Jamie Dimon received $56 million in JP Morgan stock from the incentive program. CEO collected 389,000 shares last week. The value boosted from the award of January 2019 by additional shares. Last year, his award was about $51 million. There you go, JP. There you go, Dimon. SEC Chair Gary Gensler tamped down the speculation that a deal is brewing to keep 200 Chinese stocks from losing their U.S. listings, signaling that only total compliance with American audit inspections will be sufficient. Futu, Nocera, IQ, and Cassie pharmaceuticals were added to the SEC list that may get booted from U.S. exchanges. Tencent and Alibaba fell in Hong Kong. Shanghai shutdown part 2 will see 16 million people confined to their homes and continue to strain global supply chains. Last year was the most profitable for American corporations since 1950. Profits surged 35% in 2021, according to the Commerce Market, driven by strong household demand, which was underwritten by government stimulus during the pandemic. In all 4 quarters, the overall profit margin was above 13%, something in just one of the 3-month period in the last 70 years. Whew, that's crazy. That's crazy. 9 a.m. Fed Williams speaks. 9:45. You got the March M&I Chicago PMI. 11 a.m. Columbia Fed employment. 11:30. You got a 4-week bond and 8-week bond auction. And then 2 p.m. Columbia rate decision. And then I think you got earnings from BlackBerry. Goldman strategists led by Peter Oppenheimer see little near-term upside for U.S. stocks after the recent rally. Baseline year-end target is 4,700, just 2% above the levels. UBS CIO Mark Haffel also shares the cautious view. U.S. is debating whether to allow Chevron to speak directly with the Venezuelan officials as a way to prepare the company for when oil sanctions are lifted. January insurrection probe. The House committee investigating the attack may subpoena Donald Trump's personal phone records to help fill in more than 7-hour gap in the White House logs. Colombia is expected to hike by 150 basis points to 5.5. Elsewhere, Chilean manufacturing output fell 2%. Brazil is said to be considering granting a 5% pay boost to civil servants to help make up for inflation. Putin massively misjudged the resistance of the Ukrainian people, the strength of Russia's military and economic fallout from his invasion, said Jeremy Fleming, director of GCHQ, branch of the British intelligence dealing with intercepts in cybersecurity. French inflation accelerated. Chinese provinces sold infrastructure bonds during the first quarter at a record pace. China's official manufacturing PMI fell more than expected, 49.5 in March from 50.2 last month. Japan's industrial output gained 0.1 in February from January. Crop Watch, the USDA updates planting estimates later today. Farmers are expected to dedicate about 2 million more acres to soybeans, 2 million less to corn. A Bloomberg survey showed as sowing fertilizer costs make the latter more expensive. Some analysts even warn soy sowings may surpass those of corn. That has only happened twice in records going back almost a century. Wow. OPEC and allies will no longer use oil data from the IEA to assess its compliance with production quotas amid a deepening rift. Cartel may make a formal ruling today. Moscow wants India to take at least 15 million barrels, people familiar said, in a direct purchase is expected to involve Rosneft and Indian Oil, which have an optional but rarely used term contract. Commodities broadly dropped. Gold resumed its slide. Copper nudged lower. Spot tin prices moved into steep backwardation. Wheat was a standout as it climbed for a second day as concerns over Black Sea supply. Palm oil tumbled to the lowest close in almost 2 weeks. Buyout firm Navis set to revive a sale of Nike supplier Texon. Jeff Bezos and Mukesh Ambani are headed for a bidding war over the media rights to India's cricket matches. I did not know that. It's $7 billion for cricket rights. You know, cricket is popping. Electric shock. European automakers are ramping up rivalry with Tesla, prioritizing battery and software developments and releasing 35 vehicles in the next year. According to Bloomberg, Tesla dominance may be under threat, but the gulf in software may take longer to bridge. Stellantis plans to halt its plant near Moscow very soon because of shortage of parts. Also said it plans to source chips locally within a few years. Deutsche Bank hired 6 senior private bankers from UBS. Founder Masayoshi Son of SoftBank told top executives to slow down further investments as it tries to raise cash given the drop in tech valuations. Netflix, PayPal lead whirlwind in $1 trillion rout. Axie Infinity delays launch of Origin game after hack. Sony's credit rating upgraded by S&P. ABB starts $3 billion share buyback after divestment. Apple said to way more memory chip suppliers, including China. JP gets a boost. Walgreens, they beat, but they're down now. U.S. banks' profitability may suffer amid stagflation. That's what Goldman Sachs says. And ASL orders up to 20 more 737-800 Boeing converted freighters. Viva Las Vegas. Hotels and casinos of the Strip will be the backdrop of Formula One's newest race. The event will take place on a Saturday in November, with Las Vegas joining Miami and Austin for the Grand Prix venues. The 14-turn track will run 3.8 miles with top speeds expected to hit around $212. Motion Picture Academy may expel Will Smith for slapping Chris Rock at the stage of the Oscars. Gender neutral X passports will be available for U.S. citizens for April 11th, underscoring the government's progress towards recognizing the rights of people who don't identify as either male or female. Option will become available for other forms of documentation next year. A short drive from Pisa. Chemical maker Soltav have been pumping waste from its plant in Rosinho directly into the coast. People are mad about that. March Madness has no limits. Country singer Eric Church has rolled his fans by canceling his sold-out concert in San Antonio in favor of attending the Final Four in New Orleans. U.S. men are returning to the World Cup after trauma of missing the 2018 soccer match. On this day in history, John Pierpont Morgan. It's J.P. Morgan. He died in Rome in 1913 at age 75. He dominated corporate finance through the Gilded Age as he headed of the firm as head of the firm that became J.P. Morgan. He had enormous influence over U.S. policies and economy, and during the Panic of 1907, organized a coalition of financiers that saved the monetary system from collapse. Morgan smoked dozens of cigars per day and had such a physical effect on people that one man said a visit from him left him feeling as if a gale had blown through the house. So J. Pierpont Morgan, baby. J. Pierpont Morgan. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? Isn't that crazy? Isn't that crazy? It's beautiful. It's beautiful. So you got a couple of pre-market movers. AMD, they fell 3% at the semiconductor. They got downgraded. Akiba Therapeutics, they dropped 11%. FDA gave them a follow-up, I think, and they didn't like it. AMLX falls 7% after failing to win support from the FDA Advisory Committee. Clovis surges 45%. Company says phase 3 trial of Rubicon met primary endpoints. Longeveron as well, primary endpoints for their phase 1 of Lomacel B. Expensify at EXFY, they dropped 10%. They failed on, I think it was earnings there. IZEA surges 27% after influencer marketing company reported fourth quarter earnings and saw an increase of revenue of 62%. Masio Medical Supplies, they missed estimates. They dropped 8%. OEG shares up 7% after the infrastructure construction company reported a jump in fourth quarter revenue. And I think that's it so far. That's it. A lot of news this morning. A lot of different things. Again, the biggest thing right now is going to be the oil and how the market takes it. I mean, anything in between with Russia or those surprises, I'm sure will get our attention. You know what I'm saying? Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. I'm in a coat. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you're ready, and I hope you know we live in the greatest country in the world. So, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to the people who have sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and that is the veterans of the United States of America, baby. So, on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, we want to give a huge and special shout out to all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country. God bless you, and thank you for doing what you have done, baby. We give you your shout out every day because I hope you know we love you. So for real, thank you. Big shout out to the police officers, firefighters, doctors, nurses, teachers, all the other public service out there as well too, baby. God bless you and thank you for doing what you have done. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of the shots! Oh, it's game time, baby. Or nah. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Happy Friday, Junior. Let's go. Good morning. Good morning, Chad. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. It's a beautiful morning. You know that? Are you ready? SPR release, oil. You got commodities going back and forth. You got a couple of earnings. You know that? You got a couple of earnings plays. Wait here. Where's that other one? There's one more I wanted to earn. It's where was it? Was it XJA? Nah, we'll keep it. IZA. I think it was Clovis. I don't know. There's one I wanted. I wanted one more. I don't know which one it is. We'll see. But I got a couple that I'm going to be watching here today. I'm going to be watching Longeveron, Walgreens. We'll see how the post-earnings plays. Even AMD, they're getting hit by that. Apple will be a good one. I'm going to be watching Baba, Costco, and then even like Weibo and Baidu. A lot of China plays. And then I'm going to be watching oil, but I don't know if I'm going to take anything today. But I do want to start looking again at oil. Again, if premiums get killed after this move, we might be able to get a good double dip on there. So let's see what happens. But going to be a pretty simple day coming into pre-Friday. So we'll see how it plays out. You got any call-outs? Make your call-out, and we'll do what we got to do. I do still have my Longeveron shares, yeah. So I'm going to ghetto lock them up right now. Remember, this is still a very small float company. And that's it. Yeah, I need to get my $50 lockup on there. But yeah, I still have like 500 shares. There it is. Round one. Fight. Bonds didn't move too much today. So let's see how this plays. You know? Thank you, Josh. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Make a call out if you see. Again, Walgreens had good earnings. This one could be a post-earnings play if they bounce. But right now, it seems like the continuation would be down instead of up. So that's the only thing I'm worried about right there. Is Goldman down? Again, Longeveron. I forgot about Goldman too. I love you, baby. God bless you. Friday Junior. Amen. Amen. Goldman is down. Watch the banks. See how they play today. It's gonna be an interesting one. And now that we have energy down, we will see what happens. It looks like we're opening up barely red on the NASDAQ, break even, 0.17 down on the SPY, 0.3 down on the Dow Jones. Yeah, Costco's already up 0.8. Costco's like low-key in its Abivi mode. I think if you could find a play cheap, that's it. You just got to watch out for the premiums, but it's very, very strong. Like, it's literally moving like Abivi. EXC is up. Longevity, EXC, slow mover, but I like it. Very, very big fan. Very, very big fan. Coinbase, the spreads are just super wide. The Goldmans are up from yesterday, but again, it's a lot is with the spreads. That Weibo, watch the China stocks again. A lot of the China stocks did not get good news today with Gensler's comments, but it's crazy. Some are up. I know another one even had a buyback. Baidu's down 3.5. EXC had earnings yesterday. Did they? I thought the earnings is in May. There's no way they reported yesterday. Oh, you scared me, bro. I was like, what? That's crazy. Again, watch Walgreens. That one could be a negative, what's it called? Continuation. Again, their earnings were good, but no dice. No dice. EWZ. EWG's down again, but they're coming back up here. Longeveron. Wheat is breaking out. Like actual commodities. And again, later today, we're going to get the crop report. So keep that in mind. Longeveron, I'm going to lock up my shares. Let me see. Okay. All right. Ghetto lockup initiated. But that's good. We'll see. Again, this is big for them, but I don't know if they need the phase 3, but I know after Lomacel is the one related to the PRV. Yeah, they met the primary endpoints of their phase 1 study there, and it's related to the drug of when we played the first pop. So very, very good. Very, very good. Walgreens still selling off. Kellogg's is on the high. That's actually a very weird one. There's Hershey's. Where's Microsoft? They're on the low. Let me check. Let's get us a scan. I have 2 different ones I want. AB&B turned red. MOS, Tesla tanker. MOS just popped up. Tesla tanker a little bit. And then what's the other one we wanted to see? Mr. B&B. SPY's coming down a little bit. XOM is coming up. Still above 170 on Airbnb. Apple tanks, Roblox down. Bonds are barely moving. Those might go negative. I mean, just watch to see the correlation like we saw yesterday. Come on. Ain't no love. Where's EXC? Is it going back up? I'm trying to get filled on something. TLT. EXC's looking nice, though. Scammers, bro. I'm down with it, though. I was looking at this play yesterday. It's a weird one. AMD on the low. SPY's even coming down. Where's Costco too? Costco's there. Facebook puts CS. Check the other banks too. Remember we got that Goldman. And if the banks keep dropping, I mean, I'd watch with bonds. KWeb puts going. UNG big volume. So don't trade this. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I grabbed a Hershey's play. Yeah, HSY, Hershey's. I grabbed an August Hershey's, and the logic is their value play. They've been defensive. I mean, and I don't know. I've given a speech on it before. They're like the best recession stock, but they're already running up here. I kind of like it, but to play it cheap, I mean, everything, you got to go far out the money. So that's the only thing I don't like about it. So very, very not active options. So it's very illiquid as well too. So keep that in mind and be careful. The EXCs are climbing now. We need that. They haven't. The ones at the money are doing very good. Again, if you got one and the money, then the ones out the money, we need them to hold. Yeah, they're hitting the 15. We need this to hold like 15. Once these get over here, and then we get 15 on the bid, then we're going to be good. Then it will be fun. TLT bouncing up a little bit. SPY kind of going there too. Yeah, AMD got like a downgrade. Some of the banks are bouncing right now, or at least Goldman was. Yeah, the EXCs are up 85%. Damn. Didn't seem like that. May 4th, 2022, our margin interest rate will increase by the amount the Federal Reserve increases. Damn, they raising it. CCJ on the high. That's another one. They had something yesterday, too. I forgot what it was. And there's Hershey's. There's another one I wanted to see. Costco. Costco, just expensive in Abby vibe mode. Wells Fargo bouncing a little bit. SPY coming up. XOM new high. I'm waiting. Again, I do think oil is going to come back up, but I'm waiting to buy back into these companies. I thought today would kill them a little bit more, but very interesting. Started my long term yesterday. Let's go, baby. Let's go. AMD still down. Nvidia, even Apple's selling off. Apple's like going into the bottom right. It's wild actually. Because even then, oil's up. You would think it'd be down right now, but it's not. What was the one we had? EXC look beautiful. There you go, EXC. Yalla. Just get the 10s off of the ESC, you know? And then this is the other one. We bought both of these at the same time. Man, this was relatively dead prior to that, though. Interesting to see. KO June calls. I think Coca-Cola's been selling off lately, so it'll be good. What's the best way to start the long term if addicted to stock options? Just, doing it. It's like, I feel like you get called towards it. That's it. Once the calling of maturity hits your life, and then you're like, I can't keep doing this anymore. I need to make sure I got some in the long term. And then, it like calls to you. You know what I'm saying? It's like I can't really, we give free resources. We have our long term's very good example, all of that. But it's like I can't make you do it. It's like it calls you. Does that make sense? It's a calling. That's the only way I could describe it. Oil again, B. AMD still on the low. Banks are starting to pick up a little bit. Baba slipped. Baidu slipped. Weibo still up. What's the day today? We only have like 2 more weeks. So we got to watch out for any Aprils. March 30th. It's the end of the quarter, man. Are there any positive signs? I mean, the oil stuff, but it's having an interesting effect. And then we're getting a lot of the back and forth there, just with the politics and, who I think Sergey, like there's meetings with Russia and Ukraine they're talking about, and then us meeting with other people, and then even Russia meeting with India. Oh, and Bradley Frizzle in the peach, dude. Oh, my gosh. Is that real? Oh, my gosh. Glorious. It's a glorious day, baby. Bradley Frizzle in the peach here at the end of the quarter at 6:43 a.m. Oh, my gosh. Horna. Holy shit. They do exist. I feel like it's like, wow. It's real. Positive peaches do exist. And they show up in the morning like that. Oh, my gosh. It's amazing. It's amazing. We've closed the gap on this SPY. I don't think so. I don't think we've hit below, I think 455 is that close there Monday. God bless you, Bradley. We love you. They do exist. They do exist. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Bro, isn't that hype? It's amazing. I did not expect that. I'm looking at a play right now, and I'm waiting, but I was like, wow. And then I looked over, and then the peach hit. And I was like, that's crazy. It says that this is crazy, bro. This is crazy. EWG. I don't even think the option has moved yet. Facebook. CPI was PCE data. PCE data. And play SWK. Stanley Black & Decker. They could be good. I don't think they're too bad. Keyboard ASMR. That's what we specialize in. It's very good. All right, don't trade this. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. Okay, I went small with it, but since the stock's already down, if it comes back up, I will. My idea is go small so I could buy another one. I only spent $60. I grabbed a May Baba put. And again, all the China stocks are kind of down here. We've seen them kind of hold up here for a little bit. So depending on where the next catalyst comes, it could hit them. But a lot of them are down. The premiums are actually getting whacked. So it's interesting. But if you've ever played Baba and the China plays, you know it's kind of difficult, especially on the put side. So just watch out for that. But that's what I did. Not a recommendation. Don't get clapped. Stay in school. You know what I'm saying? Stay healthy too. Come on, 12.15, 12.15. Nah, we need those 20s, bro. Why are they scamming us on these? At least the in the money ones are working, but still, scammers. EXC keeps going. Longeveron on the low now. Oh, man, he flipped. Boeing's coming up a little bit. TSM clapped with AMD. See vegetable oil. Yeah, people were even talking about it in the chat on Bloomberg. People from Europe were like, you're already limited to one vegetable oil when you purchase and like other stuff. And they said everybody is already just hoarding shit. Yeah, we get wheat numbers, we get corn, you get soybeans, you get all of them. And then crude is already coming up here. So that's crazy if it comes back fast, but we're going to see. I still have the Apple puts. They're fairly clapped, I think, or they might have already expired. Let me see. No, I still got them, the Aprils. Yeah, those are down 83%. Ain't no love, heart of the city. EXC, Goldman. Is Hershey's still going? Those premiums on Hershey's are good. That Micron call is kind of coming back, which is funny. Remember that was post-earnings? I don't know what happened to that weed talk, honestly. Like, everybody was hyped for it yesterday, and then it just stopped. Oxy's killing it again. Remember, Oxy's kind of been the one with Buffett and everything else, and it would just go nuts. Check UCO. Yeah, we have a bunch of oil plays. So, like, I'm in the money, I think, on B&O, or slightly out of it. We sold one of the oil plays yesterday, but I plan to double dip. Again, playing the SPRs is a good one. But all the oil is moving. I want the premium to kind of get out of here, and then we're going to come back into it after we get a little bit more of the effects. But all the oil is going crazy, surprisingly, even though oil is down. The companies themselves are doing great. MOS popping, Boeing's popping. It's weird because tech is down. So, like, a lot of the runners there. I did Baba May. EXC. I have the one in the money. I might sell out of that one, but I'm going to ride it for a little bit. But actually, I don't think... No. I'm not going to sell out of EXC till earnings. Or till coming close to earnings. So imagine they're going to report here in like a month. It could come down, but we already got a nice little run up on it. So I'm gonna ride that into their earnings. I think it'll be actually a good one. SPY just bounced up to the high of the day. Everything's still red. You're down a third on the NASDAQ, a quarter on the Dow, and then less than a quarter on the SPY. Buffett might buy out Oxy. Well, he already has a big stake, but that's what I'm saying. In any of these moments, I mean, Oxy would go crazy. We've seen that a couple of times this year, even in the last like month or so. Booking China. Yeah, oxys are still kind of expensive. There's like a couple that are cheaper, but they still got some premium. They still got some of that premium. Oh, Airbnb, look at you, bro. Where'd you come from? 174? Okay. I see you, man. I see you. Big Apple drop. It has been all day. Qualcomm's on the high now. So remember, like Micron and a couple others sold off. It's interesting. Qualcomm's up there. Roblo bounced off the lows. I feel like a lot of things just bounced. Riot, Big Greens, BA. I feel like a lot of things are kind of picking up right now. Again, Airbnb getting volume through the high. The value plays kind of came down during that, except for Costco. They're holding up. Square, they're popping back up there. Let's see, Coinbase. Yeah, Roblo's back to green. Square, Big Green, we got that in the top right. PLL and MP. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Remember the bill. A lot of people were hyped on that stuff yesterday. CLT 0.17. It's matched up inverse, but then they're moving the same. So bonds are up 0.18. SPY's down 0.18, 0.21, but they look like they're moving in tandem. Banks, they were a little bit rocky here. There's a bad note by Goldman, but they kind of are catching a bid right now. So it's still 50-50. I think banks is determined by the bonds. What's this? Bull trap, bear trap. Longeveron, positive phase 1 endpoint. Wheat futures up 3. Yeah, again, the data comes in today, the crop report. And it looks like everybody just planted soybeans. That's what everyone's expectation is. It looks like everybody just went for soybeans. And that's it. Less corn, more soy this year. Airbnb chilling out a little bit. A couple of the names slow down. We're already coming right back down. Okay. News proven from Friday, everything in ruble. He's letting them pay in like euros, if anything, but they have to make like a Russia bank account or something. That's the thing. But like Putin's being a little bit more flexible, but today essentially is the quote unquote cutoff for anything of that nature. So we will see, my friend. We will see. Yeah, the EWZs are coming up good. Corn futures, they're up a little bit. They want to fight, but they're just keeping this range. They can't get above that 747 yet. The crop report, it'll come out. We will get it for you. Don't worry, we'll have all the crop reports, you know. So don't trade this. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. I made another play. This one was a scanner play. I think it's kind of interesting, but I kept it small, less than $60. I grabbed a Lowe's April 8th put. So it's next week, which makes it risky. But it showed up on the scanner there. It looks like they did a spread. They did an in-the-money spread and sold the out-the-monies. But I took the one further out the money, kept it small, $60, and then we'll go from there. And Baba's still coming down. But don't trade it. Not a recommendation. Lowe's is coming down. EXC is fire. Dogs pop. Longeveron. Amen. Baba, I mean, the China stocks, there's a lot of bad China news. So, like, in the last 48 hours, you've had a problem with there was talks about the regulation kind of kicking back in, some of the regulatory stuff that clapped them. And then the news from the SEC and Gensler and this whole, like, China audit ban list. So it's there, but again, it's very risky. That's why I just bought one play, $50. We start there. If Baba flushes, you'll get rewarded. If not, we could come back into it and see. And then Baba's kind of just holding that bounce it's been doing for a while. The play that I made was I just grabbed a Lowe's put. TLT's dropping now. So watch if TLT goes red. I mean, it may help the market go green. And then watch the banks. That could be a little bullish for them. But some of them, they came down. Like Goldman's coming back down again. Interesting. They're moving with the bonds now. It's going to be good. How's it go? What's up, Notorious? It ain't even Friday, Notorious. God bless you, my friend. God bless you and good morning. Plug. PWR, TMO, Goldman. I got 420 of the 414. So you have you have a butterfly, but on different dates. Just probably messing with your margin and your requirements, but that's it. Just hopefully they're not near the money. If they're like different dates and you get assigned on anything, that could get weird. I don't know. Watch for Walgreens. Remember, they had good earnings. They're kind of there at the bottom. They're clapped on that one play from yesterday. Blue Origin just launched. Baba, Lowe's, and Hershey's today, I think, are the plays. And then Goldman from yesterday, that one's coming down. It's interesting that it's following with the bonds exactly, but watch what happens there. SPY's still down a quarter. Tech down 0.32. So is the NASDAQ. Similar now. Yeah, IWM is up 0.4. Good call out. They are doing good. Walmart, a little bit of a cheek lay here. Kind of big. Hold up. Cannabis news starting to come out. S&B slips as index heads for worst quarter in 2 years. Mortgage rates soared to 4.67, highest since late 2018. BA back to open. AMD lows. I'd watch the banks. I mean, it's interesting. Walmart's still kind of gassing. That was one yesterday. That was a kind of a big move, yo. 457.90 to 457. That was a point. Yeah, the banks are selling off, which is kind of interesting. All these oils happen in 1 month. It's going to get crazier. Again, the news today, that's why I'm waiting to double dip. But the news today is unreal. We are about to drop a bunch of oil from the reserves. 1 million barrels a day for months. So this is the third or the fourth time, all in within a quarter. And now they're ramping it up to a crazy level. So here's what it is. So here's the thing. So right now we have about 400,000 barrels or 400,000 million. I don't know what it is. I don't know how to get the exact number. Is it in case? How many barrels? Why are you being so slow, Bloomy? What the hell? They just take me out? Where are we dumping it? I mean, most of it, if you're familiar with the SPR, it's sweet crude. Most of it goes to India and China, which those are the two parties already buying oil from Russia. Yeah, so 409,000 of 1,000 barrels. So that's like what, 4 million or something? So it's 400 million barrels. So the plan that we plan to do is release half of this. So the action today, this doesn't account for today. We are going to drop 180 million barrels over the next X amount of months or whatever. So 180 minus 400 million takes you to roughly about like 2 something. I think it brings us to like the lowest reserve since the 80s. Even now, I mean, right now, we are at the lowest in reserve since what, 2014? But if you get us back down to the quarters, it'll take us back to the 2000s. And then I think, 80s was around this point, like 0.29. Yeah, we millions. We're not in billions. I know, again, it says at 0.41 million right now. So the plan announced today would get rid of half of that almost, 180, 190 million barrels. HYG popping up on scanner. 40,000 in volume. I don't see that one on mine, but I wouldn't doubt it, if anything. We'll see. The volatility kind of just picked up there. Yeah, the low. I'm looking at the scanner. There's a bunch of them. There's like a bunch of these little plays, but it's weird because a lot of the hype names are up there too. Who's buying these? 456 Monday close. I mean, XOM, CVX get clapped. No. I mean, today, usually it's 50-50 at this point. The last couple of times we announced these releases, usually it's a bad day for oil and everybody else in the companies for a little bit. And then it comes back to normal. But it's still pretty wild. Like today, they're up. 1/3 of the reserve. I'm seeing. I think it might be in billions though. We might be wrong. Even though it says 0.41 million here, I'm assuming this might be billions. There is some stuff that says billions, but best part is, Chad, you guys are always better at math than I am. But either it's 0.5. It's in billions. It's in millions. So we're gonna have to find the balance. If India and China are the main buyers of sweet, what's the point of releasing oil reserves? I've questioned this plan since day one. If you don't remember the Fast and the Furious example, even then it was just too early. We were releasing oil at $80 a barrel. Like I said from the beginning, it's just like, it's bad because if you start selling the reserves too soon and then an actual oil shock hits, you're just too early. That's about it. 400 million is 0.4 B. I guess, and this says This says 0.4 M, but then it says 1,000 barrels. All I know though, it's a big release. It's a really big, add that to this makes our third or fourth release. It's actually wild. But we will find out here. Give it a couple weeks. We see what happens with the price, and then that will be another double dip opportunity. Because people are saying, most people, even Goldman this morning, they don't expect the oil release to stop it, but it's big. Like, you got to get worried about it just because they planned it for months now. They just said we're going to drop $1 billion a day. U.S. Treasury announces additional Russia sanctions. You got more sanctions on Russia. They name more individual entities in new Russia sanctions. More details are about to come out right now. Yeah, you got new Russia sanctions now hitting. TLT came back up. So let's see how they do. TLT's even been all over the place. The microns are coming back to life. The microns are about to hit the prices. That makes no sense. Micron's down and the stock those options went up. You were yes on the watch list next 12 months and mentioned rates being cut again instead of being raised. Does that mean you're looking to play TLT? No, that would be the broader market. So again, if that situation happened, now we're talking about raising rates, but if we start cutting rates, it means something completely different for the economy. So TLT would be a potential play, but there would be 100 other plays we could go after. But like we were saying with the oil release, it's just going to get to the point of it's like people were talking about it today that it's a big amount, 1 million barrels a day, and then planning now to do this for months. It's a lot bigger than anything they've already done. But until pretty much people are saying until OPEC or the underlying supply situation changes, it really shouldn't stop the price of oil right now. So like we've always said, I use this as a catalyst. Every time they do SPR, we've bought the oil. So I'm going to wait a couple days here. Hopefully premiums chill out, but it might create that opportunity. Gas prices. Well, the fact that gas prices are still up, and it's been up here now for a couple weeks, they might start climbing back. We'll see. But if the price per barrel of oil doesn't really change too much and stays in this range, gas could probably slowly start ticking up. 180 is a third of the remaining. Yeah, so can you guys confirm that? Because I'm under the impression it's like almost half of our reserves, but some people are saying billions and this and that. But, you guys take the info, fact check it, verify it. But if that's true, either way, even without it, even if it's not half of our barrels, it's still a wicked amount of oil to be dropping from your reserves. And again, this is the third or the fourth time. And, if you've been here for the last 4 months, you know how much we've been talking about this. So it's wild. Do ESSPR index. Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Yeah. Let's see. I think we could probably just get it from the website. But yeah. But some people are saying this is in a unit 1,000 barrels. So you just add, but 57 million and then add 1,000. Wouldn't that be, is it billions? So it says 568 million. Whatever. I'm just not, all I know, it's a lot. Highest ever was 700 million. Maybe it's dollar amount. That's in the billions. People are confusing total estimated recoverable oil with SPR. Because I looked into a little bit and some said billions. So that's good. Well, yeah. Well, it's good and not good. Not good at all, actually. If it's 570 million, like I'm saying, we're about to burn half of our oil. Even if we don't, this is now your third or fourth release, and we're gonna see where we go from here. But if OPEC doesn't play along, supply chains don't change, chances are we're gonna be at 150 very, very high, or very, very soon. It doesn't fix anything. Well, the last 3 times they did it, it fixed a lot. Wait. No. Hold on. Still, but if you do the same thing over and over again and it doesn't work, it's like eventually it works. It's not insanity. This is the cat dog 2.0. Kind of. It's not as hard yet. Not as hard just yet. We could get into there, but there's actually a high correlation with a lot of stuff. It has to work this time. Well, yeah, but like if you do the same thing and it doesn't work, then that's it. So release nothing and let gas go to 200 a barrel. Yes, 100%. Because you would stop buying oil before it got that high. You would just have to deal with like a week or two of pain. That's it. I mean, give or take. Obviously, we can't forecast what's going to happen, but yes, 1,000,000%. 1,000,000%. If they've touched it 4 times now in a quarter. You're adding and adding and adding. If you just let the market do its thing, you would get demand destruction. You're stopping the natural economic force of literally price goes high. We're all going to be like, nah, bro, I ain't even going to drive today. Let's just bike to work. Yeah, eventually. Again, it would be higher there, but if you can't get the price up there versus if you slowly let it stay up little and little and little, it just prolongs it all until it really actually gets worse. It's like going, like, again, I know you got to get to work and you got to do stuff, but it's like saying, if you were sick, would you go to work? What do they tell you to do nowadays? They tell you to stay home, right? Because why? If you're sick and you keep going to work little by little, you're never going to get healed. You need a rest, calm down. It's the same thing with oil. They're trying to touch this thing every single time, let it go up and do all of this stuff. But it's just like, if you just lay off of it, let it run its course, oil will come down sooner than you would think. But now you have the same situation. And what's the difference between now and 3 months ago? The price is still doubled almost. And now you have half of your reserves left, almost, or give or take, probably in the next 12 months. So we still got those reserves till they do the plan, but we'll see. Cure for higher prices is always higher prices. I agree. It'll get rid of it. I mean, again, I know the unknown is scarier, but believe me, you would be surprised. I know hearing higher prices doesn't sound good, but again, I mean, you've heard me criticize this plan since literally day one. And I mean, you see what's happened. And again, the big banks figured it out. If people randomly could figure it out, I mean, it's pretty obvious, pretty clear, as they would say. Well, it seems to reject it. We'll see. I mean, we're hanging out at the lows. We haven't gone below, but it could turn into something slow. Either way, oil, all this conversation boils down to, again, is we're waiting to buy the dip again on oil. Not even the dip. I'm just going to wait till some of the emotional premium dies down. Because, again, until they actually, do it, usually they jawbone it. But once we give it a little bit of time, let them open up the hatch. That's it. Just buy more oil calls. That's what I'm going to do. It's very simple. Would demand destruction ever curb inflation? Yes. I mean, think about it. That's what happened with real estate in like '08. You had a lot of demand destruction. Even oil was high and all of that. Yeah. Reserves are for war or other things. But yes, that's what they talked about today on Bloomberg. They were discussing. It makes sense, though. I mean, honestly, quite frankly, if I was the Biden administration, I don't know if I would do the same thing, but I see the motivation coming into midterms. It makes a lot of sense. Again, it's just very, very reminiscent of what Nixon did, which just gets crazier. But still, you got the election. You're willing to take whatever cost at this point. You're gonna spend, whether it's spending money, selling the oil, whatever it may be. You need to look good coming in. You need to look good in the next 6 months, or at least the best you could be. And that's just the nature of the American political system. What did Nixon do? Nixon did a lot. They started spending, started doing a bunch of social services. Then he got rid of gold, and because you couldn't be fixed to gold and spend as much money as he wanted to spend, and you needed to spend money to get them out of an economic hardship so that he would look good and win the election. So that's where, that's why they said, fuck it, get rid of gold. We don't need gold. If we want growth and we want to do this, boom, bank holiday. Let's stop the fixing and let's start spending on what we have and get a system that will allow for that. And they did. And again, people argue what it was, the reasoning why. I mean, you could see even the history and as it correlates to his election years and all that too. NVIDIA. EWZ, EXC. The HSY, the bid drop, but the ask widened. Tesla. Tesla is coming back up. They were low there. Everything's still down. Bonds are doing what they did yesterday. It's like a weird inverse, but it's not an inverse. What are we looking for? I'm just waiting until the premiums come down on oil plays. Because usually I thought they were going to be down today, and I still would have waited. But because it's like today's like the first day of like balancing out. There's still some like those Conocos are still down. I might grab more of those. But we'll wait a little bit. But I want to let it kind of run its course. And we'll give it, you could give it a couple days. Let's see what oil does. Let's see how it plays out. And we'll have a better idea of what's really going on. But, I mean, a lot of this, again, it's the same catalyst we've been going after. It screams oil. Something's going on with oil. That's it. I mean, if the government, even to this day, is willing to do what they just announced, that means the problem is probably worse than what we suspected. But then go back to my other theory. Why would it make sense that oil's bad? Look at Europe right now. If Europe and Germany get crushed, it's a fallacy to think that we wouldn't get affected. So I think this is kind of preemptive, or maybe they're already aware of that, and that's why they're doing it. Because again, you don't break glass unless there's an emergency. So it seems like that's what we're getting. And they added more sanctions, but the real risk is Europe. Again, if Europe and their energy markets get clapped, it hits them first, and then it spreads to everyone else. Today they're mulling. I don't know if they're just jawboning it or if they're gonna. I think Biden will announce it today. If they make it official, they will be doing the biggest SPR release. Again, arguably, you could go double check and fact check this. Arguably, almost half of our reserves now, but it'll be 1 million barrels a day. Yeah, Airbnb is killing it. I don't know what happened to Airbnb. Them travel stocks, baby. Booking slightly up. It's weird how a couple names are up and then a lot are down. Well, SPR change if oil companies don't. Well, it's one part about our oil companies, and then the other part is OPEC. So those are the two things to watch in the coming weeks, especially OPEC. If anything, OPEC could save it if realistically, but OPEC is not. They're not playing along. Like they're still It's been almost 6 months. They're like, nah, we're gonna do 400,000 barrels a day. We're chill. If oil goes up, it would kill travel. Theoretically, yes. Or at least there'd be some negative effects of it. Like we've seen SPY coming down, a little bit of a chicle. Mortgage rates, a lot of headlines on mortgage rates. The CFTC chairman, Rostin, testifies in House Agriculture Committee. He said they're monitoring for excessive speculation in derivative markets. They're on heightened alerts for any cyber attacks. The CFCT chairman, Rostin, the House Agriculture Committee. Maybe we should watch that. And then I don't know. I forgot what time it is. Well, I think it'll be in a couple hours. We'll get the crop report. So we will see low or Airbnb with the chicle. Lowe's came back. I was going back and forth. What was the other one? Baba's still chilling. Why would the House Agriculture Committee be watching for cyber attacks? Because, again, in any markets, trading markets, you don't, remember they did a cyber attack on that meat producer last year? Remember they shut down the meat place with the ransomware? So it's a valid concern. Biden's energy Marshall Plan for Europe is no quick fix. How long does wheat stay good in storage? I think for a long time. I think wheat is relatively easy to store. Corn, wheat, Longeveron, they're chilling. EXC, let me switch this to TLT. Is this the beginning of the flash crash? I don't think so, not yet. I would need the market. Well, the market is already bounced, but so yes and no. You already have the divergence. Again, more people keep talking about it. We brought it up yesterday. This is the biggest divergence in a very, very long time between growth stocks, the S&P, and bonds. So you have a setup right now. We could flash crash towards it, but I'm really tying it into Europe, and depending on how Europe plays out, I'm assuming we could kind of hold up for a little bit, and then it could come back. Even then, we could keep this pace. We don't have to flash crash yet. We could spend another month just bouncing between 460 and 440 if you really think about it. And then once these events start hitting, if the divergence stays there, then that's what I think we'll get. You buy foreclosures? Yeah, 100%. 100%. It just depends, though. And again, foreclosures, it also even depends on the bank, too. Maybe an iron condor. It could be, but then if you iron condor and then we get Europe crashing and all that, then you'll be exposed to some risk there. That's the only part with any premium sell strategy. That's why I think light positioning, even trying to go for the downside, you position light, you'll be good to go. Energy hitting the high. Just chilling out. It's not down as much, you would think, but we'll find out. I don't know. Did they officially confirm it, or are they just trying to jawbone it? That's the only thing I'm worried about. Because remember, the first SPR release, they talked about it for weeks before actually doing it. And even talking about it did bring the price a couple dollars. Russia Railways misses deadline and pay interest on green bond. Walmart's almost in the money. Walmart's been killing it. GPC on the low. Tesla coming down. SPY hanging out at the lows of the days, man. It's only been an hour. We barely moved down, but we're like kind of hanging out here. I didn't get a Verizon Leap. I got like April's, and those plays are clapped. What do you think if they had to revise CPI numbers to not look so bad? They usually don't like revise the actual CPI. They'll like revise other like data points. But if they did, I mean, I think they already kind of do with the beginning of the year. But I don't know if they came out and they revised them all. I just don't know. It hasn't happened yet, but I think they're already preparing. As long as it's either going to be an official plan or not. Or they're just jawboning it and they're not going to do it. Kodak. Yeah, Kodak's at 740. Kodak just popped. Interesting. Does Bloomberg come with E-Trade? No, it does not. You could connect them, but you need both of them separate. Kodak Me. It looks like it's been going up a lot. I mean, SPY's bouncing. Tesla's catching a candle right there. Boeing flipped all the way back to the bottom. Lows coming down again. It's either going to be an official plan or not. Yeah, again, go look at what they did in November. EIA, natural gas stockpiles rose 1.8 last week. They rose 26 BCF last week. Inventories went up. Check natural gas and oil. It might drop a little bit. That's good. Natural gas is NG. That's bad for EXC. Not really. They're going up on it. It's going up. So stockpiles went up, but it's not going down. We'll see. It might come down in a little bit. Give it a sec. Very, very interesting response in energy today. The MJ vote, we have no idea. Does anybody know? Remember, that was like the hype of yesterday. The meeting started. They were talking about other drug pricing, and then that's it. And then we didn't hear anything about it since. Baba trying to work a little bit. Airbnb still looking good. Let's see, Apple and Amazon. Apple down, Amazon down. Facebook still down. Tanker Boris Walitsky. That's an oil tanker. IMF spokesperson. Countries should avoid starting fresh trade wars, which would exacerbate supply disruptions. I did not pick up any pins. No. We've been talking about it over the last couple days because people asked if I'd take it at this price. I said, yeah, depending on where everything else is. So it's like if Uber's still kind of like low, I'd rather take them. Like if Roblo is still below 50, I'd rather go for that. But it's a company I want, but I can't buy it when everything else is cheap too, essentially, if that makes sense. So I do like it. I'm still looking at it, but if it's going to get added to the portfolio, it's going to depend on where everything else is at the time. I'm a spokesperson. Achieving a soft landing for the U.S. economy in order to lower inflation will be difficult and comes with significant downside risk. Adding a we, not yet. Makes sense. Been considering, but tech has been weak. It's good. It's like I said, we've always liked the company. You know, the price was a little bit high, and then by the time it came down to the price I wanted, it's like Airbnb was cheaper, even the banks were cheaper, and everything else. So that's why I'm just I got it. It has he's like a second string player. If all my first stringers are cheaper, I'm gonna go with those, and then if we have to work a little bit, we'll go for them. But definitely keep them on watch and be easy with it. The PSX call I sold out yesterday for just above 100%. Probably went up another 50 or something today. I don't even know. I think it was May 87, I think. Yeah, I sold out of these yesterday for like, I think 380. So they went up another 100, 200 bucks almost. Oil's an interesting situation with Joe Biden, with Russia and all that. It's crazy. Again, it has a big impact. It could clap Europe and affect a lot of that. And even then, it's just like if we're willing to take some of these steps, I think it says a lot. I mean, we've been playing the SPR release as a catalyst for so long now, and it's just very, very wild. PSX is up 200. Yallah. Talks with Lebanon progressing. What more work indeed? Say Argentina program faces exceptionally high risks. A lot of IMF headlines coming in. Apple's popping up a little bit. Yeah, bonds are up here too. So bonds are up 1/3%. SPY's down 1/3. They kind of look inverse. It's chirpy again. Why released reserves? It's been a question. This is the 4th reserve release now, right? So it's there. I was reading it. There's a FAQ. There's a FAQ on their website that explains when they can release it. So if it's like likely to be a significant duration and of emergency nature, may cause major adverse impact on national security or national economy, results or likely results in interruption of supply of imported petroleum, an interruption of supply of domestic petroleum, and then it also gives discretion to the president if the president deems that an emergency exists and there's significant reduction, which is duration, severe increase in the price of petroleum products. Such prices is likely to cause a major adverse impact on the national economy. So they have a very broad way, and then they have in no case they can't do it. Wait, what? They can't do more than 30 million barrels a day, or for more than 60 days, if there are fewer than 340,000 barrels in reserves. Oh, that's why they're going big, probably. Because then after it drops below 340, then they're not going to be able to, what's it called? Then they can't, I think after they get below 340, they won't be able to do more than 30 million for 60 days at a time. So that's good there. Maybe they might get limited. So pretty much once the inventories drop, they will actually lose the power to keep dumping from the reserves like this. So after this one, they'll be limited to 30 million per 60 days. So then we replenish the reserves, buying oil at the high. I mean, maybe, hopefully it just drops. I really think it wouldn't be that bad. It would suck for a little bit, but I think if they just kind of let the prices do their thing, we need. But then that's the risk, though. If you get demand destruction It's what we want, but once we get it, we might regret it. That's just the problem. A lot of, again, like the IMF saying, if you even go for a soft landing and try to engineer a recession, you run the risk of significant downside risk. It's just that, like I'm saying, some people are like, why would you want gas prices to go up? I mean, hear me out. It's saying that if you let it go up for a little bit, it would bring prices down. But then the problem would be if people start getting like, no, prices is bad. This little chicle here, 457, no news, but interesting one. Schumer, he said they narrowed the gap on COVID relief. But yeah, so we're worried about it. If you want demand destruction, but then again, when demand destruction occurs, it might be bigger than you expect, and it could destroy a lot of demand, and that could put you in more pain than not. You're having trouble with the market going up. Seems contrary to crazy things. You should have continued to drop with all this stuff going on. Well, it's, take a look at the market right now. Some people think it's high. Some people think it's low, right? Some people can argue it's still crashing. There's a bunch of stuff going on. Some people will say, well, we're right near all-time highs. So it really goes both ways. Even right here, we were still pretty high up. So it's just the nature of what's going on. I mean, you got a couple of big things happening. You got global tensions you haven't seen in over a decade, if not more. You got the Fed entering a tightening scenario, plus the yield curve inverted. It's not really the hottest thing. And then you're dealing with the last couple years post-pandemic, massive amounts of inflation, massive amounts of government spending money in the system. So it's there's a lot going on, and that's why. But I think a lot of people are still kind of split. You might think it's up. Some people still think it's down. Some people think it's cheap right now and back and forth. So it plays out in many different ways. But that's why these fundamental events and the information is so important as we move forward. But that's why too, you got to position light and be ready to deal with it. It's like the market is not made up its mind. It's not staying up here. We are moving big percentages on equities, indexes, countries, commodities every single day. And that's, we're just in peak volatility if you think about it. I wouldn't say peak volatility, but you're still navigating the storm. Yeah, EWGs, they're coming up a little bit back to the bid and ask. Again, those ones, enough time. They shouldn't move too much. And then we got clapped the day after because the gap up. But I'm sure by the end of today, we'll see where things go and then how all this situation plays out. Bonds hitting another high. TLT is moving up. Baba's coming down. Low's kind of chilling out. Goldman, the banks. JP's coming down. JP below 140 now. Buy puts on EWG. We made a video on it. It's called Europe is Going to Crash. You could see the explanation there and then why we also got the VGK. But yes. Affirm is doing really good right there. Very wild, actually. I think our average on JP Morgan is like 137 or 130 something. Or 135? I don't know. Doo-doo-doo. I only have Boeing puts. Potential SPR release discourages future oil output. Trifigura. Yeah, a lot of people have already commented on it. Like Goldman, they said unless the supply situation now them. I don't know. I think some people may start to get somewhat pretty worried about it, but only time will tell. JP Morgan. Oh no, we're at 131. So our average is 131 on JP Morgan. Nice. I remember we bought in at 136 and then averaged down, but 131 is the price. Yeah, we're drawing oil right now before summer. Yeah, thank you. That's the crazier part. I think Charlie mentioned this the other day with like natural gas and even energy is that we're watching high prices of energy and this ain't even in the season. Just again, like, you guys are saying people going to work and all of this, just what happens in the summer. People go out, people travel, people work. It gets, the demand is very, very high. So I think this is all in anticipation coming into it, but we'll see. Ethanol, corn. Spy chest very calm though today. It does feel somewhat slow. Airline prices, bro. I remember like late 2020, early 2021, airline flights were so cheap. Let's see. There you go. Come on. This guy needs to go up a little bit more. These finally broke out after being annoying. VGK. The video is pinned in the top right there. But I grabbed a VGK put. VGK EWG puts. I really encourage you. The video is very short, simple. You watch that video, you could understand one of the bigger macro events going on right now. That's related to everything. It's related to oil, related to all of that. And, I really think that will be a very unique scenario that will, it could stem off into a lot of different things. No weed news. Again, we still don't know. It's actually wild. I don't know. How are the wheat stocks doing? They've sold off twice in a row now. Can you put the link? It's pinned up there in the top. So if you see Jesus's message, and click it up there. There's a link to that video. You like the clip on yesterday's video. That one's for the yield curve. So definitely, or the yield curve inversion. And to highlight, the 2s and 10s never inverted in 2019. So 2018, 2019, the indicator Powell is talking about, it never happened. So, or it's not happening now, but back then, it happened, but now it's just different. That's what's actually crazy. It's actually wild to think about that Powell's talking about the 3-month and the 10-year, but now we haven't had the 2 10-years invert. I don't think since like 2015, and even then it was a little different. So it's a very, very interesting point. And like I said, you're gonna hear that for the next year. You will hear people talk about it like that. If quoted exactly like that. They're going to say there's other tools, all of it. I want to get the Walgreens. I was thinking about it now that it's down, if it could come up. I mean, their earnings were good, but I don't know why they sold off like that. And then those plays got clapped from yesterday. India Foreign Minister Jaishankar and India and China agree on the need for a ceasefire in Ukraine. Gold-backed ruble effects. I don't know if it's even real. I would be careful with that. A lot of the gold-backed ruble news, it low-key doesn't make any sense. If anything, it's like him buying it at a discount. Like, if anything, it's Putin offering to buy at a discount. I wouldn't really read into it. And even then, people were talking about it like it's kind of a mystery why the ruble has even gone back up. But people are trying to point to all these reasons. Again, we brought up oil. And all of that, but it seems like you could still buy oil without ever having to hold the euro. So you could, or excuse me, the ruble. So like even if he demands ruble payments, it doesn't mean you're going to hold the ruble, essentially. So that would get rid of demand. Yeah, SPY's going back up here. Big lunch. Tech pop, check Apple and a couple of the other ones. I mean, Airbnb, we got that one up there. See who's the best. I mean, who's leading right now? They're all down like 0.5%, a quarter. I think Amazon, no, Microsoft's leading right now. They have to bank in Russia and convert. Yeah, but then once you get the oil, you already pay in the rubles, and then that. But you don't. It's like pretty much they're not holding their rubles to a degree. It's a very interesting concept. U.S. to release 1 million a day from the strategic statement. So I honestly, we need like a real confirmation of that. I think they may be jawboning it until we watch him sign something or until he actually like institutes it. So I'm still keeping my eyes out for that. But do you guys want tinfoil? I got tinfoil if you're ready. Are you ready? Did you like the video? Are you prepared for tinfoil at this moment? Okay. So, your tinfoil of the day. Please hold. Tinfoil of the day is the ruble. So, how many of you remember what I've told you about the ruble? Look at this. Remember what we said from the beginning? Remember how I've always told you that you could tell the severity of the situation once the ruble weakens? Does that sound familiar? You remember when we were talking about it? And I said, even leading up into it, I said, until the ruble goes crazy, you don't really have a situation. And we said, once you start seeing the currency weaken, that could help you realize, the actual impact of what's going on. So take a look. It weakened heavily in the beginning there. And then now it's right back down to it's right back up to these levels. So then what does that assume? Based on the same logic. This just feeds into the whole, I feel like we don't know what's going on over there. I just think overall maybe it's not getting maybe it's not impacting the impact there. It's not as what we're hearing. That's not that severe. I mean, essentially they're saying that this was a very big error for the Russia and what they're doing and all of that, and that it's hurting them, but I just don't think it's hurting them. That's it. At the end of the day, the currency is liable to get clapped. It should be. I mean, obviously that he's halting trading and other stuff, and like China could do that, but eventually, their cracks would show through. So that's what we got to see. Biden to use Defense Production Act to boost metals, battery metals. Same headline as yesterday, but it's coming in. I don't know if it's more official now. Authorized Production Act on large batteries. They're allies to bring release to over 1 million barrels a day. You read 3 fake Russia headlines. I just read what's on Bloom. I read the Bloomberg morning thing. So that's it. I'm just giving you in the mornings. I'm just reading you the news. I do not attach any opinion to it. It's not mine, whether I disagree or agree with it. I read it to you guys so that you could know what everybody else in the market is hearing. So that's why. Hopefully you find the balance. We run through the headlines, You just go through all of them. I think I do have the Eric. I made them free. Longeveron, good news. I mean, we'll see how it plays up in the market. If it could kind of break out from everything going on. But I think they met their endpoint, but I don't know if it was like the FDA that gave it to them, but it's all good. Everything, it puts them on. I'm still holding those 500 shares for a reason, and that's part of it, but they're still doing better than ever. Just hopefully they don't add more shares. That's always our worry with them. Yeah, so I don't know. I think it might be it's almost official. I'd say the SPR release. I'm just waiting to actually get that in movement and take it beyond just talking about it. Costco's coming up. Lowe's is chilling. Costco looks nice. Yeah, Costco. I already put it up there. I wanted to look at Baba. And then bonds are going up too. Very, very wild. There was Baba, Lowe's, and then that's it. There's one more. Hershey's. Hershey's, the ask just went up, but the stock went down. I like Hershey's, though. This is a day-old recession play. You know that? Hershey's is the best stock for a recession. That I don't know if it's still the same, but I remember like 5-10 years ago, even beyond that, this used to be all the rave because Hershey's, they return capital back to shareholders, and they don't spend money on like research, development, all of that. So it's like they, think about it. They make a lot of money just selling chocolate bars and stuff like that, but they're not spending money like research development. They're not paying too much for marketing and all of this stuff. So what ends up happening, since they've been around for so long and they've established all of it and it's even a cheap price, what ends up happening, they literally, all of the capital they make, they're able to return most of it back to shareholders. They're not like doing crazy buybacks. They're just dividends, and they're not spending money on frivolous stuff. So a lot of people have looked to them during recessions, and they've held up quite phenomenally. Russia's embraced Putin's Ukraine war as Kremlin muzzles dissent. Poll finds 83% approval for Putin, highest since 2017. Russia has opposed high penalties for dissension. I hear if you disagree with them in Russia, they'll like take you off social media. That's what they do over there. They're really hard on dissension, That's just like if you say anything, they'll just take you off social media, and then everybody will ostracize you. It's crazy. It's crazy. I could never imagine anything like that. Ooh, good. Tesla on the high. How are the other ones? I was like AMC, big candle there, kind of. A little bit of a green cheek lay there to the top on Tesla. Would you buy AbbVie long term here? It's high, bro. But I think it's still yielding. Oh, it's 3.4. I would get it at 4. I think if it like 150 would probably be the highest I buy it, because then it would still yield you 4%, which isn't bad. Because again, when we first bought AbbVie, it was yielding like 5 or 6%, but then they increased the dividend and the stock went up. But so I like it. It's just going to be a little bit high. So that's the problem sometimes when you go for value plays after they've ran like this, because now it's like it's smart to buy value and dividends right now in this environment. It has been for the last couple months, and a lot of people have been doing it. But then it's like if you buy the dividend stock that is up, I mean, how much is this thing up in the last month? You're up 8% in a month. You're up 50% in 6 months. You're up 20% in 3 months. And then you're up 49% in the last 12 months, right? So it's like if it's good to have it, but then what ends up, you buy it at the top. I mean, if it goes down and gives up the monthly gain, you're already down 8% on a slow moving stock. You see what I'm saying? And then even then, if it gives up the quarterly gain of 20%, you could be down 20% relatively quickly. I mean, when we bought Abivai, I don't know, do you guys remember when we first bought Abivai? We were down on it for a little bit. Does anybody remember that? Remember we bought it at like the 80s and the 70s. There was some at 60, but I remember it would go lower. We were actually down on it for a good amount of time. Believe it or not. I mean, we have a sick position on it now, but it did go down. So just again, even when we got the last pickup on Abivai, so like think about it, we were holding it all the way here. Remember, it was at 120. This is like, it was running up and holding, and then what ended up going on, it dropped to 109. So you lost 20% just trying to chase the dividend. But we bought the dip here, which was great. But it's like stuff like that could happen. So you just got to watch out for that, and then you'll be good. SPY is about to go green. It's right there. NASDAQ already did it. Dow Jones ain't playing along. Where are the banks? Banks should recover. They're going inverse. They say we'll restock oil reserves when prices are lower. Word. PC number, no, they weren't bad, actually. They could have been worse. It was high, though. I mean, 6 point something, but the range was really tight. Remember, I talked about that at the beginning of the week. The range was really tight for the estimates, and it came in. So if you had a big surprise, it would have been bad, but surprise wasn't that bad. Didn't they block Trump from the reserves? I believe so. No sign of peak PCA highest. It was, but it came below estimates. Didn't he say he got them? He did it, and then I believe the Congress at the time, it was blocked by the Democrats when they didn't give Congress didn't give the approval to fill it up when it was negative. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. It would have been great, but didn't happen. I think it would have been like a 600 million or something profit. I forgot. Remember, we talked about this a while ago. GoPuff is close to raising $1 billion with no IPO in sight. Treasury auction, 3-month bills. TLT, man, 0.4, and then we'll see if the SPY goes green. It'll be a positive correlation. It is so weird. These guys so weird. GoPuff is fire. What is it? Is it like a vape? I think it's Hong Kong, or is it? No, it's U.S. Go Brands. They're cutting 3% of global staff, too. It's a delivery service, like DHL. Interesting. I've never heard of them. Oh, it's like DoorDash? Interesting. Apple's coming down. Tesla, EXC looking good. Lowe's is just chilling out. It's like Uber for gas stations. Do they deliver gas? That's crazy. Can you deliver me gas? New Lotus electric. I like the original Lotus. Like the Lotus, the little 2-door one. At one point, that was my dream car. That's all I wanted was that car. I was like, bro, a Lotus, a little two-door, what was it called? The Lotus Exige? Elise? Oh, I wanted a Lotus Exige. What is it I want? Now, where the Exige at, bro? You know what I'm saying? Nah, yeah. This one. I wanted this one. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. You can't even fit in one? Nah, it's the Lotus Exige, bro. This is the crazy. This is like the decked out one. I love it. Yeah, it's based. No, do you know what? It has the same chassis as a Toyota MR2. Believe it or not. It's built off the same platform. It's literally a Toyota MR2 with a body kit and tuning. That's it. But the MR2 is one of the only like 50-50 balanced cars. I love that car, bro. Come on, Jeveron going. Gran Turismo was a good game. So coming back down again, I don't know if bonds. It's the same thing as yesterday. It's really hard to tell if there's even like a leading thing. I'm sure by end of the day or middle, we'll see what's up. Let's see, Apple coming down on Jeveron James. I put in my ghetto lockup, $100. Philip Morris on the high. Philip Morris kind of popping. Check Altria. Why is Philip Morris moving like that? Executive changes at Vectura. Vox plays. Philip Morris is running. EWG came back up a little bit. So did VGK. All the oils there. MO's popping too. I don't know. I'm not seeing any news. And then where is it? Defensive net. I haven't looked at those. I know like MOS and some of those came up. LMT's been an interesting one. They've also been dealing with like the government contract stuff. But they're just holding up in the middle. It's chill. Walmart's removing cigarettes. They said at some locations, but they're going to keep it at a couple. But yeah, I think MO was down that day. Vox plays. Vox International. I'm not too familiar. Be careful. It's pretty illiquid. Facebook low. Are you worried about demand destruction in oil? I think it will be good. I think demand destruction in oil will eventually be good. The problem is the unforeseen consequences of demand destruction. That's all. It's like if you destruct demand, it will help a lot of areas. But then the problem is if you destruct the demand, what if it never doesn't come back? Or what happens now when it starts hitting a lot more industries, and then if you lose demand in some areas, will it lead other industries to be weak or even default, and so on and so forth. So the consequences are the thing that's bad about it. But if demand destruction is actually a positive right now, yes, destroy. If you destroy the demand. That's the whole idea. Does that make sense to you guys? You know, remember we were even talking about it with Sal, the CEO of Wheat, and he was talking about, we were talking about price rejection and how consumers or farmers would reject prices, and he went into the discussion on demand destruction. So, no, not supply surge. Literally, like you have to think about it. It's like a supply demand chart. If supply stays the same, right, but you raise price, every single price increment you go up, you're going to have less demand. That's just typical economics. Doesn't matter if everybody, even if you need it or even if you can't substitute it, the point is once the price keeps going up and up and up and up and up, you lose demand at every level. So that's why it's like you got to think about it. Just what it, like the word demand destruction. People are saying that demand will get destroyed if the price goes too high, but it's what you want, because right now it's supply the same, and then demand being so high, it's driving up these prices, or it's leading to shortages. That's the real problem that people don't really realize. This is what makes this situation unique, because the economy's all weird. We got all these things going on. What's weird about it is that it's like it's not like we have bad demand. It's not like we have bad supply, but the supply issues and now people rushing to take this supply, it creates this weird effect. A lot of the prices, they're not up because of, like factors you would normally think. It's simply because supply is low, but it's not as if supply is like inherently low. It's just people are taking whatever's available. You're having delays between receiving stuff and all of that. So the whole idea, demand destruction, is that if prices go too high, or the higher prices go, eventually demand will stop responding. If gas goes too high, if houses go too high, if the price of food goes too high, whatever it may be, again, it sucks when you really need this stuff. That's why, it has different effects playing into it, but especially with like discretionary goods or stuff you don't really need, if the price goes too high, the demand is going to go out the window. Nobody's going to want to buy it. Think about it. What if we charged you, I don't know, like what if weed went to $500 a gram? Would you still buy weed for my weed smokers? Or if a candy bar if a Hershey's bar went to $20 for one bar, would you still buy candy? Do you see it? Do you see what I'm trying to use a discretionary item. That's why I used weed and chocolate, if you don't understand the difference. You see it, I'll grow it. But yeah, but again, here's a very simple question. Would you keep buying or no? Would you be demand at that price point? It's very simple. It's whether if you say you're going to grow it, you're saying I'm not going to buy it. Would you still eat chocolate? If you're saying no, I wouldn't buy it at that price, boom, demand destruction. And that's it. You're rejecting the price. It gets too high. People are like, nah, I'm not down. So, and then what's going to eventually happen? All the assholes charging that much, eventually the price is going to come down and down and down until we find a price that people would be willing to pay. And then you could level things out. But then what happens if the prices go so high and then everyone's saying, no, I'm not going to buy stuff. And then the price drops 30%, 50%. And then you're like, nah, I think it's going to go lower and it's actually still too high. And actually in the process, I realized I didn't even need to smoke anymore. So now I just go to the gym and boom. And then now you're like, well, I don't really. And then what if that turns into now a negative yielding cycle? And then what if everybody switches from chocolate to Beyond Meat chocolate for 10 cents or whatever? You see what I'm saying? And then it starts this spiral downwards just because we destroyed the demand by prices going too high. That's what happened with real estate. Look at what happened to real estate in '08. Like, yes, there was a lot of things that happened, but as the thing started to crack, the prices of houses were way too high. Again, they were charging 10, 20 years ago for a shitty house in these random places. Yeah, they're expensive now, but I'm talking 20 years ago, it was even more money. And prices went too high. Eventually, even with the loans, or once the loans couldn't get there, people are like, I'm not buying at these prices. I can't. And then what happened? Prices of houses started to drop. And then the price of house started to drop so much, people are like, I'm going to wait a little bit more. And then some people were in trouble. They're like, oh, I can't afford it at these prices, or now I'm in trouble. They sell out lower and lower. And then boom, it started a fat spiral on the way down. So you had demand destruction, but it ended up leading into a bigger issue. So that's the craziness of all of it. But that's what we're talking about here. That's why I know some people don't like to hear, yeah, just let oil go up. Stop touching with it. Let the price go high. Literally, let the gas go to $10 a gallon. I know it sounds scary, but eventually you will get demand destruction. No one is going to force you to buy gas. And yes, you will have to do this. You'll find a way. Trust me. People used to carpool. Do you remember that? I don't know why everybody got so selfish nowadays. I remember in 08, 09, motherfuckers were carpooling. That was the shit right back then. When gas was really high back in the day, it's not like you didn't go to work. You just started saying, hey, I drive Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. You drive Tuesdays and Thursdays. And then we share a car with 18 people in it. You know what I'm saying? It's just that's what a lot of people will do. It's a very simple solution, but then eventually price will come down. Like I remember carpooling was the wave back in 08, 09. You would carpool everywhere. Even if you didn't need a carpool, you would carpool. You'd be like, I don't know. I just feel like we should all carpool today. Okay? And then be like, are we still trying to sell our Hummer H2? It's still for sale? Oh, nobody wants to buy the Hummer H2. Why not? I thought Americans love these 5 mile per gallon war vehicles. Oh, they got an EV one now? America. Okay. But you get what I'm saying. So at the end of the day, that's what's going on right now. But now, price controls or anything of that nature, SPR, it starts to limit. You're slowing down the point till we get to demand destruction. The idea is you slow it down to hopefully engineer a soft landing. But if you can't land it, this shit, and you do all those moves, you're going to pay for it on the back end. So demand destruction is really the key we're looking for, but it's scary and not scary at the same time. The good part is it would bring a lot of the shit we're complaining about down, even down to real estate or other things, but demand destruction would be good. But the bad part is you don't know what would happen. You don't know what sort of spiral it would lead to. If demand destruction, it will change people's behavior. And if people's behavior shifts and then it shifts for a long period, it could create a whole nother slowdown that we're not even discussing right now. Fascinating. It's a very fascinating concept. It's like you see it though. You guys got to see. Do you realize what demand destruction is? Here's the best part about it. You watch it every day. If you really think about it, it's every single meme stock, every single hype move. It's a bubble just in one. If you think about it, that's what demand destruction really is. Think about what happens when a stock starts running, right? It goes from $1 to $2. You're like, oh, it's up 100. I'll still buy it. Boom, it's on Reddit. Oh, it's on Wall Street Bet. Oh, whoa, they just got FDA. Boom, it goes $2 to $3. Everyone's like, oh my gosh, we got to keep getting this. Yo, look, everyone's talking about it. Oh my gosh, it just went $3 to $6. And then think about it. An hour ago, 2 hours ago, it was at $1. And now the stock's at $6. And then it goes to $9 and then $10. And then eventually it hits a point where, guess what? There's no demand at that price anymore. And once it gets to $10, $12, people are either selling out at that price, and then now the people willing to buy there, they don't want to, and then guess what? It goes from 10 to 8, and then it gets halted, and then it goes 8 to 6. And then by the time it's at 6, the guys who wanted to buy at 10, they're like, maybe I'll wait till it gets down to 5. And then boom, it's just all in one. That's it. It's just demand destruction just in a smaller time frame. So you're pretty familiar with it. Ghetto spreaded the way down. How does that affect my position going forward in oil? So I still got the B&Os. Those are near the monies. I have one ConocoPhillips play down. That was later stage. I sold the PSX, and I'm just going to wait till the premiums chill out, and I'm going to buy more oil. I'm going to buy more oil plays. So I'm probably going to go for ConocoPhillips and the other ones. This is going to play out months at a time because, again, them doing this action, it slows down demand destruction, and it confirms that they are anticipating a very necessary event to do this. Again, SPR releases, up until this year, it was very uncommon. In the last 20 or so years or longer, you've only had 2 separate instances of us dropping from the SPR. And the SPR was invented, ironically, because of what happened in 1973. So that's the funny part about all of it. But other than that, we only used it twice. There was only 2 other times that we were using the SPR. And now we've used it 4 times in 6 months. So it means we are, if they're breaking glass, it means something is coming up. And again, it makes a lot of sense here with Europe and what's going on. So that factoring in, them slowing down demand destruction, it's bullish, but we got to wait because the emotions and all the premiums and volatility, I think we'll get a better price. But the long-term view on oil, or even the midterm by the end of the year, nothing has changed. Nothing has changed, and we're not even in the hot season of oil. The CVE, I forgot about those. I still have those. I think, which one was it? And then we'll get you guys some Nancy. I think Nancy puts you all in a good mood. Yeah, I still have those. Those are down as well as the Conocos. But we'll play Nancy. Josh, 3 times? What do you mean? But if we play Nancy, just remember to control what you can't control. Okay? I don't see Nancy live. Presidentially directed emergency release has occurred 3 times in the history of the SPR. Oh, 3 times? Oh, 1991, then 05, and then 2011. They had a test sale. Wild. I don't see Yancey.
Vaccines on the chopping block.
Oh, she looks older today.
To you, and are you confident that this could get done by Easter recess?
I think what the Republicans are doing.
She's usually swaggy today, but she's not.
Either they don't care.
Okay.
Or they don't know.
Yeah, they don't know.
But it is wrong.
Yeah.
We must honor our force. We had a bigger package.
Oh yeah, get more. We should spend
15, that 5.
Yeah, 5. Let's do 10. So no, I feel you completely.
Stop the world. I want to get off.
I agree.
That's who they are. You don't know that, but that used to be.
Yeah, they don't know, but we know.
And so how can we say? We have pronounced, everyone knows, none of us safe unless all of us are safe. By the way, this is not enough money. We're going to even need more money. But because of I'm an appropriator, as you know, so that's my orientation, appropriations and intelligence. And appropriators left to their own devices can get this done. And they have ways of doing it. That is paid for. We agree. What should be paid for. But they will not accept the pay-fors that have been traditional in using budget outlays and the rest. This is shameful. And we have to get the money. It's not going to last this past probably June 1st. So for them to they're making statements saying, well, we don't see this as a problem. It's a problem. It's a shame.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, Jan.
Good morning. Thank you. We're going to have this bill on the floor soon about cannabis, legalization of cannabis.
Yeah.
As a mother and a grandmother, how do you feel about that? What are the concerns that other parents might have about this bill? I understand the merits of this, but what are the potential problems when some medical experts talk about the issues and the social issues that could contribute?
Well, this is the decriminalization of it. It's the decriminalization of it. And the fact is many states have already done that. And so this is consistent with what is happening in many states across the country. And it also addresses the injustices of it because of what penalties had been before some of this decriminalization took place. So I'm all for it. Look, there's so many discussions that have gone on over the years about the use of marijuana or cannabis or whatever. The fact is, it exists. It's being used. We've got to address how it is treated legally, and not in a way that mistreats people on the lower income scale. Not says if you're wealthy you can be engaged in all of this, But if you're not, there are barriers to you've been getting banking services in order to do it. So it's a fact of life that needed appropriate public policy to address it. Yes. Let me just see one of our regulars. Any regulars here? No. Yeah, okay.
You laid out some solutions that would have a long-term impact to bring gas prices down, but in terms of immediate relief for Americans in the short term, would you support the idea of something like gas checks, rebates, vouchers to Americans? And in that same vein, do you have concerns that if that were to happen, that would cause inflation to go even higher?
Well, let's just say, first of all, the main question had been, do you support a gas tax holiday? And that is immediate, and it has appeal. People understand it. There's going to be a reduction in the gas tax. That's the pro. The con is that the oil companies do not necessarily pass that on to the consumer. They haven't in the past. And so we're losing the money in the Highway Trust Fund because we've just taken that out. It goes to the oil companies. You cannot write a law that requires them to pass it on.
Why is she so happy about
That's
this?
just the way it is. I've tried every which way. You can have moral suasion, you could encourage, you can incentivize. You cannot require it. So we have a situation where there's money coming out of the Highway Trust Fund. It's going to the oil companies. They may not give it to the consumer, and it has to be paid for. So we're paying for something to give a break to the oil companies that isn't even going to the consumer. So that's the con. The pro is very showbiz. Okay, let's just do something, there it is. But it is not necessarily landing in the pocket of the consumer. It's taken out of the trust fund. We have to pay for that to return it. So that takes us to something else. How do you do that? Do you do it with a tax on production? Or, do you have the consumers pay for that? That is, so people are saying, well, how do we put the tax at the doorstep of the tax industry? So you took it to the right place. How do we help people directly? If you're going to have to pay for it, and you don't want it to come out of the trust fund, something could be a rebate card or a direct payment, and those are the things that are being considered. But some of the things that looked appealing in the beginning to some, if this were my caucus, one half the room would say, let's go with that, and the other half would say, well, wait a minute, it's not going, did you know it's not going to the consumer? So there are a number of approaches that are on the table. You're going to have let's hear what the president has to say today. That will be very important to us. What he has to say. He's going to talk about the SPRO to reduce it. He's going to talk about, we'll just hear what he has to say. Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Gas prices and what the president is going to say today. One of the things he's supposed to recommend is that Congress put fees on oil companies that don't utilize permits that already own. Is that something that you would support and implement here? And also, you're calling it the Putin gas hike, but gas prices started rising a year ago. So is all of this to blame on Putin, or are there others?
No, partially. I don't say it's all Putin, but it's partially.
Okay, good answer. Good answer. There you go. There you go.
But anyway, here's the thing. When the president makes his statement, I will comment on his statement. Okay, so thank you very much for your advanced knowledge of it, but I don't have that, and so I won't comment on it. But I do. Putin definitely contributed to this gas hike. So I'm not saying it's all his, no, but it's largely his. So when we talk about this, price of oil went down from 140 to 105. Have you seen it go down at the pump? Seems like it goes up when the price of oil goes up. It doesn't necessarily come down when it goes down.
Because it doubled from here.
Part of your question, there is, we have always said, use it or lose it. 9,000 permits exist for them to drill on land, on shore. And one of the things that I would say is that we want to fight inflation. The price of oil is an indicator, the price of gas at the pump is an indicator. Putin has exacerbated it. But we cannot allow the fossil fuel industry to use this as an excuse to reverse everything we're doing to save the planet. One of the things I think that the president may say, I don't have this as a fact, is that we will use the Defense Production Act to speed up diversification so that we're not so dependent on oil. One of the encouraging, many of the meetings that we had at Munich with leaders in Europe, either heads of state or the EU, or countries coming together, was about diversification. Everybody knows security and energy are linked. If you're dependent on a country like Russia, your security depends on your having that energy, but it also is a risk to your security to have somebody like a Putin call your shot. Secondly, in that regard, we are trying to supply as much as we can to backfill what people would not get from Russia should the countries decide they're not going to buy the oil from Russia. But what we heard that was so encouraging at all the meetings in Munich was diversification, diversification, diversification. We must stop being dependent on energy, not just oil, but other energy products from Russia. Same thing here, diversification. So again, we have a short-term problem, we have a long-term opportunity. We want to reduce the cost of the price at the pump. We would hope that there would be some relationship between the price of oil coming down, the president releasing the $1 million a day of the SPRO for the next 6 months, increases supply. Supply usually reduces cost. And now we'll just see how that is reflected. It costs a lot of money in California. If you drive around in California and see the cost, you think, how could this be when the price of oil has been coming down? So let's see what the president has to say. He's thought they have been so careful about what really results in lowering the price for that kitchen table that he's so famous for being concerned about.
Madam Speaker, do you agree with members of your caucus who are saying that Clarence Thomas should resign?
I don't think he should have ever been appointed, so let me take it back to there. I do thank you for your question. I'm not going to go to that, but I will say that in our HR 1, our bill to...
See, I ain't going to talk about that, but he sucked. You know what I'm saying?
For the Supreme Court to have a code of ethics. They have no code of ethics. And it's the Supreme Court of the United States. They're making judgments about the air we breathe and everything else, and we don't even know what their ethical standard is. So I would like to see that bill have a hearing, not the whole bill, but taking out that piece. We've already passed the whole bill, but to focus on the Supreme Court ethics standard legislation. I've talked to the committee about perhaps having a hearing on that pretty soon, so that the justice of the Supreme Court has to at least have a code of ethics, A, and B, why should they have lower standards than members of Congress in terms of reporting and the rest? So, I've heard people say from time to time, well, it's a personal decision of a judge as to whether he he should recuse himself. Well, if your wife is an admitted and proud contributor to a coup of our country, maybe you should weigh that in your ethical standards. Just one more, Jake.
Just on the two issues you talked about, gas prices and the chips, the innovation bill. What is your timeline? What do you see those two coming together?
Well, Mr. As you know, I'm very committee oriented, and there's some proposals that would have to go through the Energy and Commerce Committee. The chairman would rather do the bills after they have the hearings. So
After they have the oil CEOs in, you mean, or after they have the hearing on the bill? Or?
Yeah. That would be one. I mean, I'm not telling you his plan, but I'm just saying I would infer from his statement that would be one important date. And then chips are this. As I said, today the Senate did what they had to do. Then they send us the paper. We get it. We do what we do. We send it back to them today. They, at the beginning of next week, have their vote on how we go to conference, and then we start appointing conferees. So we could have a first, depending, I can't answer for the Senate, because next week they also, is my understanding, but I don't know this, just what I see in the local Metropolitan Journal, they may be doing the Supreme Court next week, justice confirmation. So if that's the case, then this, I don't know when this will come up there, but when they act, then we'll act, and we'll go to conference. So, but we have always been working to figure, what is it? Where do we have complete agreement? Where do we need some little reconciliation? Where do we have a big difference? Let's just, and we've been working on that for 4 months. So we're ready. We're ready. Everybody wants to be on the conference, so we'll just have to see, what the size of that is. It's pretty exciting because, again, it's the American Competes Act of 2022. Whether that remains the name at the end of the day, who knows? But what is true is that it's about the Competes Act is about America being independent and self-sufficient, and this is really a high priority for our president. And that's why when he talks about the Defense Production Act being implemented to make us less dependent on, really preparing us to save the planet, really, it happens to coincide with reducing our dependence on fossil fuels. But again, the immediate is to bring down that price. We want there to be no price gouging. We have other proposals that members have that relate to having the industry pay for whatever we have to put out there to alleviate the financial pain to America's working families. But there are plenty of good ideas, and I'll have to go back to my day job. It's lovely to be with you.
Will you go to Poland or the Ukrainian border? Will you go to Poland or the Ukrainian border?
Bro, that was the wildest exit ever. She's just like, I gotta go. She just left. That was an interesting Nancy speech. Let's see. That was cool. So again, we're gonna get that at like 1:30. I guess she was referring to with Biden in the plan. So it looks like they are gonna officially announce it today. I don't know if it's just jawboning. That's what we're waiting for. So we'll see. That was interesting. I was looking at the scanner. There was a couple of oil plays. We're still writing out everything. Today feels very slow. Is that just me? Does it feel kind of slow? I mean, it's been, 2 hours? We're roughly at the same spot. Everything is red again. First Solar's going up. Longeveron's moving too. First Solar's getting a pop. Biden should be at like 130 or something. FSR. U.S. to probe weather factories. That's the old one. SunPower spiked to session highs. Peter Farsi speaks during Analyst Day. Discussions with First Solar on residential panels. Jawboning is using your jawbone to affect finances. So they call jawbone where you just talk about something instead of actually doing it. So if you realize if the government talks about releasing oil, they could bring down the price of oil without ever doing it. That's what they did the first time. So before they even did the release, if you remember right here, they started talking about it. So here they started talking about it, but then they didn't release them until here. So they talked about it for 2 weeks and let people know, hey, this is what we're going to do. You know, we're about to release all this oil. You know what I'm saying? And then that's what happened. It comes down, but then once you actually get the release itself, then you actually have something. But yeah, First Solar Analyst Day. So that's why they're the CEO's making comments right now. So it's going up. Microsoft, low ticker and high ticker getting active right here. TSN on the high. Bubble. Auction was about the same. I think so. Nothing crazy with bonds so far. The 3-month auction, I think it came in normal. Again, the 3-month is the Fed, and it's already been a little bit high up there. The Walgreens options, no, they came up on the scanner, but I'm not in any of the Walgreens. The ones I got yesterday got clapped like fully. Let's see. No more Mr. Nice Guy. What's your Mr. Nice watch? Why not, man? Happy birthday. Thank you. It's not my birthday, but I appreciate it. You know, it's always good to be wished a happy birthday. So happy birthday to everybody out there, especially if it's your birthday. It's even better. You know what I'm saying? Trust the window. We got it, bro. We got it. It's the end of the quarter. Again, a lot of activity is going to come in there. Made the EXCs. Did the ones out of the money come up? The ones in the money are doing good. Even Abivi's actually killing it right now, too. Yeah, these ones are good. I mean, they're holding up good. Once we start getting 15, 20 on the bid, that'll be nice. But these will be back to break even. Again, these have a lot of time, and they account for earnings. So I'm already in the money on these ones, but EXC's been a nice slow one and even wilder one. 4U senators urge FTC to review Microsoft's proposed Activision deal. Yeah, U.S. senators pressure FCTC Activision merger. Activision's dumping off that. Interesting. Yeah, a little bit of a cheat lay. Remember, since it's a buyout, the options are already they're already pricing in a good majority of stuff. So keep that in mind. That's why if you go too far at the money, they'll seem cheap. But remember, unless the deal actually changes, you'll be restricted there. But it is moving right now. SPY, little pop. All right. Activision still dropping. Netflix urged by senators to limit vaping and smoking imagery. What? No way. Netflix. I don't know if Netflix is moving on that. Check Altria, maybe. Microsoft not having VWO clapped. All right, man. All right, I think it's time. Would you guys like it? I got a weird positive message for you today. You know? And it's 8:30 here. Please get some push-ups done. We need to do that too. We need to stretch our bodies a little bit, relax a little bit. You'll take it. But I got one for you. So let's just have a quick check-in right now. This is our daily attendance check-in. So if you could hear my voice, hit the thumbs up button. We are at 1,100 like resistance. I need your help. I cannot break it without you. I need you in the game. I need you focused. I need to know you hear my voice. Hit the thumbs up. I get hyped when people hear my voice. You know what I'm saying? It's hyped to know you got real life people here ready to go, ready to click. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? That's what we need. That's what we need, baby. So if you hear my voice, hit the thumbs up button. Just check in. Look at that right there. 200 people ready to go. Ready to go. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, my God. God bless you. So come on. If you hear my voice, hit that thumbs up button. No purchase necessary. Minimally invasive. Anybody could do it. Anybody could participate. If you in the game, that's it. If you not in the game, don't like the video. If you in the game, you like the video. That's it. That's all you got to do. You in the game, you like the video. That's all. Are you here or not? Are you really about that life or not? Like, what are you doing? You just listening? Are you really locked in? Do you really hear me? Come on, man. Let's go. Look at that. 400 people. Can we do 500? All I need is a couple more to check in, and we got 500 people locked in, loaded. That's all. I'll take 500. Come on. Yeah, hit it. Hit it. Make sure your like button works. A lot of people, it's broken. So if you click it, sometimes y'all haven't been, just you got the broken one. It happened. Oh, there you go, baby. All right. So, 1, you have a purpose. Don't let anybody play you. I love it. I know 500 people are hearing this, and I love to remind people you have a purpose, okay? Otherwise, you would have been born in a different time frame. Number 2, control what you can control. That's it. Don't waste your energy trying to control things that are outside of your control. All you can control is your behavior and your reaction, my friend, okay? You got that? Beautiful. Amen. So here's the weird one today. Here is your positive message. I want to give you 10 people who are all billionaires that literally started out just dirt poor. Just as a reminder. And you should see how these people went throughout their history or their career. And you should see where they started, how long it took them, and everything. I'm not going to go into that much depth, but I just want a reminder. Because I was thinking about Howard Schultz today, and then I was thinking about the Home Depot founder, and I don't know if you guys know these stories, but all of these guys, man, they were literally sleeping in cars, or they literally did not get their first start on Wall Street till they were like in their 40s. Oh, y'all don't feel me, man. So here it is. Oprah Winfrey, billionaire, started out poor. John Paul DeJoria, the Paul Mitchell Patron guy. Man, he was selling newspapers. He was selling newspaper and was working as a janitor selling shampoo door to door. Now he owns Patron. Francos Pinalat. He is the king of luxury retail. He is the guy who now owns Converse. Steve Biscotti. He was born in a working class American family. What does he do now? What does he do? Oh, he's the majority owner of the Baltimore Ravens. What did he do? He had a degree in liberal arts. But then I guess he wasn't as poor. No, he lived in a basement. There it goes. Larry Ellison, Oracle founder. You know Larry Ellison, right? Oh, come on. He literally worked odd jobs till like 1977, and I think he was that was after he dropped out of college. Nah, Jack Ma. I don't know about Jack Ma. Howard Schultz, baby. I love Howard Schultz's story. He has a good one. He even dropped out of college. He grew up in a housing complex. Oh, man. You know, he used to own the Seattle Supersonics, too. Fun fact, Ken Lingon, CEO, co-founder of Home Depot, baby. He literally, I think he took like a $300 loan to get everything popping. Mongeveron on the high, too. Oh, man. Do Wan Chong, founder of Forever 21. Ralph Lauren. And then ultimately George Soros, Holocaust survivor, kind of. He's a crazy story. But that's your positive message, man. You can name a lot of people, and I know you know a lot of these names or these companies, but you should go see how they were started. And they didn't start as easy as you thought they did. And it's not as if they all got there, with the same plan, the same path, and all of that. So God bless you, Chad. I feel like we're going to have a Chad name or maybe 20 of them on this list in the future, baby. So let's go, baby. Amen. That's your positive message. I love you all, Chad. Again, don't forget, you got a purpose. Shout out Longeveron James. He coming back. Man, that's I like that one. I do too. It's a good reminder. It's always a good reminder. On my first rental, Pakistan's Imran Khan says no confidence vote for set for Sunday. Monthly output fell 11 million barrels. That's not good. Longeveron just had to play defense. That's it. He got his FDA approval. That's it. It was just off season. That's all. This was the final. This was like the finals, and then it went into off season until we got FDA approval. That's big volume, bro. 70 million in volume now. Let's see. They like to limit them, but now that we have FDA approval, I think it could justify some more. But I'm just riding the original shares. No, Jivy. You're going to San Diego playing dodgeball and kickball. Be safe. It's pretty safe out here. I think it should be good weather. I have a lot of events this weekend that I got to be getting to. We got I have a birthday, and then I have to, I'm going to take my mom out. She's willing to go outside for the third time. So very, 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 very great moment here. So that's my weekend plan. We'll see anything else in the middle. Euro red. Isn't Euro closed now, apparently? I think they had like some daylight save. Everyone keeps saying it, but then every time I look up here, it's never like closed. Oh, no, the Germany and Canada are closed, but the FTSE 100 is still open. It closes in 10 minutes, though, I guess. Yeah. I guess that is the 8:30. We're back to 8:30 Euro close. Dude, time is so hard. Ring Mama answers to play dodgeball. I don't know if she's ever played dodgeball in her life. I don't know, but we still, we gotta ease her into getting outside. I don't know if she'd be down for throw it. She'd be like, no, sanitize the ball before you throw it every time. Longeveron got primary endpoint for phase 1. They said that they met the goal. Happy birthday to your friend. It's actually what's it called? Who is it? I don't know if I could tell you who it is. I'm trying to think of a way to say I don't want to disclose too much info. It's a very, very, very it's a family friend. Very good guy. His uncle. PPC plays down. It's down 50%. We kept that one small, but it's still down. I think that one, if we get volatility coming back, last 2 weeks we've only just went straight up. But if we get any down move, I think they might come back to life. But for now, they're still clapped. So it's your birthday. It's not my birthday. It is not my birthday. Anthem hitting the high. Moomoo's birthday. I think we missed Moomoo's birthday. IMMX, yeah, that one's down, but that one will move like Longeveron leading into it. I might grab more, but that one is clapped. Same chart as Longeveron. It's just chilling. Similar PRV news, but theirs wasn't as they're one step further away from it. ChargePoint, actionalerts.com buy. AMD, I'm not too sure. Where is it? ChargePoint is moving off that. Longeveron again. 1107, 68%. He's doing what he needs. At least he was chilling at like 15 though for a very long time. That's why I'm like, come on. This guy, he could be doing a lot more work, you know. Cost falling. Director William Burns tests positive for COVID. Do a face reveal on your birthday. Nah. If I was ever going to do a face reveal, I would make a completely different channel with a brand new name, and I wouldn't tell anybody about it. And I would just post my face on there until people realized it. That's the only way I could do a face reveal. I might have already did it. It might already exist. You never know. But that's how we do it. You know what I'm saying? No, I would keep the same voice. It would be confusing as hell. It would just be a random name. Just a random name. I would do like celebrity videos or something. You wouldn't even have any idea. I might have already done it. You know, it might be out there. It might be out there. Who knows? I saw your face when you coin flip. Do I look good? Like, you think I look good? Like, you think, like, am I being too hard on myself? Like, you think I got it like that or what? Now, if you've seen it, I figured I'd ask. Honest opinion. I'm actually Jerome Powell. Cat's out the bag. Oh, you guys are too nice. You guys are too nice. Should I take this sponsorship and get the free hair procedure? Or what? Somebody started bringing up the hairline real quick. I said, y'all brought up the hairline real quick. They didn't even hesitate. You already got me thinking. I'm 6'5". My name is Jerome Pitt. That's just who I am. I thought I'd stop. You know, that's it. If you don't know, I'm 6'5", 6'7" on a good day. My name is Jerome Pitt. When we take Colt phone interviews, we'll do the 11 out of 11. I mean, whenever it's chill. I mean, today, if we don't do a PHILO or anything, I got a PHILO, but we'll see what the market does. But if, you know, on a slower day or if we don't have a PHILO, I mean, I'm down. We did it a couple weeks ago. It was fun. I really enjoyed it. I missed it. So any time, I'm open to it. Yeah, Longeveron's going crazy now. Do the ghetto lockup on Robinhood. Remember, this is a very, very low float trade. So I did that this morning. I put in good till cancel order, $100 limit. This is like the bottom end. It might top out at like $15 today, though. If it goes past that, that'll be good, but it still has a long way to go there. I had a dream I met you at a gas station, but you could only see your legs. As you realize, this is wild. Like, I know it's you. Why are your legs so small? Josh, get back in the gym. Yeah, Longeveron, it doubled. It's nice. 73%, not bad. Yeah, Bob is still, bro, slow day. UXC, let's check oil. But I got in early. We got in really early, and we've just been riding it out. It's just patience. That one, it took like what, 6 months for another pop. True car, is that still clapped? That dream never came true, but it might. I don't know. I always keep the faith, bro. Always keep. It's actually not that bad on this chart. On the 100-day, it just needs to get back up to these levels. Scammers. Abivai on the high again. Jeez. Where's Costco too? Yeah, Abivai 164. Costco's still up. What was the other one? Again, grab one more. Hershey's. Yeah, Hershey's is coming up. That one has a fat spread, though. So just watch out for that one. Oh, no, they calmed him down. JBT on the high. UK adds 3 entities to Russia's sanction list. I called it Abivai in a meeting yesterday. Oh, man. Tomorrow's economic data, the jobs report. I mean, today could have been a big one, but it didn't come in surprised. Like the PCE came in slightly below, if anything. But it is the jobs report can have some impact. What we want to look for is either overheating economy, signs of inflation, and then signs that could affect the Fed and dictate what they're going to do. Abivai is a way better name. It's a way better name. 100%. Abivai's correct pronunciation is Abvi. I still might be saying it wrong, but it's Abvi. Or Abivai if you're a real one. You know what I'm saying? Don't conform. You don't need to conform. You know what I'm saying? Don't let them play you. Don't let them play you, man. It's Abvi. Abvi. Or Abivai. Again. MO or PM. I like MO better, but PM's doing pretty good right now. I said Abivai in an interview, and I think that's why I didn't get it. No, you were underqualified. Okay, don't blame that. No, I'm kidding. It could happen. People take pronunciation very seriously. It's a very serious topic to some people. Walgreens. It is. I mean, Walgreens yield, is that corn on the high? What is that? Yeah, corn. Oh shit, that has to be the harvest report. Yep, harvest report came out. Oh shit, how much did I just make on that one? I just made $1,000 off that pop there with the future. It came back. Corn is rocketing. Yo, here it is. All right, let's see. Spring. I need to check against the expectations here. I have the numbers, but I don't know what they were expected against. Yeah, but agriculture numbers came out. Soybean, 90 million acres. Corn, 89 million acres, USDA. Wheat, 1,000 bushels. Corn, 7,800 bushels. I need a summary. All right, here it is. Here's one of them. The following from the Bloomberg. Corn, 99. 89. Average is 92, and we're below. So corn stocks dropped. Soybeans increased. Wheat is below average, and then slightly above last year. And then cotton came up. So it just looks like the planting numbers aren't too, they're not going too crazy. And then here, okay, soybean stocks. Here, it's all coming in right now. Corn planting, 89 versus 93. So they were planting a lot less than last year. Spring wheat, 11.2 versus 11.4 last year. Soybean, 91 versus 87. Rice, 2.5 versus 2.5. All wheat, 47.4 versus 46.7. And then wheat stocks. Oh, wow. Wheat bushels, 30% down from last year. Corn is up. And then soybeans is up. But wheat bushels, wheat stocks are down 30% roughly compared to 2021. So that's bullish for wheat, bullish for corn. Soybeans may come down. But we have 30% less wheat in the bushel. So corn is coming down off that. Wheat is already back up there. It's not too crazy. It's not bad, but you have to realize it. It's like, that's not that bad. It's like nothing scary. You have no inventory levels at scary points. But it's just, again, if by the next plant, you know what I'm saying? As this data comes down, the trajectory is already, it looks like we're planting a lot more soybeans. We have a lot less wheat, but we're planting slightly more. And then we have more corn in stock, but we're planting a lot less corn. So it's their corn. No, corn's up pretty good right now. It's coming back down, but so is a lot of them. But the initial algo response is pretty big, 2.5%. I mean, it just hit 770, which is wild. Longeveron coming up again. Corn pop. Surges with farmers to plant less. Yeah, they're planting less. Inventories are good. It seems like we're planting the same amount of wheat, but inventories dropped heavily. And then we're planting the less corn than soy for the first time since 2018. Little pop and drop. No, I'm in the corn future. I just went up 1,000 and it just came down. I'm up like $500. So I lost half the gains, but I was down on it. Remember, I was down $2,000 on it the first day. But we'll see. This will be the pop and drop. See how it plays out. But for the most part, it does. I mean, the numbers, they weren't scary, but they weren't good. It's good for soybeans. I think soybeans is now, that might be down. Yeah, soybeans, everyone's trying to plant soy right now, surprisingly. So even then, people didn't rush to plant wheat, which is why it's up. Same amount of wheat, less inventory, and then corn they're planting less of. Intel low of the day. Some things are kind of coming down. McKesson on the high, or McCormick. BKI, a couple things running. SPY's right back at VWAP, kind of tilting down, but a couple names are moving. Inventories on agriculture products just came down. Reverse gain in Chicago on high and planting estimates. Soybean record 91 million acres of soybean plants. I think these reports come out monthly. There's weekly ones, but I believe it's once a month. Or it could be weekly, though. This is end of the month, so this is saying this is up to date. This is corn for March 31st. So this is what we're dealing with actually right now. But let's see. I'm still in that future. If it goes crazy, that one could be fun. Or no. But let's see. There's wheat back down again. Wheat's an interesting one. Inventory's down, but then they're planting just the same amount roughly. Corn, though, is wild. They're literally planting less corn than ever. Again, usually you would have more soybeans than corn planted. Again, watch out because, I mean, any commodity, if these commodity gains continue and then oil goes up, but even food goes up, we might get clapped a little bit. Why wheat isn't like, because wheat's still like in the same position and we're still waiting on what's going on overseas as well as looking at the Black Sea. But even for us domestically, it's just like if the next data reports are bad, wheat will get very bad very soon if that continues. But we'll see. Again, the whole idea here is we've been waiting and watching prices. We're trying to find out the equilibrium of pricing because, depending on the price of wheat, corn, and all of that, farmers will change their behavior. So what we're noticing is that everyone's rushing into soy right now, but they're getting out of corn, and then it's like everyone's still kind of waiting for wheat. That's my interpretation of it. Maybe we will talk to Sal, or let's give it another month, and we'll check back in with Sal and we'll see. But for the most part, it seems like we're slowly inching the way down this road, but it's not today. It wasn't a bad report, but it does, definitely that pop there in corn highlights something. Tesla extends Shanghai plant closure through Saturday, but corn isn't everything. Yes, and we're planting less of it, but then again, don't forget there's substitutes for other things. I mean, corn, I don't know if you could substitute it with its impact on ethanol and stuff like that, but for protein and feed and all that, that's the key. Next report, it'll either be in one week or 2 weeks, I think. Yeah, corn futures rocketing. They're coming back up. So it's back up to 700 on that one. We'll see. Again, you'll see like each tick, you make a different amount of money. I mean, remember, this is highly levered. This is like a $60,000 position on corn. So it's just like I think it's $25 for every point or every dollar or something like that. But that's if corn breaks out past the highs. I mean, watch other things to kind of relax. So here, there's a lot more data. This is corn by state. So total U.S., like we even planted less than 2020. Damn. So Iowa, you could see who's planting more or less. Georgia's planting the same amount. The bigger producers, Iowa, they're planting less. Illinois, they're planting less. Nebraska, everybody is just less than 2000 or 2020. South Dakota picked up corn production. They've been doubling up. Kansas is lower. Indiana, let's see if just anybody picked it up. Arkansas and North Carolina, not really. Tennessee. Very interesting. And Egypt wheat imports, that was yesterday. They fell to 9-month low. All right, 9 a.m. I'm trying to see. I need to get the next date for that. But remember, we talked about this yesterday. This is what I was saying. Volatility. Well, again, we brought this release. We brought it up as an example. So hopefully you guys get to watch it come to life and see how that plays out. But again, these are fundamental. Whatever is going on, if you haven't noticed, commodities, they've been operating in their own little world. If you haven't picked up on that. So that's what we're saying, when things do get volatile, that's where you can get some opportunities. How much did the corn future cost? It's a margin requirement, but it costs the whole amount. I only had to put $5,000 a margin, but if that play, like I could lose $60,000 if it goes down. Futures are very risky. You have to have the leverage with it. Again, you could trade the mini one. I traded a mini one at first to like kind of, see how it would fluctuate. I wanted to buy one of the mini ones towards the high. And that one, I'm actually up on it, but this one's a lot smaller. You could lower your positioning by a while. But again, I would learn how to trade the futures, but just be very, very cautious with how they play out. Again, it's a lot of leverage and a lot of things can go wrong. I hit the Xbox app instead of TD Ameritrade. They're both green. Yeah, corn is looking great. Corn pump. We'll see if it keeps going. Corn contracts were crazy. I mean, 3% in one candle is wicked. And then if it goes past 770, it gets nuts. I was like, I was like, what is this guy sending me? It's loud inside. Oh, he's talking about the house. We found one. I found a potential compound. Problem is, I think 4 of the 5 units are already rented out. But then once their leases are up, if we get them out, we will have a cult compound. We'll see. I'm going to put an offer in today, hopefully. But more news on the way. Shout out to wheat. Shout out to corn. And I need to make sure it has the, we're going to see. We're talking to people on it. I need to make sure it has the right, what's it called? Make sure that it has the right, the right, like, zoning. Because there's, like, a weird zoning to it. And that's why I want the house. Because if it has the zoning I'm looking for, we could do a lot. Yeah, let me see. But Lending Tip said it's loud. How are the non-farms correlated to wheat? They won't be. There's not. Again, this is fundamental. This is what everyone's been waiting for. And then any of the data that comes in, everybody is going to be looking for what the inventories. Again, remember, just like we had with the conversation with Sal, with everything else, we've been going through it, and it's just all about these events of timing. Do people plant it? How much gets planted? How much is the inventory? These are just the fundamental drivers of it. Commodities and farmers, they don't care about stuff like the NASDAQ. It's not like the stock market. So it's like these are all reacting to the fundamental things going on. So the jobs report wouldn't have an effect on this. The data came out today for wheat too. So they're planting the same amount of wheat in America, but we have 30% less inventory. So that's why wheat's going up. It wasn't bad, but now the lower inventory goes. Remember what Sal said, when you start getting lower and lower inventory, people start to freak out. Soybeans went down because inventory is low, but then they planted more wheat than corn. We've never done that since 2018, and the only time before that, it's just very, very rare. I think the other time was like 2010, I think, the other food crisis thing. And then now we planted a lot less corn, and that's why corn is rocketing up right there. Is that with the window open? Damn, you can hear this shit. You can hear the road. Hold on. Damn. Because wheat and corn going up. It could be, but for a little bit, not too much. I mean, if the commodities really run, it'll start clapping things. Bro, this is loud. Oh, the windows are open. Damn. That would suck. If it's too loud, it might not work. That makes sense why it's a good deal. Switch provider. If you haven't got any of the stream alerts in the last 2 days, send an email. especially if you switch providers or anything else. President Biden responded to Putin's price hike at the pump. Putin's price hike? At least Nancy says, she's like, it's not entirely his fault. You love the noise? Well, if we turn it to a cult compound and then we stream from there, you're just going to hear the road. It's going to go... I hate street noise. I don't know why. I could get used to it, but and then I just know you guys will complain. So it'll be limited cult compound. We wouldn't be able to have any live sessions from there. Apple, we're coming down a little bit. Again, the corn news just got pretty big. We'll see if it continues. It wasn't able to break past 770. Where does that put them, actually, on the daily? Yeah, 770 is high. I mean, the highest we went was 780. Maybe tomorrow or the next coming days, honestly. Because if this changes the momentum and it's starting to pick up from here, but we'll see as everybody digests it. They're calling it Putin's price hike. Well, that's unfortunate. Street noises, corn. Walgreens, I don't know why people sold. I mean, I'm sure I could look around a little bit and we'll see. You know, Walgreens, people get picky with the CEO, the margins, the plan, all of that. Warren and Schumer and others send letter on student loan debt. They said they had to spend $130 more on payroll. I bought some Walgreens. So you're going with the put? No, I don't know what that means. Going long on whiskey since corn makes whiskey. That's a good one. I don't think they have whiskey futures. Surprisingly, Longevron's still holding up. That one's great. They're factoring some employment in running estimates. My dog's name is Whiskey. How can they erase student loan debt? Does the government would technically pay it off. But that's it. I mean, again, the whole issue, I mean, it all boils down to just government spending and also society willing to spend money. And just like ever since the pandemic, we like flew over the edge. And everybody is now cool with spending money, and the amounts that we spend are just ridiculously high. So, that's all it is. Baba getting low. The plays are like slowly ticking up, but nothing too crazy. Again, that's how the Baba plays move weird. They're up 5%. And we got them, I think, like one of the earlier moves. What's the difference from that to the big bank bailout? If college students had loans and they didn't have assistance, it wouldn't lead to a financial collapse. So sadly, that's the big difference. Again, the whole too big to fail notion. Happy birthday, Mr. Josh. And thank you. Thank you. It's not my birthday, but thank you. I mean, student loan forgiveness before midterms, it'll be great for the Democrats if they get it done. I mean, shit, I'm kind of down with it at this point. I don't like all this spending, but it's like at least give us something that was promised and at least help some people out. I mean, shit, gas prices are high. You know, they didn't really follow through on much. So I'm like, all right, man, just get, you know what, we should. They said they were going to do it. Let's get it. All right, how many trillion? That's fine. That's fine, I guess. Wheat's still moving, but the ETF lower. Corn's coming back down. Nah, wheat's coming down. Futures are coming down. Russian ETF. I don't think the Russian ETFs are coming back. I don't think anytime soon we're going to see a Russia ETF. Hershey's at the high again, but the play's chilled out. Another milestone taker, baby. Thanks, Josh, for your wisdom and mods in the chat. God is good or nah. Amen. Amen. That's one of the main reasons people wanted him. I mean, it was a big campaign promise. So that's why I'm like, at the very least, I would like to see that followed through with just because it would help people. You know, it's not, obviously, we're already too far gone. I mean, quite frankly, if we're going to send hundreds of millions, billions of dollars elsewhere, we might as well pay off. I don't know. How much is the student loan? Is it like $1 trillion or is it less than $1 trillion? Is it more or less than $1 trillion, all student debt? I'm sure I could figure this out if I wanted to look. $1.6 trillion. Okay, it's a bag. Yeah, 1.6 trillion. People signed up for that loan. I didn't. Well, yeah, I agree. It's not fair, but I'm putting it into the context now of, I mean, how much money have you guys looked at the budget? I don't know. Like, it's just at the end of the day, we're spending a lot more money on stuff you don't even know about. I'd rather at least if something went straight to an American consumer, or at least a portion of it, rather than going to this organization, this one here, this one there, stuff we don't know. Like, it's just. Who pays for it? Taxpayer pays for it. Everybody pays for it. You pay. If you haven't noticed in the last 2 years, you have paid for every stimulus check. Again, look at the price of everything. We've all paid. Everybody pays for it already. But it's the point. It's either the government stops spending recklessly or they don't. So at the very least, my logic is if you're already spending recklessly then, and it's no sign of stopping, you might as well hook up your people before having them have to pay for the same stuff and still not have any of the benefits. How can you cancel and keep paying? That's it would create some moral hazard, because then at that point, if it was going to happen, why not just take a loan out? And that's how we had the East Asian financial crisis in the 80s. I like the idea of helping out people. It often enables more bad behaviors. I feel you. It's a good take. The spending, that's it. I'm just government spending. It's either we're going to spend more than we make or we're not. That's it. And if we keep doing it, and everybody is okay with it, I mean, it leads to majority of the problems we have. So it's just like, even then, it's not about even go pay for whatever you want. The point is, we are approving bunches of money that just genuinely we don't have, and we keep that process up at these numbers. It's wicked. XLF dumping. Yeah, SPY's coming down. That would make sense. If financials, yeah, those are the only things at the low. Good call out. Energy's leading, utility, real estate, financials, communications, and tech. But financials are worse than tech right now. Hong Kong's freedom diminishing amid Chinese rule. Blinken. Time is it? 9:30. We're coming towards the low. Baba at the lows. Lowe's hasn't hit the lows. It's Hershey. Hershey's is a good one. Fat deja vu right now. Meme stock safe. I don't know. The BABA contracts are always weird. They're kind of coming up right now. NTR is back up. The screen setup, I just get E-Trade Pro, and then I use the classic charts. I just 4 charts and then a high-low ticker. Super simple. Why are we running down? I mean, banks are coming down. The crop report wasn't that good. I mean, commodities kind of surged a little bit, but they've tempered. And then right now, I mean, the bonds are up, stocks are down. It's kind of been like this all day. It's been a very slow and tight move. I mean, nothing. It's not really that crazy. And even then, most of the headlines haven't been crazy. We did get the what's it called? The Biden thing, and we're gonna hear from him to make it official with the SPR, but that's about it. Yeah, U.S. issues new reports criticizing China's actions in Hong Kong are undermining city's competitiveness. We're not coming down at all. I mean, if you think about it, we haven't broken 457. So we haven't broken, or we're a little bit below there, but we haven't broken the, get to the 455 level. I mean, yes, this was the lows of yesterday. So we haven't even came back to the Monday, the fake peace hype close. You remember that? Where we're right back down. We're still above the Monday level. So it's not that bad. It's very small. I think everybody's we're going to take the oil info. We're still waiting on the next steps, the fundamental information that's coming out, whether it's crop reports or it's, again, the jobs report that's coming out, and then people are going to see what happens with oil. Is there anything else that changes in the meantime? Do we get any economic data that hints at inflation? Or even then, that's like with the commodities. Think about it. That crop report came out. We watched a lot of impacts on commodities over the last couple of days, especially agriculture, or the last couple of weeks. And now the data fundamentally is showing the direction things are going in. So if anything, I probably think that'll be the next step we're waiting for the broader market. But we will see. We are prone and sensitive to respond to any Russia-Ukraine headlines. So wherever that goes, and then wherever commodity goes, and then how people factor that into the Fed and that whole little circle cycle. Bank of Japan yield curve, that could affect risk in European equities if it fails. I mean, if Japan no longer becomes a safe haven, that will just be one more problem we have to deal with. So, because usually it's worked, but pretty much like if you've been following Japan in the last coming days, the yen hasn't been a safe haven. The bond, they didn't step in, and then they are stepping in. But the point with Japan is it will just create one more bigger problem originating out there in East Asia, and it wouldn't be good. But it wouldn't I don't think it would factor in anything crazy, but it would impact oil stuff, currencies, all of that, and that's the problem. I mean, really, just you don't want that destabilization, let alone failure of a monetary policy plan that they've been going after. Japan will ask Asian nations to participate in a new supply chain framework to prevent shortage of semiconductors. All foreign aircraft in Russia have been entered into Russian register and will remain in Russia. Deputy Minister, I forgot who it was. There's a lease company that's public, and they got $2 billion of planes there. Now, Swiss franc is stable. Swiss franc is acting like a safe haven, but they're trying to weaken it. So the head of the Swiss bank, they want the currency to be weakened because it's getting too strong, actually. So, in the midst of all this, the Swiss franc has been amazingly strong as you would expect, but it even kept getting stronger. So they were even, I don't know if they were jawboning and talked about it or they actually did it, but they're actually trying to weaken the Swiss franc right now. The Swiss government is. Air Lease, I think that's who it is. Yeah, AL. I think they have 2 million or 2 billion of planes out of the 10 billion that are there. So they're 20% of the exposure. U.S. antitrust chiefs pledge crackdown on gatekeeper tech giants. Next is on the high. Next decade. Amen. What a day. What a day. Just a nice slow day with the Chad. A lot on the table. Anything could happen. Hopefully you're having a good day, huh? So why would they want to weaken it exactly? To be competitive or exports or something else deeper? All around. I mean, again, strong currencies are dope until they're not. Again, you run a deflation. You run deflation risk. Again, if your currency gets too strong, it's not good because, again, what's going to happen? Imagine people have jobs and people agree on certain prices and all of that. So if prices go lower, your currency gets stronger, eventually you're going to actually get paid less. And then if it reverts back to it, it's a problem again. And then, loans and borrowing, you have a problem. The stronger your currency gets, the more you're paying on any debt. Remember, that's why when April 2020, I put out a video, we said, let's get rich off inflation. And we said the people with first access to the money win. What do you do when there's a lot of inflation? If your currency is getting weak, borrow money. Go loan out a bunch of money. Why? Because if the currency is going to inflate and become weaker, all the debt you pay back, you're paying back less and less and less and less. So now, literally, all the debt I amassed on real estate, buying all of these houses in the last just 2 years alone, all of the loans I took 2 years ago, I'm paying dollars, but my dollar gets me a lot less. So if I borrow $2 million, $1 million on a property, and I'm paying back, X amount per month, it's like that money doesn't even get me that much anymore. So it's actually the money was cheaper. But what happens if the currency strengthens? Now flip that around. Let's say the currency skyrockets in value, and now you get deflation and prices come down. But then you borrow money, and now you have a $2,000 mortgage payment. But now the currency gets you $2,000 gets you double, or it gets you 30% more, right? Then what ends up happening? You are now paying back more, even though it's the same nominal value. right? Like they like to say you're making more money right now. They're like, wow, no one's ever made this much money. Real incomes are down because prices. So there's nominal and real. If the currency strengthens aggressively, all of your loans, you're paying back way more. And then if they have to renegotiate your wages with a job in a couple of years and the currency's stronger, your wages are going to go down because the currency's stronger, but then your debt stays the same because debt is fixed unless it's variable. And then now you're getting paid less and then you're paying more money, stronger currency for the debts that you do have. So that's why I've always said deflation and strong currencies are scarier than not. So it's never good. No, it's good to a period, right? People like a strong currency. You could buy more. It's cheaper to import, and you could still be somewhat competitive. You could still take out loans. And then imagine if the currency strengthened a little bit, and then it goes up there, then you're good to go. Because then it's not hurting your loans, not too much. But if it gets compounded, if it compounds strength, that's where you have a problem. Because then if it just gets stronger and stronger and stronger and you can't tame the beast, then all of those problems we talked about occur. Starbucks on the high. See, that was coming into this year. So this is a 5-year chart. You can see there was a lot of stability with the currency, and then what started happening here coming into 2020, it got lower, and then 2021 it was weak, and then they tried to intervene with it a little bit. They didn't want that, but now any of the moments it starts slipping below here, this is the lowest it's been in like 5-10 years. Anything at these start to get you to very, very low prices. So they want this Swiss franc to be more stable. They want this chart to what's it called? To go up, if anything. They want it to be weakened and not going down would be strengthening. Because right now, $1 gets you 0.92 of a Swiss franc. That means you're not even getting a full Swiss franc for every dollar. You're getting about 8% less. And then just at the beginning of the year, not too long ago, or where that was 2020, it was at 0.8. 2015, this was the first Russia oil stuff. Oil dropped heavily. So January, December, this is when oil was dropping. This was Ukraine or Crimea. It happened once in the beginning of 2014, like right here. That was the first invasion of Crimea. And then our sanctions came in around October, and that's when oil started dropping. Rosatom says Russians giving back control of Chernobyl. But yeah. The Swiss franc's an interesting case. We'll see. It's not too bad yet, but if that thing gets stronger, it actually could turn into a problem, especially with everything going on in Europe. Do I need Swiss francs to buy truffle honey? Nah, bro. We could get it. I got the plug. I use my girlfriend to get me mad Swiss products. Yeah, bro, have you ever had truffle honey from Swiss? And then have you ever had like the real Swiss cheese? And then you put it in the truffle honey. Oh my gosh, bro, it's crazy. And then it's the best gift ever. That's all I give out now. You know that? I give it to lending tips. My friend got married. I gave it to them. I just get them Swiss cheese. Bro, Americans get real Swiss cheese. Y'all trip out. It's crazy. Y'all trip out. I love it. It's the funniest thing ever. You'll eat it all in one. That's all you got to do. You get people. Oh my gosh, it's great. It is an experience. I freaked out the first time I had it. No, like the real, we have weird cheese here. I didn't realize it until I had real cheese from Switzerland. Yeah, it's wild. It's like wild. Our cows are mutants. Mutant cows, NFT? What? No? Okay. Yeah, Starbucks is on the high. That one's an interesting one. SPY's kind of bouncing around. It didn't flush through there. So we'll see what happens. You know, some cows eat Skittles. That sounds like a good life. What flavor? Carbo? I've not got the carbo yet, but you know what we should do, ladies and gentlemen? We should do push-ups. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watches main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for 3.5 hours. We got 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. You can't do 10 to do 5. Can't do 5 to do 4. Can't do 4 to do 2. Can't do 2 to do 1. Can't do 1. Get on your knees. Do a push-up, plank the worm. Anything. But get the body moving. Then, optometrist recommendations. Stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. Oh, I needed that one. Oh, man, I'm crying. Oh, wow. It's beautiful. Woo! Feel good, don't it? Feel good, don't it? Oh, wow, that's amazing. I feel great. I like it. I like it. I like it. So there you go. Relax that. Now drop the shoulders. Relax the shoulders. No one's attacking you. You are just listening to my beautiful voice. So you are okay. So relax. Relax the shoulders. Drop them. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. And boom, baby. You looking good right now. I ain't gonna lie to you. You look good. Has anybody told you that you look good? Like you look like you making progress. You look taller. Honestly, you look taller. You got like a glow. Like, I don't know. There's like a glow about you. It's like you're glowing. I don't know. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like, you look good. Go look in the mirror right now with that chest to the sun. Like, it looks good, bro. It looks good. I'm serious. I don't want to make it weird for you, but I'm just saying it looks good. It looks good. You know, it's really like seriously. Like, look at you, man. Sorry, I'm staring. My bad. Anyways, legs in front of you, though. Not wrapped behind your computer chair. You are not riding a dolphin. So legs in front of you, chest to the sun. Boom. Just like that. Now, finally, relax the jaw. Breathe in really deep. Breathe out with your tongue out. Do the dragon breath. Go. There it is. Oh, there you go. We got 20 on the ask now. Finally. So we're up on the average down now. These ones are up 120%. So run it, EXC. Run it. Now let's go. That's kind of weird, Josh. I showered and I'm naked. It's only as weird if you want to make it weird. And I'm only speaking on experience of walking into the LA Fitness gym. Some of y'all are wild. Honestly, if you are above the age of 50 years old, can you explain to me why y'all getting so naked in the LA Fitness gym all the time? Can y'all chill out for a second? You know what I'm saying? How come is that what I'm going to do when I'm old? Like once I hit 50 or 60, am I going to just be like walking around the LA Fitness gym just like without a care in the world? I don't know why they do that, bro. I don't know why they do that. I'm like, yo, bro, like, chill. Like, you know what I'm talking about. Like, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It's like they're unnecessary. It's like you, bro, like, you're not even, like, you don't even need to go shower right now. Like, what are you doing? And you've been here for, like, 20 minutes. It's wild, bro. Like, honest, I respect it, though, because I'm like, the confidence level of some of these people in the gym, it's just like, yo. But I don't know. I feel like it's an age thing. I feel like you just hit like 50, 60, and you're like, I think I should just get fully naked in the gym every day and walk around the shower room and just, that's it. I feel like they do that. Hey, they got no respect for towels. It's like, I don't know. It's like the towels came from Russia or something, and there's like an embargo or something. I don't know what it is. And then why are y'all taking such massive dumps in the gym anyways? Like, y'all don't do that before you go? I have a list of complaints now that we're already here. because I never understood. I'm like, the bathroom gyms are so nasty, and then I'll walk in sometimes, and I'll be like, oh my gosh. And I'm like, who went in there and did that? Like, how did you feel comfortable enough in that environment to just lay one down? And then, like it's a dirty gym. Like, was like, well, you didn't go home or before you got there? Man, that's crazy. Like, I don't know, man. Get it off your chest. We'll just start with those two for now. Nah, I would walk out of the gym before I took a dump in a gym. That's all I'm trying to say. Like, if I hit that pre-workout, and I got to the gym, I'm like 2 sets in, and then the stomach starts grumbling. It's like, I'm not like, yo, let me use this sauna, steam, sweaty, naked gym to take my dump. No, it's like, I'm going home. I could come back in. The gym membership is not like, they punch your ticket and you can't walk back in. It's like, nah, it's like, I'll come back. This may, what's yours is yours. Anyways, my bad. I've been to the gym a lot and I've seen a lot of things, and I never had the opportunity to discuss it with anybody. So thank you for being there for me. You just hating, dude. I'm sorry. This guy, he's like, you just hating, Josh. This guy's been taking dumps at the gym for like 4 years now. And he's like, what? It's actually quite relaxing to take a shower at the gym and just walk around and air dry for a little bit. Hater. Sorry. It's fine. If you meet that criteria, I'm not judging you. It's really, I've just had specific examples. That's it. Are you ready for this? I don't know if you guys are going to like this one or not. Are you ready? Here's a headline. Demand for second homes in the U.S. is plummeting with mortgage rates at the highest since late 2018. Did you hear that? Demand for second homes. That's the one. It was like when Biden was like, I had 3 homes or whatever. So second home demand, not first home, second home. Damn. That's interesting. It is. Well, that's good though. Honestly, that'll help the first home buyer demand. Like, in the sense, now if you don't have to deal with these people going for their second house, these awful real estate people who just buy houses, you don't have to deal with the scum of the earth. You know what I'm saying? I hate those people. Right? Wait, you buy? No. Listen, if you talk negatively about what other people are doing, it helps hide what you're actually doing. Okay? I'm just giving you mass media 101. Okay? So that's why, like, all these bad people buying houses, driving the market up. Man, awful people. Awful people. Not the Colts. Nah, not the Colt. I mean, you guys had a head start. That's at the end of the day. And when we really look at real estate, we've been talking about this for at least like 3 years. I remember it was 2019. I put out that video and I just told you guys, go buy a cheap house. I don't know if anybody I've showed it before. We've had this talk. So it's like, it's been a couple of years at this point. So it's like, if you haven't gotten it yet, don't worry. Your opportunity will be there. But it's still, it's like crazy to think that before you know it, so much time has already gone by. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's already been three years, almost 4 years now. So a lot has already changed then. So it's like, you got to view it from that lens that things have moved and changed from then too. So it's like, if you haven't gotten it yet, don't worry. I mean, you had your opportunity. We could only control what we could control. But now it's like, we're looking at prices in a whole different fashion than we ever have. Bought my first house 3 years ago because of you, Josh. Amen, man. That's good to hear. And that's what we want. And I hope it's proven to be I hope it's been a good journey and you've been rewarded for it. Liquidity building on Longeveron. It's looking really good. Again, Longeveron, I just don't want it to do its like flush, but the volume is crazy. That's what you got to realize. With it being up this much and doing now as much volume as those 2 days, it's very, very good. Got my first property last year, baby. Got that off market under contract. See, there you go. And even then, I mean, stay hunting. Stay hunting. How can one get started if they have low income? There's a lot, and I project that there's going to be a lot more. Honestly, I think even at this point, even if you feel like it's too late, I mean, what Lending Tips was talking about the other day, I really do think you're going to see that soon. Sooner than not. They're going to start giving more subsidies, but there's already a lot of programs that exist. Like if you could do FHA, if you're a veteran, all of that, it's actually more affordable than you think. Or there's another one. Like I sent a property to Zach the other day, and it was, I said worse. It's just if you get something cheap. I don't know how some of you would be willing. I don't know if you could, if you would be willing to like buy. You could either rent it out or you could live in it. This one you could have rented it out, but it was like a $170,000 condo, and to get the, or no, it was $160,000 to get the loan. It's like I think it was $24,000 down, and then the monthly payment would be about $600 or $800 a month. But then the property was already renting for about $1,100 a month. So in that case, you would need $20,000 down, and you wouldn't really need to the income of the property qualifies already. And those are ways you could do it too, is that people don't realize, like if you buy a house that's already rented, or if you go for like a multi-unit, you could count the income as your income if it's rented out. You could take 10K of your Roth or 401 for first-time home buyers penalty free. I think so, yeah. Just ate donuts made by my mom. That's cool. I don't think my mom has ever made donuts. Only klitcha. Have you ever heard of klitcha? That shit hits. Thank you for the info, yeah. Dude, if you find anything, I mean, you could get a lot of cheap properties like that. It's just if you focus on cheap, you will be able to get what you'll be able to get something. Again, in a good area. Like you could get a condo, a townhouse, even a small house in some of the other areas. I mean, I've seen a lot of leads are out there. And you could go get something in a hot Airbnb place still. All of those exist, but it's like the expensive homes are a little bit more difficult, but even with high interest rates right now, the cheap homes are still money, for the most part. What would you do with 10K in real estate? I would try to find an off-market deal. That's all I would do. If I was broke, if I had no money, I would find an off-market deal. And see if I could find a deal with value, and I would try to either flip it myself or I would wholesale it, so then I could get my initial income and then use whatever I get from the wholesale to flip it into the next deal. That's what I would do. But 10K, you could do anything. Honestly, it's a lot of money. I don't know if you believe that or not, but I do. So, you could do a lot. Klitschko, you blew your mind. It's good, bro. Klitschko hits. EXC's coming back. It's doing good. The premiums are all up. We got 20 cents on the ask. Nobody's bought it at 20 yet, but our break even after the average down is up there. So we have a big position on those, I think. A little bit bigger. It's like maybe $700, $600. We're slightly up. If you have money, would you still do off market? Yeah. Or, you could find, I'll tell you, just go find people who are even like, if they just like delisted the house, or if they recently listed it and you could get in there quick, then maybe. But it's just, just do what you got to do. I have July EXCs. I have July in the money, and then I have July out the money. So I have one of the 47s, and these are up 120%. And then I have 45 of the 55 calls. So these ones are way, way further out, and I'm break even on these ones at 15 cents. But then this one is up a lot. So I'm writing out both of these. And like I said, I'm actually going to hold this for quite a bit just because they have earnings in May, I think. Oh, come on, Corn. You came right back down. Yeah, May 4th. May the 4th be with you. So, and remember, they did a spinoff. So I think up until last quarter, EXC, they had another energy company, and they recently spun it off. So now they're like a pure utility play. And they are really cheap for a utility play, more or less. So I think the earnings might help a lot, or at the very least, we ride that out until, hopefully, if it doesn't go down. That's the risk, because if it drops now and we lose the premium, we'll probably get back to these prices right by earnings. Otherwise, if it keeps gassing up here, then boom, we get our earnings, and then we're good to go. And we would be good to go. XEL, isn't that who they have? That's who they spun off, right? XL Energy, then Excellion. MOS, I'm still holding the play. So remember, we got a decent amount of time, and I've just been writing these things out, right? That play was up like 100%, and now it came back down, but I'm still up 37%. So all of the MOS for June, they all still have premium. Believe it or not. To send Union's Uber bill in Washington. These are the ones. But you see, these are finally moving. Once we start getting a couple more dollars, they're going to add new strikes. Because remember, these are all 5 cents apart. That's why they got clapped. But damn, these things are going for a lot earlier. No way. We'll see. But yeah, I like it. I'm going to hold till earnings. And then I'll sell out probably day before earnings or not. Yo, this is hilarious. Russia purchases a 1 billion of euro bonds. Repurchases. Wait, what? They repurchased 72% of total 2022 euro bond volume. Why? I think they think the yields are going to go down? No, that'd be wild. Is it? I don't know if it's the oil deal. That's because they're ending the war. No, because if you ended the war, the rates would, I guess the rates, I don't know. That was hard. That was a weird one. The July 60s for EXC. You got to be careful. That's what we did with the 55s, and we had to wait a long time for these to move. So the further out the money, harder it is for them to move. That's the only problem. So it's just like every dollar. Because remember, we bought EXC. We bought it over here, bro. We bought it like really low key. Didn't we? Got it right here. We got it right here, and we're up on one of the calls, but the calls didn't start gaining value till like 2 days ago. So keep that in mind. But the further ones, if it really rockets, they could go crazy. But when we're $5 increments on a stock that moves this slow, it's harder to move. Came across 20,000 off market. How do I go about it? Ask the owner. I mean, if you're in touch with the owner and they say they're down and you want to buy it, you know, and that's the offer. You agree for the price. All you need to do is just get them a contract, RPA, a residential purchase agreement, and you send them a contract and have them sign it, and then boom. Then once it's signed, you get an escrow company and title, and then that's it. And then you're in the process. Bob. Apple unveiled business essentials option. We added an any plan Apple. SPY breaks 458 on the upside. I mean, right now where the question is, do we go to 455 or not? Bro, today is so chill. Even then, bro, we're at 10 o'clock and there's only 28 million? Dawg, come on. That's really low volume right now. You enrolled in the real estate course? Let's get it. Make your decision. You can be agent, flipper, house seller. Remember, you can do all of them, realistically. And the key now is getting leads and getting out there. Bro, that's very, very low. Yeah, GME's moving. Bro, but 28 million by the 4th hour on a day where we just announced the biggest SPR release? Kind of weird. It's very low volume. I guess end of the quarter. Yeah, but even then you would think there would be some rebalancing volume unless they already did that prior. Just crazy world, bro. All right. Well, it's a slow day. You know, that's a good day for something else. Kind of. Bird watching. Let me get a carbo. I need to go pee too, actually. It's really real. Like PHILO time. You have to give me a sec, though.
Market's challenging. It's going to make them choppy. Which is going to create a lot of
opportunity. I love you. Shout out to chat.
You have to be very careful on where you're investing.
When we talk about being careful, I mean, there's been so much talk about the inflationary pressures out there. Some of them obviously baked into the commodities space. Others are sort of disconnected from that here. We know the Fed is trying to do its part in fighting inflation, and the Biden administration is going to do whatever it can do from its end here. How much does the inflationary picture right now factor into your portfolio positioning, if at all?
Yeah, so I mean, we're long-term investors. You know, my fund in particular is 5 to 7 year time horizon. With that said, I think we've been in a sustained period of probably low to moderate inflation, which is changing. And we really haven't experienced this type of inflation since the 70s. And arguably, we haven't experienced broad inflation in terms of food commodity prices, minerals, and oil and gas, maybe since the late 40s. So we're kind of having to do a little history here to figure out this is a different playbook in the last 10 years.
When you talk about sort of, I guess, the opportunities out there for investing, individual sectors, individual stocks here, There was a narrative, I guess, a few months ago where it was all about kind of the cyclical names, the names that would benefit from a reopening of our economy, and I guess some persistent trends with regards to consumer spending here. Do you still buy into that narrative? And if not, where do you go?
Yeah, so I think there are really two areas or two ways to look at this. One, since the global financial crisis, cyclical stocks have underperformed dramatically. So although they've done very well the last 18 months, they still underperform the market substantially over the last 3 and 5 years, particularly.
This is the CIO of Invesco's Value Equity Fund.
Energy still, yeah, we really like energy. We were 800 basis points over energy. We're now 350. So the opportunity set isn't as attractive, but it's still very attractive, I think, relative to the market. But areas that got dislocated during COVID, such as healthcare and consumer staples, where people were looking for more growth, looking for kind of the coming out of the COVID pandemic, we think some of those areas and some of those stocks have been forgotten about. They had some challenges because of, one, commodity prices, and two, utilization within hospitals, within some of the medical device and medical product companies. So we think there are opportunities, and we found opportunities in those areas too. So we're kind of, we have some cyclicals, but we have some balance and some less volatile areas of the market that are inexpensive.
How well do you think some of these companies are going to be in being able to shoulder some of the higher their own costs, whether it's labor costs, input costs, whatnot, whether it's absorbing it on their own or passing it on to their end consumers and clients?
Yeah, and Romaine, and that's where we spend a lot of our time, because it really comes down to what is your ability for pricing power. So we know within the energy space, they have quite a bit of pricing power with the pass through. So I think that's an industry where we've had a lot of underinvestment, which, it's our belief that oil prices were heading higher, regardless of what happened with Russia, Ukraine, because of the underinvestment. But you have to ask yourself in other areas of the market, healthcare, which is something we need, there will be pricing power. There could be some lag in terms of what hospitals can do with labor cost. But you really do need to look in the areas of the market that have that power, because this inflation, I think, is here to stay, at least for the next 3 to 5 years.
When you look at the energy space,
Thank
here,
you.
I mean,
Thank you. Thank you. Bro, do you guys not love the market right now? I know it's annoying to some, but I hope you realize you are living through such a cool time. I don't know. I'm such a nerd. I love this. You know that? It's just the good. We are just living through a crazy moment. You know that? Some of y'all could end up becoming the JP Piermont Morgans, whatever they are. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's so much happening right now. It's wild. It's wild. It's good. It's crazy to hear. I mean, people are talking about different decades. They're talking about the differences. Some people feel confident. Some people don't. Some people think it's exactly the same. Some people realize it's not. We haven't seen anything like this. There's so many different things happening. It's awesome. It's awesome. It's like awesome, scary, happy, sad. There's a lot of emotions, but it's still it's crazy. We were chosen to be alive during this moment, my friends. All of you, if you're listening, if you can hear my voice right now and perceive it, wow. I mean, you were chosen to be alive during this moment. Isn't that crazy? Every single one of your life events led up to this moment. Oh, y'all don't feel me. Isn't that crazy? You were just a little kid not too long ago. I don't know what you were doing. You were like playing with toys and shit. You were doing all these things, and one day you're like, I'm gonna get into stocks. Oh, then you wound up just. Isn't that wild? Mm-hmm. Power Rangers and Transformers. Now it's power rates and yield curve inversion. No? Okay. What if in like 200 years, today's like the Mayflower? Oh, now you talking, Troy. Oh, yes. Hey, man. So imagine the opportunity. Oh, man. SPY kind of coming down, a little bit of a flush there last minute, but not like it didn't hold. Not like a real flush. Green by the end of the day. Anything is possible. I mean, bonds haven't moved too much. I think bonds would have to go red because they're equal. Bonds up 0.4, SPY down 0.4, tech not so much. But today's moves are tiny. Volume's tiny and the moves itself. My last day until freedom. Full-time Chad coming soon. Isn't that amazing? 25 months. Graham has been here, and now you're about to be full-time Chad? That means he was grinding even while working this whole time. My goodness. So we talking about, baby. Or nah? Amen, amen. Another stimulus. If anything, I think the next thing we would get would be a stimulus gas check, but I don't think you get a real stimulus check. Again, the people are already talking about it. So SPY coming down again. AMD starting to sell off. Again, we made a couple of different plays today. They're not like moving too crazy, like the Baba and Lowe's puts, and then the Hershey's. Again, the spreads. Did the Hershey's come down, you little scammers? My goodness. This Hershey's, the bid dropped, but the ask is actually not going up too much. They let that thing run, and then it just dropped. I did not take profits on the Lowe's puts. They're up 15%. I keep it small, so it's not like even then 15% is literally like $15. So it's not. Oh wait, no. I don't have the man. I keep doing that. I keep looking at the wrong one. I don't know why I keep saying 15%. What is it? Lowe's is 28%, but it's only $15. BBIG, we're at 456. Remember, 455 flat. That is the level we are looking for. Xbox Game Pass Family Plan coming in soon. $15 plus trade cost puts you negative. No, my trade cost is like 50 cents or 25 cents. So we're up on it, but it's only $15. So in that case, I'm not like, again, the small plays are the ones I like. I buy them to like get a little bit more. It's just like those are the ones you want to like go $50 to a couple of hundred. So unless I think it's going to expire worthless, I want to ride the small ones out. That's the whole idea with these small volatility plays, is that we don't have to put down a lot, but if we get a good one and it really does run, that's why I like Baba. Lowe's came up on the scanner. I think that one's interesting. They dropped today. Again, some people are worried about margins, materials, and like the home shopping space. So I think that one's good. Showed up on the scanner, small play, but like the Baba, they got news that's developing, and like Baba's one of those plays where you could put $50 down and it's either going to get clapped, or if they gap down with some of the news, you'll wake up to like 500, 600%. So that's kind of my logic with some of these moves. Just trying to keep it really small and have something that if there's a decent amount of time with it, and depending on the market we're in and how we can move, it could actually do good. EXC. Down from 2 days. I mean, at least I think this is finally stopping this epic streak that we've had. But the volume is just very, very low today. I mean, we're at the lows again, going a little bit faster. Again, 455. You're at 456.30. So watch for the butter, or watch for it to hold. It's either going to hit the low and do the little dance for a little bit, or it butters through, and then we hit the 455 level. Volume is still very, very light, though. The Babas only did 10%. The lows went up. Yeah, and these are small. I'm just, it's weird how it's just been like a slow grind on all of them. Jim Cramer bullish on AMD. SPR kind of, I'm expecting the same move, but I'm gonna wait a little bit to let some of the premium and news emotions flush out. But overall, I'm still bullish on oil, and the fact that they're doing that again today, it just highlights that there's something very wrong with the oil markets where you could even deem that a necessary response right now. So again, and it ties back into Europe, and I think Europe's getting clapped. If Europe gets further clapped, it hits them first and then spreads to us. But yeah, I'm bullish on oil. I haven't double dipped on anything yet because I just want to let the premiums flush. But yes. SPY coming down, reverse repo climbs year-to-date high, 1.87 trillion. Bros, did it butter it? Not really. You kind of. Selling balance. Yeah, Boeing's hitting the low right there. Lowe's is on the low. BABA might come down, but it's chilling out. Remember, XLF and financials, those are leading the way down right now. So bonds are up. Bond yields are coming down. Banks are selling off again. So that makes a lot more sense. EXC, I probably have $1,000 total. I have like $600 on the out of the money calls, $600 or $700 on there, and then I have a $250 play here. Are we flash crashing? Bro, why do you like turn off your speakers when I answer? I've answered this one, man. Just watch the Europe video. But I really hope you get the strategy because, again, I don't like putting out videos like that because I know some people get hella sensitive about it and the timing and they're really quick to judge you. So it's like I knew I'm early with that one, but the logic and reasoning behind it, I really don't want you guys to miss it. And it's something cool to learn. And I mean, depending on how this plays out, whatever you guys are going to learn from all of this stuff, it will be stuff that'll hang with you for a lifetime because this is shit that I've learned and I'm just watching it happen at different times and different events. So if you could understand the concept, it's way cooler than the play because then you will have this in your back pocket for the rest of your life. Okay? So, but watch the video. The Europe is going to crash video. We have it pinned up there. That could do a lot. Longeveron phase 1 endpoint was met. God bless you. God bless those with ears to hear, man. You know that? It's one thing. It's one thing you say, God bless you, Josh. Thank you for sharing. But God bless you if you actually listen. And God bless you if you could actually, you know what I'm saying? Blessed are the ears that actually hear. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real. And that's I think that's where the real blessing comes from. If you're really able to listen and learn and just understand everything going on right now and have an idea of the different pockets of opportunity and what's like really happening in the world right now. Little mini bounce. Little mini bounce. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Do you believe Longeveron has room to go? If it could hold up, I mean, as long as the stock is weird with the low volume and it sucks when you little day traders get to it because then it it messes with like the movement sometime. But I mean, it's big volume. It's a very good endpoint. It advances everything fundamentally why we like it. I'm still in my original 500 free shares that I have from the first time. And that's it. So I don't know if I would chase it or not, but it definitely has room to go up. I mean, if it was able to go up off of this time and now the news is more confirmed, it sucks because the market's a little different, but I do believe that it's there. But I don't know about, again, yesterday with everything in this volatility, don't buy anything when it's green, especially if it's like really, really green. You know what I'm saying? Brazil's Joe Rogan, monarch and left-wing activist Ferez cancel YouTube for Rumble. Is CSI moving off that? Yeah, they're popping off of it. That was the Joe Rogan thing yesterday. U.S. drops price fixing charges against 5 chicken executives. Got him. When is it time to add to the long term when we get a deposit? Tomorrow, deposit tomorrow. It's only a day away. Long term, oh long term, I love you. My long term is only a day away. It's the first of the month. I feel, bro. I feel heavy. I love the long term, bro. Are you for real? Oh! Amen. Yeah, I don't care if the market going down. Okay, we got good plays today. And the volume is like half the volume of the last 3 days. So don't trip. I got a good PHILO for you. I got a Stoic PHILO for you. I'm excited about it. You were supposed to get this yesterday, but God willing, my friends. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is time for PHILO. I hope you could get it. It's called philosophy. We're just going to talk about a little bit of philosophy, literally from an ancient philosopher. And we do this amongst reading other things and covering it, but it's all about the mentality. Making sure the mental is in the right place. It applies to your investments. It applies to the stock market. And quite frankly, it applies to everywhere else. I feel like we all work hard because we want to enjoy life in every way. Wealth and finances is one way. Money is a tool. But at the end of the day, too, hopefully we could benefit and live, life to the fullest in that sense. And just as a reminder, too, this is actual philosophy. Some of the stuff we've been sharing, and you get to hear it, and I love it, and I really hope you guys could bring it to life and take effect from it. Okay, so here's the philosophy. I have another Epictetus one. We need to talk about who you are, and we need to talk about arrogance. And then I love this one. I love this PHILO, honestly. I'm going to give you a crazy Epictetus quote. Actually, let me just give it to you now. Let's not waste any time. You know what I'm saying? Let me just get you the Epictetus quote right now. Are you ready? This is what he says. You must cultivate either your own ruling faculty or externals, and apply yourself either to things within or without you. That is, be a philosopher or one of the vulgar. Let me read it one more time and tell me what you think this means. You must cultivate either your own ruling faculty or externals, and apply yourself either to things within or without you. That is, be either a philosopher or one of the vulgar. Damn. So SPY, let it do its thing. Let it do its thing. But do you understand what that just said? That's a quote from Epictetus. Again, philosopher, kind of mentored Marcus Aurelius a little bit. You know, this is old ancient philosophy. See, the one thing I like about this so much is that if I picked up my Bible, it says something similar. But that's why I like reading this to you. Because I know a lot of people feel a certain way when they hear this. But this time, this ain't God judging you. This ain't God telling you. This ain't no super hyper religious person saying the same exact thing. Do you understand what this quote is telling you? This is the teachings Epictetus would give his students. This is the teachings he would tell the emperor of Rome. He's literally saying, you are either going to cultivate your own ruling faculty or something external. You are either going to think for yourself or not. You are either going to focus on the things you can control and apply yourself to the things within you, or you are going to be an external mother. Beep. He said it's going to be within you or without you, and that's why he ends it very simply. You are either going to be a philosopher or the vulgar. Oh, come on, I know you hear this. This is very simple. He's saying if you ain't showing love, then you ain't really one of us. He's breaking it down. He's saying you are either going to think for yourself or you're not. You are either going to do good or you're going to be bad. You have to make that decision. The choice, life and death. I hope for your sake you choose life. That's what this is talking about. This is showing the difference between external and internal. Are you going to be a person who responds and reacts and lives their life externally? Or are you going to realize you're in this little meat suit and finally you're going to like wake up and be like, wow, I could control things. Wow, I should focus on what's inside of me and my reality. Why is it bad though? That's a very good, honestly, it doesn't necessarily say it's bad, but it's either you're going to be somebody who responds to external or somebody who is responding to internal. That's the biggest difference. That right there does a lot. Again, are you going to think for yourself or is somebody else going to think for you? Are you going to focus on how you view yourself or how other people view you? These are very simple questions, but it all boils down to this. You either think for yourself or not. You will become a philosopher or you become one of the vulgar. And that's what they would call it pretty much back then. So Epictetus, back in the day, and a lot of the philosophers, if you weren't a man or woman who would go for virtue, if you did not seek to be a virtuous person, you did not seek morality or, again, simply virtue, they called you a vulgar person. They would just say you are a simple-minded. That's what they would call people like that. See, but now do you see? I need to give you this explanation, but it brings up another topic. So I want to start with this so you understand the concept. Because one, I hope all of you take the decision and choose now to control what you can control. You are either going to think for yourself or you are going to let the external world dictate every aspect of your life. Let me say that again. You are either going to take control and get whatever you want and take control, or you are going to let everything external dictate every part of your life. How you feel, how you look, how you think, everything. Oh, they don't feel me. But here's the problem. I want you all to be philosophers. I want you all to be free-thinking people. I want all of you to get the same benefits and have the same peace of being able, it's so beautiful, I'm telling you, internally, to just be able to control what you can control. But we've run into a problem. Any of you, if you've ever pursued any sort of virtue venture, any philosophy, any of you have studied Stoicism, any of you have studied any other religion, you are going to run into this problem of quote-unquote spiritual pride and arrogance. So that's why I need to bring this up with a follow-up. Yes, I want you to be a philosopher, but just because you are not the vulgar quote-unquote, it does not make you anything else. What I'm trying to tell you is do not focus on what the other side is if that is not you. Why? Well, think about it. Think about it. Everybody, you say, oh, I'm a Stoic. Oh, I like to do this. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I stay away from common or vulgar topics. Oh, if somebody insulted me, it's because they're ignorant. Oh, I don't get offended by disloyalty or ill will because I'm better than somebody like that. Do you see what I'm saying? It's a very difficult, there's a fine line you got to walk here. Because if you do adopt the principles of Stoicism, philosophy, even any other religion, a lot of people run into the barrier of arrogance and pride. And then before they know it, this is why you have people who virtue signal. And you see how annoying it is, right? Because what ends up happening, they're like, well, I don't do this. Oh, well, you must be simple. That's why. But then guess what ends up happening? If you are thinking about being better than somebody, or if you're thinking about, oh, well, at least I'm not them, essentially what it boils down to, you trick yourself into still being an external person. Because how they behave and who they are and then how you view them, it's all external. Again, that's out of your control. It doesn't matter if you're better or worse than somebody, because guess what? That is not in your control. So if you fall to the trap of this arrogance that sometimes comes with this, my friend, you're falling victim to the ego. And be careful. And I really hope all of you are doing this for yourself. And I encourage you to make this decision to become a philosopher, become a thinker. That's all I'm trying to tell you. But I'm telling you in the process, watch out for this number one trap. The number one trap, you become a free thinker and then you see people not free thinking, but instead of controlling what you could control and focusing on the benefits of this, you now start thinking about somebody else and how they are and that how they behave. And you're like, oh, well, if I'm like this, and then, oh, man. And then you start looking down on people. That's not what we're teaching. That's not what the philosophers were teaching. Again, it's just as bad as anything else. Again, that's when you are quote unquote virtue signaling. But it doesn't give you, it doesn't mean you are actually pursuing virtue. So I love this because again, this is all, even in this little example, this is all a warning to stay away from the external. To not be dictated in thought or action by the external. Who cares if someone's better than you or not? But if you go deep into that thinking, you are missing the message. And you, my friend, are becoming the vulgar, the simple, whatever you want to call it. But just because that is you, it doesn't change anything. If you are virtuous and someone is not, that does not change anything. Because again, only internally you can do what you do. But what somebody else is external. So I wanted to give you this reminder, okay? Because honestly, it's something, and it says, and I love it, because this is from a philosopher, but dog, this comes straight from the Bible too. Go read Proverbs 16, go read all of it, and go see what it talks about being simple-minded or not. See what it talks about people who seek virtue or not. That's in the damn Bible. And then what it says about pride. And pride coming before the fall. And my friend, if you are a philosopher and are looking at somebody who is not and looking down at them or that is making you feel some type of way about yourself, an external impacting your internal, my friend, that is pride and ego. So I'm telling you all this because I love it. It brings up the age-old. Bro, every culture has this. It's funny, the Eastern cultures, it don't matter if we talk in Greek, Rome, the Middle East, anywhere, China, you could go down the list. Everybody knows you are either this or that. This is the age-old wedge issue. You are for me or you are against me. You are thinking or you are not thinking. So ladies and gentlemen, again, you must either cultivate your own ruling faculty or externals and apply yourself either to things within or without you. That is, be either a philosopher or one of the vulgar. So there's a lot you could take from this, and I could go really, really deep on this. For real, there's a lot. into this. But it's very simple. All I came here to tell you, my friends, which one are you? That's it. Where do you stand? Are you going to seek to become better and seek virtue and seek to think for yourself and develop your own qualities and skills and not be affected by what other people do or whatever the world hands you by the detriments of fate? Or will you let the external dictate everything for you with all of the volatility that it brings? Because the external changes a lot every day. That's the funniest part about all of it. I was saying, remember you were like a little kid and you somehow ended up in the market. Isn't that crazy? Bro, you're the same you. Can y'all just like go blink a couple times? Look around. Go look at your hands. Like seriously, look at your hands right now. Wiggle them a little bit. Do what you got to do. But do you realize something? You are the same you, but everything around you externally has changed. You're the same dude. You're the same girl. You got the same name. You still like some of the same stuff. Bro, these are the same hands you had when you were a child. Your office looked different. Where you're around, maybe you don't even live where you grew up in. Everything is different. All the external changes. That's volatile. I don't know if you know that. That's a pure volatility if you think about it in your life. Every year, your environment is constantly shaping and shifting. But you don't need to respond to that. You need to be you. So, I hope you guys think about this. That's what I'm saying. This whole PHILO, I'm trying to say, who are you? You are either going to be a thinker or not. There's no in between. I'm sorry. Again, I love it. Because I don't know, you can't even get condemned like this. This ain't even the word of God. This ain't even the Bible telling you the real facts like this. This is Epictetus. It's just breaking it down. You're either going to think for yourself or not. Develop your own faculties or not. You're going to be focused on the internal or the external. You will become a philosopher or you will become one of the vulgar. A philosopher or simple. So Chad, take your pick. I hope you choose the right one. But take that to the bank. That is your philosophy. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watches and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Keep it positive and respectful. New guys, don't be too shy to say hi or too hot to stay shy. Woo! Let's see. I got two. I want to listen to some old ones. And then Biden should be live soon.
Hey man, I love y'all. It's a coat, baby. 2020. Hey, yeah. I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth and pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate, cause I hit clap. Yeah, I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth and pass the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate, cause I hit clap. Yeah, let me start this with a thanks and a fuck you. It don't matter what I say, just know I love you. It's not about what's coming out, but in your heart, fool. So I ain't care how you talk, I won't judge you. Cause they judge me, they said I must be a new religion or a color or a country, a dummy or a junkie. I'm humbly getting money, I'm different, don't be grumpy. I'm only showing love, G. So you should just chill, for real. I do this for my people out there trying to stack a meal. I ain't wanna be a leader, but I'm ready to be killed. Cause I cannot wait to meet them in the plan that we're revealed. Damn, I told you that we different. Ain't slow but come up quickly. I know that don't sound sexy, I know that you're a little tempted, but this your intervention. You pay with playing time while they pay you no attention. I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth, it passed the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate, cause I hit claps. Yeah, they talking, but let broke do what broke do. If I'm shopping, only cribs and a whip too. But it's still the same Jordan shorts from middle school. I ain't flexing, I just show what priorities do. Got the wagon, no coupe, you getting mad at my fruit, cause it ain't happen to you. I look around at the room, these people trying to be cool. Like what this shit mean to you? Ain't got a lot of class, but they still act in high school. So tell me this, who you trying to impress? And if you don't achieve this, would it leave you depressed? And if they don't like you now, why you want their respect? And if you got one life to live, why you do it for them? So please tell me this, who you trying to impress? And if you don't achieve this, would it leave you depressed? And if they don't like you now, why you want their respect? And if you got one life to live, why you do it for them? I ain't start a movement, I just got my people moving. I asked them what you doing, or the why you do it. We was moving hella clueless, but we did it like we knew it. You can see it, I don't prove it. If you beat me, I ain't losing, huh? I don't want the shit, you can have it back now. And if you want the drip, you can never back down. I navigate the road to wealth, it passed the map down. It's kinda hard to hear the hate, cause I hit clapping. It's a cock, baby.
It's a good one, right? I just wanted to hear it, man. I just wanted to hear it. You cut it down. That one, I haven't heard that one in a while, but something I heard, I think I heard one of the steel drums and something else, and I was like, I need to hear but we back, baby. We back. Shout out to Colt. We in here. We in here, baby. I hope you're feeling good. Hope you're feeling blessed. That one is Uncle Answers, Bay. Motivation or movement and Bay. I don't know. Two different ones. All platforms. LXU, it's on the high. LSB Industries. Couple things bounced a little bit during that. Like Baba's still chilling. Let's see. The lows. Those are still up, but lows bounced a little bit off the low. EXC chilled out. We're waiting for Biden. So Biden is going to come on, and he's going to outline the plans to stop the rise in energy prices, apparently. So we will see. Name of the song. The last one was Bay. The one before that was Movement. Uncle Answers. Check him out. Check him. He's a good guy. He's my uncle. I like the guy. Known him for a long time. Great for the gym. If you're trying to get into the gym, you will definitely like it. Royal Caribbean up 5. Man, is that... So I guess Airbnb don't surprise me today. Why is market so... I don't know, man. The volume is low. It's like end of the quarter. That could be part of it, but usually I'd expect more volume. But we have 32 million and it's almost 11. So like we're probably going to do like 60 million. It'll be the lowest volume. This might be the lowest volume all year. If we don't get any like big like inflows by the end of the day, we could probably get the lowest volume of the year, which is 67 million. I would not be surprised. That's 64 million. So that was lower. Oh, this one. 67. Oh, this one was lower then. So 64, second lowest maybe. It could come in like crazy. We'll see. I mean, a lot of people, again, we were talking about the pensions and rebalancing. A lot of them were doing that a little bit earlier, like last 2 weeks. So we'll see. Tomorrow's technically the end. But at the end of the month, you know, people are going to finalize. Actual SPX trading is outpacing, so just on the ETF. Roblox. I like it. I mean, we're going to get a long-term deposit. We'll see what price it's at tomorrow and go from there. High-low ticker, unfortunately, only exists on E-Trade. E-Trade Pro. It's a hot commodity. We've tried for years to get it elsewhere, but they just don't. Nobody does it like them. PPC on the high. I think some of the other food places were too. Yeah, that play's already clapped, but we got a little bit of time till May. It's funny, they widened the spreads on it. Damn, son. June. EWG puts her up. Interesting. That's weird. They shouldn't be up. Because now we're just back to the same price. But then you had that volatility. If they go up, or are they just at break even? Oh, shit. No, they are. They're like break even. But if they go up more from there, that means more volatility's picking up into it. He looks so good.
These actions are crippling Russia's economy.
He sounds great too.
Isolating Putin from the world and helping Ukrainians
and he's
fight
speaking
for their
facts.
country and ease their suffering. But as I've said from the start, Putin's war is imposing a cost on America and our allies and democracies around the world. Today, I want to talk about one aspect of Putin's war that affects and has real effects on the American people. Putin's price hike that Americans and our allies are feeling at the pump. I know how much it hurts. As you've heard me say before, I grew up in a family like many of you, where the price of a gallon of gasoline went up. It was discussion at the kitchen table. Our family budgets, your family budgets, to fill a tank, none of it should hinge on whether a dictator declares war. So today I'm laying out a two-part plan, not only to ease the pain that families are feeling right now, but to end this era of dependence and uncertainty, and to lay a new foundation for true and lasting American energy independence. Parenthetically, just imagine if, in fact, Europe didn't have to count on Russian oil. If they were energy independent, it would change the nature of so much. The problem we're facing with gas prices has two roots. First, the pandemic. When COVID struck, demand for oil plummeted, so production slowed down worldwide. Because of the strength and the speed of our recovery, demand for oil shot back up much faster than the supply. That's why the cost of gas began to rise last year. The second root is Vladimir Putin. The start of this year, gas was about $3.30 a gallon. Today, it's about averaging $4.20, $4.22. It's higher in many states. Nearly $1 more in less than 3 months. And the reason for that is because of Putin's war. And now many people are no longer buying Russian oil around the world. I banned the Russian import of oil here in America. Republicans and Democrats in Congress called for it and supported it. It was the right thing to do. But I said at the time, it's going to come with a cost. As Russian oil comes off the global market, supply of oil drops and prices are rising. Now Putin's price hike is hitting Americans at the pump, which brings me to the first part of my plan. To immediately increase the supply of oil, our prices are rising because of Putin's action. There isn't enough supply. And the bottom line is, if we want lower gas prices, we need to have more oil supply right now. For U.S. oil companies that are recording their largest profits in years, they have a choice. One, they can put those profits to productive use by producing more oils, restarting idle wells, or producing on the sites they already are leasing. Giving the American people a break by passing some of the savings on to their customers and lowering the price at the pump. Or they can, as some of them are doing, exploit the situation. Sit back, ship those profits to the investors, and while American families struggle to make ends meet. Look, this is a moment of consequence and peril for the world, and pain at the pump for American families. It's also a moment of patriotism. I want to acknowledge those companies that have already announced they're increasing immediate production. They're investing money to produce more oil, and also clean technology we need to reduce our dependence on oil in the future. They have everything they need, nothing standing in their way. And they've indicated they will be producing an extra 1 million barrels of oil per day, probably starting as early as this fall. That's progress. But some companies have been pretty blunt. They don't want to increase supply because Putin's price hike means higher profits. One CEO even acknowledged that they don't care if the price of a barrel of oil goes to $200 a barrel. They're not going to step up the production. I say enough. Enough of lavishing excessive profits on investors and payouts and buybacks when the American people are watching. The world is watching. U.S. oil companies made nearly $80 billion in profit last year. And this year, those profits are expected to continue to soar. This is the time, not the time to sit on record profits. It's time to step up for the good of your country, the good of the world, to invest in immediate production that we need to respond to Vladimir Putin, to provide some relief for your customers, not investors and executives. Look, I'm a capitalist. I have no problem with corporations turning a good profit. But companies have an obligation that goes beyond just their shareholders, to their customers, their communities, and their country. No American company should take advantage of a pandemic or Vladimir Putin's actions to enrich themselves at the expense of American families. Investing those profits in production and innovation. That's what they should do. Invest in your customers. And it isn't just like, it's not the patriotic thing, it is good for your business as well. Right now, oil and gas industry is sitting on nearly 9,000 unused but approved permits for production on federal lands, or more than 1 million unused acres they have a right to pump on. Families can't afford that companies sit on their hands. So, to help execute this first part of my plan, I'm calling for a use it or lose it policy. Congress should make companies pay fees on wells on federal leases they haven't used in years, and acres of public land they're hoarding without production. Companies that are already producing from these wells won't be affected, but those sitting on unused leases and idle wells will either have to start producing or pay the price for their inaction. Look, the action I'm calling for will make a real difference over time. But the truth is, it takes months, not days, for companies to increase production. That's why the next part of my plan is so important. Today, I'm authorizing the release of 1 million barrels per day for the next 6 months, over 180 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. This is a wartime bridge to increase oil supply until production ramps up later this year. And it is by far the largest release of our national reserve in our history. It will provide a historic amount of supply for a historic amount of time, a 6-month bridge to the fall. And we'll use the revenue from selling the oil now to restock the Strategic Petroleum Reserve when prices are lower. So, we'll be ready. We'll be ready for future emergencies. Folks, I've coordinated this release with allies and partners around the world. Already, we have commitments from other countries to release tens of millions of additional barrels into the market. Together, our combined efforts will supply well over 1 million barrels a day. Nations coming together to deny Putin the ability to weaponize his energy resources against American families and families and democracies around the world. Now, for the first part of my plan is about meeting an immediate crisis. The second part is about declaring real American energy independence in the long term so that we never have to deal with this problem again. Ultimately, we and the whole world need to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels altogether. We need to choose long-term security over energy and climate vulnerability. We need to double down on our commitment to clean energy and tackling the climate crisis with our partners and allies around the world. And we can do that by passing my plan that's literally before the Senate right now. The United States Congress right now has been there for well over a month to speed the transition to a clean energy future that's made in America with American products and American values. We need to embrace all the tools and technologies that can help us free us from our dependence on fossil fuels, move us toward a more homegrown clean energy. Technologies made by American companies and American workers, so we can bolster domestic supply chains here at home and export those technologies around the world to reduce greenhouse gases. That's why today I'm issuing a directive to strengthen our clean energy economy. I'm going to use the Defense Production Act to secure American supply chains for the critical materials that go into batteries for electric vehicles and the storage of renewable energy, lithium, graphite, nickel, and so much more. We need to end our long-term reliance on China and other countries for inputs that will power the future. And I'll use every tool I have to make that happen. Yes, building a made-in-America clean energy future will help safeguard our national security. Yes, it will help us tackle climate change. Yes, it's going to help us ensure that Americans create millions of good-paying jobs for generations to come. But the most important thing my plan will do right away is save your family money. And here's what I mean. Under my plan, which is before the Congress now, we can take advantage of the next generation of electric vehicles that a typical driver will save about $80 a month from not having to pay gas at the pump. If your home is powered by safer, cheaper, cleaner electricity like solar or heat pumps, you can save about $500 a month on average. Don't take my word for it. The CEOs of 11 of America's largest utility companies came to see me at the White House several weeks ago. They told me if we pass my plans before the Congress now, typical families will see savings show up in their utility bills immediately. Costs will come down even more as we innovate and develop cutting-edge energy storage technologies, clean hydrogen technology, advanced nuclear technology, carbon capture and sequestration technologies. And by the way, this week's the benefit I included in the bipartisan infrastructure law to help families weatherize their homes are being delivered. My administration is making $3.2 billion available from this legislation to provide up to $6,500 direct payment for working class families to be able to weatherize their homes, to save them money, to keep them warm in the winter and cool in the summer. It's a direct grant. This program has been around for a while, and in the past, it's delivered to families, average families, another $327 in savings when they weatherize. But now we have the ability to reach 10 times as many families because of the legislation that we already passed in the legislation. In addition to that, we're also setting new standards to boost fuel economies for new vehicles sold in America. Within 5 years, we're going to travel 10 miles more on every single gallon we have because the average fuel economy of 49 miles of the gallon is going to be required. That means hundreds of dollars in savings for families at the pump. We're also setting similar standards for appliances, from your air conditioner to your microwave, your refrigerator, washers, dryers. It's just one of 100 actions we're taking to save the average family $100 per year in utility bills. Look, the bottom line is this. Between ramping up production in the short term and driving down demand in the long term, we can free ourselves.
This might be the first time the market's going down while he's talking.
Look, I know gas prices are painful. I get it. My plan's going to help ease that pain today and safeguard against tomorrow. I'm open to ideas to strengthen the plan, but I will not be put off and put it on hold. It's time to deliver true long-term energy independence in America once and for all, and I'm going to continue to use every tool at my disposal to protect you from Putin's price hike. It's not time for politics. Americans can't afford that right now. So let's meet this moment together. Remember, we're the only nation that has turned every crisis we ever faced into an opportunity. We have a crisis, the price at the pump. So let's show some true strength in this nation, show our unity, our resolve, our innovative spirit in America, and come out of this long-term much better off. If we stand up to the bullies of the world, the autocrats and dictators, we stand up for those who are who are ready to unite with us, United States of America. So may God bless you and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
Wait, the bullies want to unite us, or wait, hold on. Okay, let's see. He's gonna be on his game today.
Being misinformed by his advisors.
That's an open question. There's a lot of speculation, but he seems to be, I'm not saying this with a certainty, he seems to be self-isolating, and there's some indication that he has fired or put under house arrest some of his advisors. But
yo, TLT's moving like a bond auction, but I don't see anything.
Because we don't have that much hard evidence.
TLT big drop. Watch if the market correlates with that. It could help it, but that's weird.
And when can Americans expect to see these changes?
That's a really important question, and there's no firm answer to it. But prices already came down when it was announced ahead of time that Biden was going to release so much energy from so many barrels of oil from the Spro. They're already come down. My guess is we'll see it come down, continue to come down. But how far down, I don't think anyone can tell. And there's going to be a slight delay because if you go out there and you're a gas station and you purchase...
Yeah, wait, so are they saying they haven't done it yet?
At a certain price, you're not going to lower the price of the pump until you're able to get back what you invested. And that, I'm talking matter of, I think, days and weeks. But it's hard to tell. And the other thing is, but it will come down. And it could come down fairly significantly. It could come down the better part of, anything from 10 cents to 35 cents a gallon. It's unknown at this point. I'm also waiting to see whether or not our allies exactly how many barrels they release from their supplies now. My guess is it could be as high, somewhere between 30 million to 50 million barrels. And the higher the number, the more likely the price is.
If he's, I don't know, that was kind of confusing, but oil will go back up if he's jawboning it. Give it a sec.
Mr. President, have you seen any signs that Putin is pulling back his forces?
Hey guys, we need to move quickly. Let's go.
Okay. Oh! He popped back out! Oh, look at him! Yo! Oh, he did the pop out! Bro! Yo, you see that? Oh, get him back out! Oh, yeah, come on. He said, no, thank you. I'm going to answer that question.
Whoever asked that question.
Yes.
The question of whether he's pulling back his forces depends on how you read exactly.
I like this view.
Thus far, there is no clear evidence that he's pulling all of his forces out of Kyiv. There is also evidence that he is beefing up his troops down in the Donbass area. Depending on your view of Putin, I'm a little skeptical. It's an open question whether he's actually pulling back and going to say, I'm just going to focus on the Donbass and I'm not worried about the rest of the country. I'm a skeptic, but I don't have proof that in fact he is not going, he's taking a pause, doing all he can to use all the troops he has in the Donbass and continue to keep an eye on and try to move beyond the rest of the country. Don't know the answer. But it appears so far.
Bro, he's 1,000 times better off script.
All of the idea is pulling all the troops out from around Kyiv and moving south. There's no evidence that he's done that.
Nah, bro. Yeah, that was crazy. I can't believe he came back.
Hey guys, let's go.
So it doesn't, I don't know. It could be jawboning or not. I mean, it's going to be the same thing. Nah, he is better. Bro, I really think if they just stopped forcing him to stay on like a script, I think that's what makes him weird. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's what because now he has to think about how to say it. I think if you just let him do his thing, I think he just gets up there and he's like, he vibes with it a little bit more. No, I don't think that last one was scripted. Bro, he walked out. He could have ended all of that. You could have just walked away. He's like, I'm going to come back. I'm going to come back. And then he actually explained it. I don't know. That last answer seemed more genuine than anything else he said on there. Everything else just sounded like, just the talking points. But yeah, you got no Biden pump today, which is kind of weird. Usually, the market has done fairly well when he would come on and speak. But he was talking about it seems like there was a big update that we didn't know. We'll see if it doesn't, what it leads to. I'm sure we'll get more information. But they're going to tax any unused oil leases, which that is actually pretty smart. if it doesn't lead to like another loophole or something like that. So that one's actually good, but oil didn't really respond, and people are a little bit worried. Or I think the big question is whether or not this comes into play immediately or if it comes into play in fall. But that question, they were talking about when to see the prices come down. So I don't know if he was trying to jawbone it or I didn't know what was there. But, I mean, my logic on it is I still think oil is going to skyrocket still. It's not really, I don't know how much confidence people are going to have in that. This whole plan, the oil leases is new, so we'll see how that plays out. But it still doesn't really change anything else now. He's been warning about the unused pumps. Well, that's the thing. The problem, like the EIA, like CEO said, is like most of the available leases, one, it would take a lot of time to actually be able to determine if you could actually turn it to a viable like lease. But he also, he was pretty much saying not all of them are able to be used and it takes a long amount of time. So we'll see. That's why I think that was probably the new update more or less. That was good. Jawboning is when people talk to affect the prices, where if you talk about policy before implementing it, you could actually talk about it and get the intended effect without ever doing anything, right? So it's like if I told you, everybody, do you guys want the stream? Do you like the stream? You want the stream? If you don't like the video, if we don't have enough likes in the next 2 minutes, I'm going to have to turn the stream off. We want to stop the Putin stream hike. So, our plan is that if we just turn off the stream when we don't have enough likes, it'll be the best thing. You see, now look at that. 100 likes just hit the counter. Do you see that? So yeah, 150 likes almost right now. Just like that. I didn't have to turn off the stream. I didn't have to do anything. If I just talk about it, I could get the effect. So it's the same thing with oil. If you talk about selling half of your reserves, you could bring the price down without ever having to sell a barrel. So there, look at that. Dang, 200. I got a 10% increase on there, man. That's crazy. All right, I guess we're not turning off the stream. So thankfully we got rid of the Putin like hike. SPY's hitting a new low now. We're about to hit 455. Watch for the butter there. It's not guilt tripping. It's just talking about what you're gonna do. If you talk about what you could do, you could get the intended policy. Very, very simple. So that's jawboning for everybody who asks. As I know we've said the word a lot and we've talked about it a lot, but that was a great real life example. Hey, ladies, if I don't start getting dates, I'm going to have to stop dating altogether. Don't work like that. That's a different one. That's just like, I don't know. It was close, though, but you had to be, I don't know. Maybe if you had I don't know. It's a good example. I don't know. That threw me off. I see you. I feel you, though. I feel you. SPY coming down. Watch 455 flat or 456 flat. And if it catfishes. No, I just read catfish if it butters. Why wheat is going through the motion. It was the planting report. So wheat inventories in the United States dropped 30%. We're planting slightly more than we were last year. So people are worried about that. Corn, we're planting more soybeans than corn, which is very wild. And that's dropped. That raised the price up there. And soybeans are being planted like crazy. Am I adding HD? No, I grabbed the lows put. Maybe if it goes a little bit lower. I mean, ever since their last earnings, HD had some of the margin and guidance issues. So we'll see how it plays out. Makes me sad. People are going to believe this when gas prices don't go down. No one can afford. Well, control what you could control. The internal. I wouldn't worry about the external too much. But, I mean, most people, whether it's from Wall Street to even even Biden himself, he knows oil is still going to go up. I mean, that's why he can't even answer the question with it, where he's saying, it's going to take this amount of time. Who knows? So we'll see what happens. It's at the end of the day, you want prices to go up sooner rather than later so that we could get demand destruction and just level this shit out already. But we'll see. I'm very interested to see what the what's it called do, the gas taxes, or the taxes on the leases. I wonder what sort of effect that would have. Hopefully it doesn't just give them a tax write-off. That would be even worse. That's the thing. Imagine he taxes them and then they're like, okay, we'll just use that as a qualified write-off. Yallah. Soybeans require less fertilizer than corn. That's why they're switching. Very good insight. Plug curling up. SPY's down. It's still slow though. Volume is, I don't know if that increased the volume. Still very low, and we're almost at power hour. 45 minutes, 35 million on the day. Super slow. That protein prime. Amazon Labor Union leads vote. 325 yes, 250 no. Early counting in New York. Enphase Energy on the high. I love you too. God bless the cult. That was a weird TLT move too. Ron James. TLT, it just dropped super heavy. It looked like a bond auction, but it was nothing. And then it just got bought right back up, which is wild. You see China. China's been holding wheat, everything. China's been upping their imports for a long, again, ever, like Sal said, ever since that flood. You remember last year when there was that big flood in like Germany and China? You guys remember hearing about China flooding? So ever since then, they've been doubling up, I believe, their imports of like food and wheat and other stuff though. So they've been actually bringing in a lot of importing for food ever since then in their weather. I think that's where the volume went. Today, maybe for some level of rebalancing. We'll find out. Meanwhile, Kim Jong-un, SPY going down again. 456 flat. I mean, this is a butter level, and it takes us to Friday's close. So I would pay attention here. I think it gets pretty interesting. The Babas are coming 12% though. Scammers. And then even Goldman Sachs, those puts aren't going up as much, even though I guess they chilled out. They were leading the way. I grow mango and papaya. That's pretty dope. Neptune Juniper conjunction on 12th could cause more floods. Oh, that's like real cosmic cycle. I feel you. I'm tired of this. Take a rest. Take a nap. You'll be fine. That's it. Get back in the game. Just chill. This is a good day to chill on. I mean, keep it small. Relax. Let it do its thing. Focus on the broader fundamental plays of what's going on right now. In a week or two from now, we're going to at least have one earnings pre and post every single day. Have enough money for the next move. Take it slow. Enjoy the show. Enjoy the vibe. You know what I'm saying? It's not, we can make this relaxing. We'll get some stamina. And we'll be good, man. You have old any ETH? I do have a lot of ETH well, I lost it on my boat one day, but I do in the crypto account for the YouTube. I have, I'm down to like, I have 3 ETH and then like 3 really expensive NFTs. That would be equivalent to like another 25 or 30 ETH. Would you recommend now, selling out, or waiting? It depends what you want to do with it. If you don't have a plan. No, I have all the Ether Classic. Ether Classic, I have a bunch. I have like 600 or 700 of those. But you don't want it. Don't sell out unless you have something to buy. So if you have something to buy, God willing, I mean, there you go. If you know what you're going to do with the money, do it. But I wouldn't just sell out trying to be like Biden. I don't know if you heard that. He said he's He said, we're just going to sell half our reserves now and buy back when it's cheaper. So, you know, we'll see what happens. Why ETH Classic? Honestly, I could give a lot of reasons, but I'll just give you this is probably the most effective reasoning that I see in the long term. It pisses people off. It pisses off all the computer people, and it pisses off all of the crypto people who think they know all about crypto. So given the same logic as Doge, I think it's a winner. That's it. That's all. I could give you all, because anytime I've tried to give all the other reasons, and you know, everybody tries to argue, so it just pisses people off. So that's it. Yeah, you hate it. Exactly. Everybody hates it. So I think that's the reason. It's now a joke. Like, again, I like it. You know, we could talk about being OG. We could talk about similarity. We could talk about a lot of things, but it's just simple. Everybody hates it. Watch. Go bring up ETC in a room of crypto people and just watch them fucking flip. They won't know how to act, bro. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's emotion. It's good emotions. Heavily hated. It's a good criteria. So calls on Putin then? I mean, I can't believe the ruble bounced back. That's the wild part. Thought I was on the PHILO journey. No, we like the PHILO. Heavy on PHILO. PHILO's good for you. Good for the soul. Good for the fam. Good to hold the long term. You know what I'm saying? They met their obligations, Russian finance. We met our obligations on payouts on 2030 Euro bonds in full. Oh, is that was the news from earlier. Is the rally fizzling? Just volume. This is a very, very low volume day. Very, very low volume day. CEO confirms NEO is developing its own phones. So Electrics, that came out there, NEO. NEO is developing their own phones and names Apple as potential rival. I don't know. I feel like the NEO crowd, that's news coming in right now. I don't know if it's old or not, but it just came up. But apparently NEO is they're developing their own phones, and they've confirmed it. I can't wait to walk around and see some of y'all with the NEO phone. Are you like, what are you doing, man? I'm gonna throw a Motorola Razr at you. I'm like, how dare you? How dare you? You took investing way too far. It's not what we meant by the law. How did you want, man? Look at this. Look at what happened. Now you walking around with the NEO phone. Your message don't even show up green or blue. It's like purple. It's like, what the hell is this? I'd be like, man, have they even made a car yet? No, they do. They actually sell in China, honestly. It's actually pretty wild. Look at that. Oh, look at 12 months investing. You're going to walk away with the fucking NEO iPhone. You bought 18 used PS2 games from GameStop to support the stock. And then you canceled Netflix so you could go to AMC every weekend. And then you asked the guy at the counter if he could sell you an ounce of gold. Okay? Look at this. 12 months. We just took it too far, guys. We just took it too far. Like, I'll have one ticket for Spider-Man. Oh, you guys got Pamp gold bars? Oh, wow. Okay, let me get one. Do you have any of those? Okay. Thank you. Let me get one. Yeah, I'll have that with a popcorn. Is it free if I give you my shareholder rights? Oh, okay. Cry. This is awesome. Yeah, I would love a popcorn that you overcharged from. That's great. You guys hear that? You give up your voting rights, get free popcorn? America, huh? It happens. Did longevity go again? Yep, longevity hit the high. I swear I saw it on the high ticker. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. I'm in a coat. Hey, happy Honda days. Wheat popping hard. It chilled out a little bit. I mean, corn came down. I don't know. We'll see. Just wait for the continuation over the next couple days. Yeah, no, wheat's sold off now. Wheat's negative. Corn wants to go negative, I feel like, but you got some of the good numbers behind it. Tinfoil of the day. We went over it. The tinfoil of the day is that the ruble is back to strength, meaning that nothing is really that bad for Russia right now. Otherwise, if it was really, really devastating, it would show up in their currency. But again, there's a lot of unknown variables. That's why it's pure speculation in tinfoil. You can't really, because again, any country could take control of their currency to a degree. So maybe it's all stabilization and banning the trading and all of that. But the point is their currency is strong, and it's a weird indicator. And it's, again, if before everything happened, currency weakening showed, it was showing the situation pop off. But now that it's back to the same levels, I mean, it may be showing that the sanctions aren't really hitting as we would be expecting. How did its value come back when no one is using it? Well, we don't know the full extent of it, and by limiting trading is a way you could do that. Longeveron going up. So their currency has recovered. If you haven't looked at a ruble chart, you should. Your mind will be blown. Mine is. Look at this. This was February 18th, February 21st. So right before we got any of there, and then the attack, and then by the invasion, remember, it lost 100% of its value in a week. And then now it's right back up. It's wild. So that's why, and again, anytime it would get weakened, you could go throughout history. Anytime there was a problem, their currency weakens and gets weaker and weaker. So to watch that type of big-ass move there, it's pretty wild. I mean, last time it took them like 5 months to do that, and they didn't come back to where they started. This has been a month. It's a wishbone, and we're literally back to where we started practically from everything else. So it's wild. It's absolutely wild. How can it lose? You devalue. So pretty much it would cost you 100% more rubles to get the same exact thing. So what used to cost 70 rubles would now cost 140. And then if you had to convert from dollars, your $1 used to get you 70 rubles. At one point a couple weeks ago, it got you 140 rubles. Now it's back to 70. He either bought it all, but again, he could halt trading. I mean, they halted trading for a long time. That could affect a lot of it. Faraday Futures says it received subpoenas from the SECs. Out of all of the companies, they went after them. Stop trading. How? Well, nobody knows. Nobody knows. It's literally a phenomenon right now. Everybody could try to answer it, but nobody really knows. Again, it just highlights the lack of information we have. We don't know if it's demand. We don't know if it's with oil, side transactions. You could pretty much prove almost every theory wrong. That's why I'm saying it's interesting, because you could prove that it's not demand. You could prove it's not people holding it. You don't know if it's just because of this, whatever people try to say it's gold and this and that, it's BS. But it's like every single reason why it's up can be proven wrong, or at least a good theory as to why it's wrong. So we don't really know. It's a phenomena. It's weird. And that's why I'm saying the tinfoil about it would just be Russia is seemingly not really getting as affected as we seem, because their currency strength does not match up with what the news is saying about how everything is going. Like, if Russians were really mad at Putin, they would do it if their currency lost 100% of their value, not if it's back at the same level they were at 2 months ago. Does that make sense? Like, imagine they're saying, oh, the soldiers are mad, people are pissed out, Russia made a big mistake. Usually you would feel that in your currency. The easiest way to cause a revolt is increase the price of bread, make things destabilized. If the currency kept going at that rate and it was unstable, people would be calling for Putin's head. The billionaires down to the working class. It didn't matter. So, but that's the thing, is that people are still holding rubles. You're not watching the same effect. Literally, if you've rushed the bank a month ago, you're losing money right now because the currency got stronger. Remember, people were exchanging at 100 at those quote-unquote bank runs. And then what happened? A month later, you're at 70 again, 80. So that's the tinfoil. EQT pop. Is it weird that foreign exchange? Kind of, but again, he's demanding rubles. And then who knows how he got it or what he did with it, but the whole situation's weird. But the currency is a snitch by saying it's not what you think. That's all I see. I can't tell you why. I don't know why. Everything is speculation. But at the end of the day, the currency is saying a very clear signal that it's right back to where they started. Yeah, the White House was even mentioning it too. The White House was saying about the ruble. Remember that? They really were. They were excited about it, and they were saying it. But again, it's right back to the level. It's not even that wild. It is. Again, the last time Russia's currency did that, it retraced maybe like 30-40%. And then continued to weaken another 100%, and then from there it never went lower. It just that set off a new era of their currency and their economy. Oil broke 100. There it is. Yeah, Brent crude's slipping. But this is what I was saying. This is what I'm waiting for. We want to see this, the jawboning, see how it plays out. Unless it drops below 97, that's it. We keep buying, or we wait till it gets around here. But I'm buying the dip. I mean, I'm just letting the premium go through with it. I don't know. I think the leases are going to be important, but other than that, my confidence is very little that the current plan of action is going to create a material price impact in oil markets for the next 3 to 6 months. I'm going to buy an oil company, maybe USO, but it could be good. But I would just go with an oil company like XOM, Conoco, Philip, Oxy, any of those. I'm gonna go with whichever one has the best premium. Remember, we took the Philip because it was underperforming. Some of them are going to do good, some will lag. We'll find the cheap one. B&O could be in the cards too. I'd be down, but the premiums are still gassed. CL. I look at Brent again, since I'm looking at the Europe situation and the biggest risk. I don't look at CL anymore ever since this all started. If you haven't noticed, I'm just looking at Brent. So our prices may be a little bit different, but I look at Brent because of its exposure to Europe. Again, Europe gas is going to be Brent. Even then, Brent crude would get affected more than crude oil would, even with the SPR release, believe it or not. Again, it's more similar type of oil, if anything. But crude doesn't matter. I mean, at the end of the day, too, even then, like, we could increase production. We will be fine to a degree, but like at the end of the day, like, America, we have some of the cheaper prices globally of gasoline. Europe is a different story. It's expensive as hell there, and those are the ones. That's the first set of contagion. That's the person who is going to get hit the hardest. It's going to be Europe, and then whatever happens with Europe, it will spread to our counterpart here, the United States. TLT's going higher. Banks are starting to break. Watch out. That might give us the next leg down. Yeah, I think banks will cause the next one. Yeah, crude settles at 100. So crude is closed now. They have nearly 10,000 on drilling federal lands. Calling for a use it or lose it policy. Should make that. I like it. I think that's a very smart strategy. I want to see it. Hopefully it doesn't lead to any any other problems, but it's very, very good. Yeah, Longeveron's killing it, baby. Longeveron, we in the game. Just a little bit of patience. Longevity. Can you explain why USO holds treasury bills? So that's the first question I asked Sal and the people on his team when we first started looking at it. A lot of these ETFs sometimes, depending on how much money comes in, they'll buy certain like fixed income stuff to get a return to make sure that the net asset value is appropriate. So it's like if they can't, they'll put some money to get a fixed return back if they're not, buying the assets that they're holding. Because again, if they get cash, they got to make sure that the value of the fund is representative of the amount of money that's came in. So they'll use that. It's like a cash equivalent, and they could get some level of return, if anything, a small one. And that's the crazy part. What happens, these ETFs, in a weird way, some of the ETFs, they may start doing very good if rates go up. So, again, this is up to Sal. If Sal wants to go about doing it, once the interest rates get high enough, once these ETFs have extra cash, what are they going to start doing? They could go put it into these smaller corporate papers, or they could go get these quicker, faster yields, but then the yields are going to go higher. So then they could start taking excess cash outside of the assets that they're holding to match up, and then they can go take the excess cash, loan it out at a higher rate, and then they could pay you back a dividend. That's how ETFs go about paying dividends, believe it or not. So I don't know if that's going to be his plan, but that's a way it could happen. So let's see. Higher rates may be good for, again, that's why even banks could benefit off of it, but some ETFs and other market participants, depending on their business model, rates could help them make more money, especially if they got a little bit of cash. WWR Graphite Vertical. Westwater Resources, $2 up 16%. SPY converging with TLT. I guess TLT's going up, SPY's coming down. It is. Bonds are up, SPY's down. Makes sense. And then the banks, bonds are up, banks are down. That makes sense. It's just weird and small. Good time to buy commodity stocks. Really, you're going to trade commodity stocks. Again, commodity stocks aren't something you want to own, more or less. It's just buy and play the runs up and downs. And that's why the premium and everything else is so important if you're trading options or the underlying. But that's I'm waiting a little bit, but we've been holding some that we got at a good price, riding it out. We take profits on some, wait for the dip, come back into it until the situation fundamentally changes. Even for dividend, yeah, I still wouldn't. Again, it's a very, how long of a commodity trade, it just really depends on the cycles of what you're trading. Everything has a hot season, a slow season, and the fundamentals of it, like whether it's oil or if it is agriculture. So that's the thing. But even if it was a dividend, I probably wouldn't hold it. I'd be willing to trade it, hold it for a little bit, and then go from there. But for the most part. I mean, commodities are characterized as big pops and big drops, and then staying at a price of production for X amount of time. Facebook's algorithm was mistakenly elevating harmful content for the last 6 months. They promoted misinformation. That gas prices were caused by Putin? And that's not. Oh, no. That's facts. I forgot. That's facts. Apple Pop. I just want to see Longeveron get to 15. Banks are going down. Bonds are going up. So reverse scenario there. Remember, bond yields were going up, or bonds were going down, yields were going up. That was good for banks, and then vice versa. Airbnb, they were doing good, and a lot of the other travel names are up. Just 15, just for today. I mean, again, I think, does this bring it above? This company is worth at least $300 million. That's it. Yeah, right now they're at $64 million. So you don't have the same like hype in there, but now they're one step closer to peer. Even the volume, honestly, this is big. This is bigger volume than the first time it even went crazy, except for that one day. But even then, the stock didn't move as much. You can see what happened over the next few days. But I mean, we still got our position. We're not even like, tripping on it. The float is 5 million shares. And I know we have a lot of it. If you've still been holding, we got to cash out big the first time, and then we still got to keep 500 free shares. I might try to get them for an interview. They won't respond to my emails to buy them out or do a private placement. I wanted to buy them. I said, let's do it. But I have a couple of different ideas. We'll see. We are working on one idea, but I can't talk about it till we do it. It's not related to Longeveron though, but there's similar opportunities. I have 276. That's good. That's good. I have the ghetto lockup. I put it on today just in case. When's the cult meetup? Sooner rather than later at this point. I mean, I think we're getting past all the politics and they're letting people outside. I think a lot of the chat has even calmed down and people aren't as political about everything. Sadly, I mean, we were ready to go. We are still ready to go. Again, the last time we talked about it, people were arguing with me on whether or not we were going to have any mandates to attend. And I was just like, I cannot do this. I am not getting in the middle of this. This is wild. The first time, it's been crazy. So, yeah, even mama's coming outside. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's like, I think that's a very good indicator. And then, I mean, we'll see. I'm going to be putting in an offer on a building today. And if we actually end up getting this building in like 6 to 12 months, once it becomes vacant, I have a cool plan with it. And at the very least, that could be used up as a meetup spot or a very solid Stream Alerts house, as we've discussed in the past. So I'm excited. Let's see what happens. God willing. God willing. Here's the flow of MGN. They knew. Click, 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 click. Do we just wear name tags with our handles? That's actually a cool idea. Should I buy merch? If your current clothing is not breathable, then maybe it would be good for you. If someone's uncomfortable with certain requirements, they could just not participate. As much as I agree with you, I just, I could see a problem from a mile away. So I just don't want to be in the middle of it. That's it. I'd rather not participate. And again, I mean, strategy's working. You let tensions die down. You let people get back to normal a little bit, not get in the middle of it, and then that's it. And that's all. And we'll chill, once, especially if everybody, on a city level too, if people allow it. Because even then, back then we were talking about it, even when I was getting, the company we hired, like even then we had to there were certain restrictions and laws and that's it. But as even then, San Diego now, there's no mask mandate. They're not required for anything to go to a place of business. They don't have any restrictions on the amount of size of groups that can meet up with. So if you have local restrictions in place, and then you also have a political issue where people get back and forth with it, it's we got to wait till at least on the local level things are cleared, and then it's just then we point our finger. Well, go complain to the city, not us. TLT spies. If TLT goes, market doesn't like TLT going up because I think it's hitting the banks right now. Does Longeveron have options? Spot the drip taster. I love those, honestly. Yeah, longevity still don't got options, bro. That's whack. We would have made so much money on the first one if they had options. If we made 40 grand realized off of shares, that would have been a nasty option trade. If you let me leverage it beyond, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's okay. Our time will come. Don't worry. It's cool though. I'm glad it's coming up. Does it help it go because they're buying equity? Well, nah. If there was it would have been nuts. With options, it would have been nuts. I bought into JP Morgan at 131. 131 rum, pineapple juice, and one. V Live, not, but I will. I definitely are. Longeveron keeps going. This will probably be a couple days. As much as I'd want to play it again, I can't go in for 80%. I'm just going to ride my shares out. So be very cautious. Don't chase it. Again, buy it when it goes down. If you are going to chase any of these shits, just wait till they go red. Okay? Or even if you insist on buying up 80, wait till it gets into a cycle like this. Okay? So just keep that in mind. We're just enjoying the view from here. Because, again, we've held that play for a while. It went negative. Now it's back up a great amount. So just don't FOMO into it. I think we might see more with it. We've watched this thing move before when it does this. So we'll see. My entry price is like $8 on the free shares. First time I ever got drunk was Caribou. I could see that. High school, we would get hyped when we'd hear that. We'd be like, yeah, you felt so cool. Oh, that's funny. I think my first time ever drinking, I stole it from somebody. I stole the alcohol and put it in a water bottle. And then I think I got drunk by myself, actually, the first time. Because I just wanted to know what it was like. Sorry, Mom. I forgot. I just jacked a little baby water bottle of it. Just some straight Smirnoff. And then I was like, let's see what happens. And then I just downed it. And I was just, bro, it was the craziest thing ever. And I remember I called my friends. I was like, yo, meet me at the park. And I was like, this is wild. And that's it. It was bad. It was bad. I was like, nah, let me see this, man. Let me see. I said, hold on. I didn't drink it till I was 18. You're a good guy, man. Lucky you. Hey, man. See, I knew I liked Daniel, man. Just a good soul. Just a good soul. What would my dad have done if he caught you? Mom and dad, they would have beat me back to Egypt. Honestly, I really would have think so. They would have probably sent me back to Egypt. I said the first time I got caught smoking weed, my mom didn't talk to me for like 9 months. She wouldn't even cook me food. She wouldn't even speak to me. I don't think you realize. She would not even she wouldn't even look at me. I'm telling you, I would get picked. She would pick me up from school and I would drive home and there wouldn't even be a discussion. She wouldn't even look at me every day. Every day that she would pick me up, it would just be, that's it. Nothing. She would make food for everybody in the house. I would get nothing. And I was like, or there would be a little bit left for me downstairs. A little bit. Oh, man. I swear, for a whole 9 months. Even my friends, like, I'll see if I could get a high school friend of mine. It's like, I got grounded for like a year. I just disappeared for a year because I got caught. And that's it. Everybody makes fun. They all made fun of me for it for my whole life. Because they're like, bro, you just disappeared. Be like, I just disappeared. I wasn't allowed to go. I wasn't allowed to do anything. That's it. And I got really good at playing NBA 2K. I found a way. I snuck it. My mom didn't know I had the PSP. They took away everything, and I would just stay in my room, and I just had this PSP they didn't know about. And that was it. That's all I could do. Just study, and that's it for like it was like 9 months, but everyone says it was like a year. I was young. I was very, very young. I was very, very young. That's why they were so shocked. Bro, it was wild. It was wild. How she catch me? I'm not telling you so that you guys could get caught. And if any young person hears this, they gonna find you, bro. They gonna find it. Don't do it, okay? Wait till you're old. Wait till you've matured, okay? You don't need it now. Okay? I don't even hang out with any of those people anymore. That's it. It's not gonna make you cooler. Okay? Worst case scenario, maybe best case scenario, you wind up 30 years old still just giggling every time you hear weed in the chat. You know what I'm saying? So just don't do it now. Just don't do it now. Trust me. Trust me, okay? I'm not going to tell you how I got caught. That's it. Because you're going to get caught the same way. Every single time. You have experience. I'll be able to tell if my little ones are doing anything stupid. I know. That's what sucks. I feel like if I ever had a kid, that kid has no idea. He gonna think he's slick. I know everything. I know every trick in the book. Every trick in the book. That's it. Did any of you have that? You guys have it? You know what my dad would do every time? From that anytime I come home. It don't matter what day it was. It don't matter what time. It don't matter how he was feeling. He'd be like, hey, come here. Give me a hug. Asshole, bro. Asshole. It didn't matter. It'd be like, if I came home at my curfew, if we even got there by like 11, he would be like, hey, come here. Just give me a hug. He'd be like, what? You don't want to hug your dad? You don't want to hug your dad? Come on, let me get a hug. I just want to hug you. Just let me hug you. I was like, oh my gosh. Like, oh, you smell like good cologne today. Why'd you wear it? He's like, why do you have so much cologne? It's like, No, that's not how I got caught, Billy. I already knew that was coming. Psst, rookie. Oh, man. My sons think they slick. Do you know everything they do? Like, does anybody have a kid in here who's like, he's getting into the sketchy teenage years and thinks that you don't know? Do any of you have a kid where they think they don't know and you let them you let them think that they don't know? Or do you just do you bust them right away? Yes, all the time. But do you bust them or do you let them think they're sneaky? I do both. I do. You do what though? Do you right away or let them be sneaky? I act like I don't know. I play dumb until he needs me. Oh, man. Some of you guys are dope. You leave notes. Ooh. Nothing more ominous than the note. I feel that's a good one. I wait and see. Let them think they're sneaky. That's wild, bro. That's wild. The parent-children dynamic, wild. Wild. That's good, though. That's good. Just make sure they get a long term. That's it. Just get them a long term. Okay? Tell them to focus on the long term, too. You don't know what kind of dad you'll be? I don't know. My strategy, I have no experience. I'm going to just be crazy up until they're like 17, 18, and then I'm just going to flip. And be like, yeah, bro, it's super chill. You old now. I don't care. I never cared. I'll be like, my bad, dog. Yeah, nah, it's straight. You be like, you need something? I got you. What you need, bro? Nah, bro, we got it like that. It's chill. Don't worry. He's going to be, and he'll just be confused. That's it. And that's what I'm looking for. You know what I'm saying? Where I'll just be super crazy about it. Like super crazy up until he's 17, 18. And then right when he's 18, I'm like, what, man? Nah, nobody really cared. That's it. You'd be like, what? I know what you did last summer. If you're leaving that on the note, oh my gosh, you're going to scare them. Be like, what is this? Oh my gosh. I still have to see the new Scream. Massive bets on short-term energy play. RRC. Andres just sent me this. Super bullish option. RRGC. Or what is it? RRC. Here's some of the data. This is the put volume. Just all of a sudden, someone went big. Let me see if I can find the trade. Because that's the thing I've been looking at is this. So like, let me show you. I could pull it up. It comes up with this. This is one of the plays that came on the scanner, but you could find the condition. So find the condition of the trade. Remember we were talking about this, and you guys brought it up, and I kept looking at them. But like you could see like single floor or a single foot or something like that. Execution trade, single leg auction, non-intermarket sweep order, exchange trade. Again, single leg auction, like stuff like that. And then that way, because you could get a little bit more insight into the actual trade. Because a couple of the plays I found, it's like these weird swaps that they're doing, and it doesn't really mean anything. But then some of them, like if it's an exchange trade, that's fire. That means somebody is hitting the exchange and buying it. But then some of them, I don't know if there's like a multi-leg execution. And then IS, intermarket sweep, that just means somebody wants it, all of that. RRC sold below bid. Let me see. But how can I get it? I need to get the ticker. What's the play? What was the play that got purchased? 31 put for April 2022. Is it 31 put? Why doesn't it show up? How come 31 doesn't show up? Let me go to April. See, this is, unless I can find it, I have to manually like put in the contract. Is this it? Yeah. Exchange, automatic execution, intermarket sweep. I think this was a sweep order, bro. They bought they got some here, but then a lot came in. They just sweeped it. So that was just a fat market order. So that's a little bit better. That's a weird play, bro. April 14th. That's in the money too, though. But he didn't do a spread or anything related to that. Again, all the order, most of it came in here. They sold, no, they didn't sell the put. I think it's a purchase. They bought these. These are all buys. Longeveron towards the high again. $600 were hit on the bid. Now, if they were doing a spread, it would have said multiple leg execution. So at the end of the day, they did it single leg. Yes, I'm still holding them. Thank you for answering that. That's an interesting one. They could have ghetto-legged into it. I don't know. Some people are saying it's sold. To me, it looks like a purchase, but, I mean, that's always going to be the risk that we run here with trying to determine what's going on with any of these. Steel running, it's been going up. I mean, materials, energy, all of that's related there. But I couldn't explain part of it today. I mean, especially some of the energy companies went up even after oil dropped. Longevity wants 14. TLT coming now. Watch, you might get a little pop with time. 12, power hour. They're in the money. They are in the money, yeah. That's an interesting trade, honestly. It's kind of dope. They didn't hesitate to scam me. I bought one. I bought a cheap one, though. I'm down. I'm down to see what happens with that one. Because it's playing like, you know, it's playing oil on the downside. And that's a very interesting set. The SPY's going up real big with that. Shares. It's a short play, though. That's the thing. Kirby live. I don't know if he's saying bonds are dropping heavy. I don't think there's any news, but that's a big one. Kirby
IRC,
looks so
and a good
fresh,
one,
bro.
was to give us a more tactile feel
I honestly
of
like
what
the
it's
guy.
like. 'Cause
I don't really like, and I'm
you can
saying
have the
that
best
just based off
prevention
of
program at the corporate level,
like
here,
looking
at
at
the
him.
headquarters level.
He just
But
has
unless
swag.
it's being acted on and executed
I don't know. There's something
and
about
locally
Kirby.
adopted, then
And he seems like he cares.
It's much
kind of
no better than the paper it's written on. And so
you know what I'm
clearly
saying?
we learned a lot from these.
Oh yeah,
first
but don't
20
trade it.
sites.
Not a recommendation. I spent $40 on a RRC put for April 14th, so I didn't go for the same one. I just grabbed a put for $40 on RRC. Again, keeping it small with everything going on. So yeah, it's a cool angle.
Question. My second question deals with the RAND report specifically, but more generally, is there a central lessons learned area of the Pentagon? We always hear, after like the Kabul incident and other incidents, that there's a lessons learned done. Is there actually a repository for these lessons learned so somebody can go and read the lessons learned?
Well, the way it's typically done is by geographic region or combatant command, or sometimes service specific. There have been lessons learned. There have been after action reports done. Now that we've just wrapped up 20 years of war, so there are plenty of documents for us to consult and look at. And some of them reside here in D.C. Some of them were down in Tampa. They're scattered around depending on what level they were written. But Tom, as I said at the opening, he has now put into place a civilian harm and mitigation response program here at the corporate level, at the headquarters level, to be led by the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Special Operations and Low Intensity Conflict, Chris Mayer. So, no, I know. So Chris is going to take a hard look at, obviously, he's going to learn from this RAND report. He's already gone through it. But he's leading up a team that's going to come up with a more thoughtful approach to civilian harm and mitigation based on the lessons learned from even just this year's events.
Well, I was thinking of that. And the successful mission in Syria that we talked about, you told us, how President Biden wanted to make sure there was no civilians harmed, et cetera. That's part of the lessons learned that you indicated from the podium. And that's so when Chris and his team go to do the study, they know where to go to get these quote-unquote lessons
He
learned.
absolutely does. And if it's not something he can get his hands on, believe me, he can get his hands on it. We're gonna be, as the Secretary has directed us to be, as open-minded and as curious as we can be to try to get better at this. We still, no other military works as hard as we do to mitigate civilian harm, and yet we still cause it. And we're going to be nothing but honest about that, and we're going to continue to try to learn from past issues.
See, man, I told you I like him. Listen, that was facts.
Specific and rule it out.
That was good.
You said
Wow.
earlier this week, it's not training in the classic sense that what people would think. This is you speaking from the podium when we were asking about the possible training of Ukrainians by U.S. forces. And you also refer to this word liaison, which I found is an interesting word to use. The classic definitions of liaison are communications between people, or in a culinary sense, thickening of a product, which I don't think you're referring to. So could you drill down a little bit on, is there no outright training, and what do you mean in training in the classical sense that people think? Is there something else going on people wouldn't think about?
No, I mean, I don't know that I can improve upon my answer to Jen. We are having interactions on occasion with Ukrainian troops that momentarily temporarily have to come into Poland for the purpose of transshipment of this security assistance, and there's some liaison going on there. But it's not, as I said to her, it's not, and to you, it's not classic training in the sense that that I think you and I think about it. But these liaisons are happening, and they're happening at a fairly frequent level. I would remind, and I know why the question's coming up, but I mean, we did have a training mission in Ukraine that we had to suspend because of the invasion. We had Florida National Guard troops that were there not far from Lviv that were doing training, and we would love nothing better than to get back to that, but clearly that's not an option right now. You didn't ask this, but I'm going to take the opportunity anyway. That as we talk about security assistance, and And we're doing a lot, and we're doing a lot faster. And I understand the focus and the interest in the actual items being sent and being used. I totally get that. But I just hope we don't forget that it's not just the stuff that matters. It's their ability to use this stuff. And that didn't happen by accident. 8 years of training of Ukrainian armed forces has made an enormous difference in their battlefield competency, in their capability. And that wasn't just the United States. UK, the Canadians, and other allies were also involved in that. So that when these things are arriving, they're able to get into the hands of Ukrainian armed forces, and they're able to use them in fairly short order. Again, that's not an accident. That prowess, that agility that we were talking about earlier, that very much was by design because of 8 years of very quality training that they've received.
Those statements that you just made there is probably what fuels the idea that there's some training going on, only because some of these weapons and supplies are relatively new to the Ukrainians. And your testimony up there, as you were saying, 8 years of training by the United States and other countries gives them this prowess, gives them the ability to stun the Russians. Yet on newer weapons they may not be so familiar with. How could they achieve that same? I'm just saying that suggests the fact that somewhere along the line.
I can't improve upon my answer. There's no training right now in the classic sense.
Okay.
Thank you, John. With everything that you mentioned about the Russian troops movement around Kyiv, did the department detect any de-escalation on the side of the Russian troops and around Kyiv, but in Ukraine in general? And then, if I may,
wait, before you go on, what do you mean by de-escalation?
What they said, there's going to be some de-escalation and the operations and
what they call de-escalation, I call repositioning. That they had already been in a defensive posture before they began to reposition. As far as we can tell, the forces that remain around Kyiv are still largely in defensive positions.
But in terms of military operations, targeting the city itself?
Well, clearly they are from the air. I mean, the Kyiv is still a central focus of their airstrikes.
And you credited the Ukrainian forces with their agility and stopping not only that convoy, but basically it seems like they were able to thwart this Russian offensive to take Kyiv. Should the Pentagon as well be credited with any advisory role on the operational level with the Ukrainians throughout this war? You said like for 8 years, of course the U.S. played a role in training these forces. Did the Pentagon play any role, not only in supplying the weapons, but play any advisory role in the operational sense of how to basically deal with this?
We don't have trainers on the ground in Ukraine. We're not doing tactical level, advise and assist, which is what I think you're getting at. But we have said for a while now, to the degree we can provide the Ukrainians information that's useful to them in the fight, we're providing that. I think that's about the best I can answer your question. Barb.
A question from one of our colleagues who was unable to dial in. Would like to ask.
So they found a workaround.
It's a very typical practice. The White House often did that during COVID. People would email to other colleagues. So this person, who shall go unnamed, would like to know the Russian announcement, and then I have a question, about the 134,000 conscripts. What do you make of that? Do you believe the Russians, when they say these conscripts won't go into Ukraine, it's a routine call-up? Do you believe they're going to get mobilized and that the Russians are going to have to rely on them in the coming weeks? And the question I wanted to ask you, can you bring us up to date on any plan or thoughts you have, the department has, about the need to establish either a rotational or extension program for the troops you've sent? While some of them are quite recently there, there's every reason to think you're going to have to eventually rotate or extend some units.
Yeah. On the conscripts, I mean, we've seen noted that the Ministry of Defense has claimed that these conscripts that the President Putin has now called up, 134,000 or so, they've claimed that they're not going to be sent into Ukraine to fight. We'll see. We've also seen Russia reject the deployment of conscripts in Ukraine totally outright, saying, it wasn't happening, only to then have to publicly acknowledge that after it was revealed by journalists that they were in fact there. So I don't think you can take anything from the Ministry of Defense at face value. So we'll see. We know that, and we've talked about this before, Barb, that in those early days, it was a significant amount of their forces were conscripts. And we have indications that many of them were simply lied to about what they were doing. Some of them thought they were going on a training exercise. Weren't told that they were actually going into combat, into war. And of course, that sense of disillusionment and their lack of proper training and preparation led to some disastrous consequences for some of these early Russian units. So again, we'll see. We'll see where this goes. We'll watch. We'll try to do the best we can to verify. We're not going to take it face value. And on the extensions or rotations, I think the Secretary wants to keep his options open, Barb. The additional deployments that we've sent now, somewhere on the order of just under 20,000 or so troops to Europe. These are on temporary orders. We'll take each one as it comes, and the Secretary will decide whether that capability needs to stay, yes or no, and then if it does it need to be that unit, or do we need to rotate that unit out? Thus far, nobody has been rotated out. Everybody that the Secretary has ordered in is going to stay in. And we've talked about the 82nd Airborne, for instance, and some of their enablers. They are still there, and the Secretary's made no decisions about their departure. The Carrier Strike Group, Harry S. Truman, is still in the Mediterranean and will stay in the Mediterranean until the Secretary decides that it's time for the ship to rotate out. Now, with a Carrier Strike Group, obviously you've got refit and refuel and maintenance that has to go on the back end of a deployment. So we'll factor that all in there. But I think what we're trying to be careful of is sort of our hard ending dates on these temporary deployments, because we want to be able to monitor the situation on the ground and make the best and most flexible decisions in real time.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't get it. Because, are you just saying you're going to, I know you're not exactly saying you're just going to bust deployment regularly.
No. We're going to,
are you open to rotations?
Of course, absolutely. The Secretary's leaving his options open. And look, Barb, nobody knows how long the need's going to be there, the acute need for these deterrence and defense capabilities, because we don't know how long this war in Ukraine is going to last. So I think it follows just normal reason that at some point, if the length of time gets to a point where commanders on the ground recommend that they swap these units out, the Secretary will certainly be open to that. And it may be like you remove a capability because it's not only time to send that capability back, but maybe you just don't need it as much anymore. And maybe what goes forward is something completely different, or maybe nothing at all. I think it's going to be very flexible, and we'll be as open with you as we can about what's going in. But you've noticed, I'm sure, that we're not giving you hard end dates because we're watching this in real time. It is about making sure that we are properly postured on the eastern flank of the alliance. And again, that's a put and take that the Secretary's looking at literally every day.
Can you say, besides the Carrier Strike Group you just mentioned, can you say who else is, and I believe Army Combat Brigade, can you say what other units are being extended?
I don't have any other ones to speak to at this time. Those are the big muscle movements that we know are staying in place for right now. But as you know, Barb, we have lots of small units, enablers, and I don't have visibility on all of those.
Is the 82nd being extended?
They are not. They're not going anywhere anytime in the immediate future. I just put it that way. Sylvie.
To follow up on Barbara's question.
Which one?
About the length.
She asked a lot of them.
about the length.
They weren't all mine.
Of the conflict. So I understand that the fact that the Russians refocus on
I think we'll get headlines, if anything. But it seems, I mean, apparently it's not over. I didn't know that. That's crazy. Apparently they said the war is going to last. I thought 2 days ago but but this don't make, it's crazy world we live in. Yeah, I like that booking news. I looked to Airbnb to see if it moved it. But it did not. It did not. Oil came down, a couple of them. Yeah, I think that was after the Biden thing. And what was that other one? RRC? That one was a very interesting play. I think we're going to see it. Kept that one small. We'll see where it goes from there. Everything else, pretty small gains today. I mean, the lows went up 35%. The Baba's 14%. And then, I don't know, I think the Hershey's came down. Hershey's says they're down on the spread, but the ask is pretty high. And then the EXCs. Wheat went up and down and ended up closing red with all of that. But we're going to watch the follow-through after we got the crop report today. So it affected corn and a couple of other things, but I would give it some time, and then we'll see the next time oil goes back up. But for the most part, wheat is planting has stayed the same. Inventories have dropped. It's not, people aren't freaking out just yet, but now just imagine a couple weeks from now, if we get another report about inventories or now an issue with the Black Sea, then it'll probably really get clapped. Or not clapped, it'll probably really run from there. Longevity again, bro. Longeveron James, baby. There you go. 14.15 is what we're looking for. Yeah, Longeveron, they met the for Lomacel B. That's the one that we played everything on, and that was what gave them like part of the PRV. They met their primary endpoint, so that just makes them one step closer to a $300 million voucher. If not, they may actually get it. I don't know. I think there's a couple steps left, but it's a very, very good news. Again, we're not acting on it. We just have the original plays from a couple months ago. Yeah, Walgreens came back to life. I was looking at that one. We had it still down a little bit, but that's good. RRCs is at April 14th. It's short term, but I kept it small. Yeah, Walgreens is really gassing a little bit there towards the high, but it's still down. If it could get close to like 2%, 1% down, that'll be fire. SPY's coming down. I would watch financials here. Again, banks are just doing the most right here. Fertilizer, we still got our NTR in the MOS play still. Activision, oh wow, Activision going little nuts there. I mean, Activision CEO and option buyer. Oh, he met with him? It's not good. That's a weird candle. SPY's coming down pretty quick here. We got 40 minutes left. Again, we have yet to go to 4:55, the close of Monday. And it's Thursday. It's Friday Junior, baby. Friday Junior. On Chevron's third biggest day. I know, it's actually wild. I mean, and we'll see. Remember, after hours, too. I think like the top of the day will be like 15 or 14 or 15. That's just where I wanted it to get to. If it got there, I mean, it puts it in a very good zone. Again, that was the last time from the update at the beginning of the year. And to match up this volume at the price, I mean, again, this is a 5 million share play. I don't know how many of you have been holding it this whole time with me. Have you guys just been holding them? The EWGs came back to break even. They went up for a second on the ask, but they're like fighting between break even and going up. You're still holding. And, all right, yeah, so just put a ghetto lockup on it and we chill. That's what I'm saying. There's only 5 million shares. This story is progressing on exactly how we want to, so we're chilling. We're chilling. I have 500 shares. There's only 5 million shares that exist, but I could imagine there's a lot in the Chad and then anybody else who's been holding it long. But a lot of people trade this shit. That's the thing. Up 20%. Oh, you got the good price on EWG. Y'all took advantage of that. That's what I said. So I said on the first video, I said just follow these plays because if they ever drop, you just use these as a guide. That's hype. Big red. Yep, we're flushing through. 455. You crossed it with a third of a point. Are we Longeveron apes? Nah, man. It's just the coat. We the same, baby. We the same. We just doing what we've been doing. You know what I'm saying? That's it. That's it. We were diamond-handed long before any diamond hand. You know, the long term. Oh, man. That's it. Just nuts. Just a coat, baby. The Bears are going to be slaughtered by me eventually. Fools. It's very aggressive. I feel, bro. All right, man. That's it. Okay. I don't want to get on your bad side. Hopefully we friends, man. Hopefully we friends. I don't think I'm a bear bull or anything, but I just hope we friends. You like the kid in high school who has a lot of weird scribbles, you know what I'm saying, on his book, and he starts writing people's names down, and he's hella antisocial and shit. I'm like, yo, man, we good, right? I ain't make fun of you ever. I just hope you know we friends, okay? Just for real, bro. For real. I got you, man. I'm on your team, bro. Just don't hurt me, shit. I'll just relax. Okay. He's a lethal traitor. Bro, he single-handedly, he said, all you Bears, you're mine. You're mine. Said you were going to get hurt by me. Yo, you worried about Ken Griffin. Nah, you should be worried about me, son. How did this happen? How did it trade stocks? I sound tired. Nah, chill, bro. Chill. Market's going down. We got Longeveron James, back from off season. That's it. We about to, we got a winning season on our hands here with Longeveron. I'm feeling good about this season. We had a lot of rest during the off season, and it's good to see him back out on the court. It's good to see him playing, and we're just, we want to make sure we stay calm. We don't want to get too excited. It's pretty early in the season, but we're how he's looking right now, we're really impressed. It looks like training was doing good. We were coming off the injury as well, injury in off season, and to see him back out there on the field today, it's just great to see. So, we don't want to push our luck, but we are definitely, we want to go for the championship this year. So, we're going to play it game by game and go from there. Thank you. Yeah, SPY, it buttered half a point. You sure you don't want that double dip on oil now? I already have exposure. You see what I'm saying? So any exposure I got, I'm gonna be patient with it because I know I could get a snipe of a deal, and even if I miss it, I'm gonna be chill. So, but it could be there, but I know the days of the volatility or the days of the event, usually that premium's gonna be pretty high. 104% Longeveron. Bull trap. Honestly, I have no idea what anybody is talking about right now. Like when they're like bull trap, bear trap, it's like we're in the middle. Who is trapping who? I have no idea anymore. My perception of a trap in bullish or bearish has diminished. JagX is popping. Longevity, let's go, baby. Let's go. A couple things coming down right now. Again, watch if banks keep going lower. That's going to be a big one, but I think it's energy that's giving way right now because not everything's hitting the low. Like XLF is, but XLE's still up. XLV healthcare is starting to sell off pretty high right now. I still got the butterflies. They're going to be clapped for the next 2 weeks, but if we get like a 2%, 3% move down on the S&P, which is quite a bit, they'll come back to life. But for now, they're gutter. They're down 93%. And volume is still super low. It's came back up a little bit, 50 million, and we got 30 minutes. So we might go a little bit higher than the lower day. EWG plays. If you click the link that's pinned up there by Jesus, you could see the plays that we made, and you could actually see the whole logic. And it's something you're going to hear about in the future. It's probably one of the more bigger events that we have here right now. Out of the money, back to break even. They're doing good. The EXC's out the money. You got 15 on the bid, 20 on the ask. This is beautiful. We're technically up, or we have the bid at the break even, but I'm still holding those. All the plays are up now. But remember, we played this because it was lagging. So if they come back and do even more, I like EXC. Remember, that's still even an earnings play. 14 on longevity. Good to have you back, man. Good to have you back. Alcoa, slowing down. That one might be good to average on, because remember those smaller plays we got? Those are clap, but those are for April 14th. But longevity, Alcoa is going to be good with the materials. I know steel is up, but they'll react to everything kind of moving. This one could be a decent average here. I like Alcoa still a lot. That's going to be a play we're probably going to play with a couple of times. SPY looking. It might go down again. We're now at Friday's levels. So you're now at the Friday open. I mean, we opened up at like 451, highs of 452. That'll probably be the next level, but we might get there tomorrow. So we'll see what happens. White House Live. We got 20 minutes. Let's see. We could listen for a little bit. What SPY's going to be coming down right now. Let's wait till it chills out. Is Saki still out?
Petroleum Reserve conducted was oversubscribed by.
You know, this guy used to work for BlackRock.
So there is demand out there in the market.
I didn't know that.
The last thing that I would say
is that
BlackRock a very important element.
Like he worked high up in BlackRock. I don't know how high up, but he was the head of something.
Authorized the sale, but also the commitment to repurchase oil, and that will happen in coming years at a lower price, and that's important for two reasons. One is it provides that bridge to during this period of extraordinary supply constraint. But it also provides stability to the market in the future that there will be a buyer to purchase oil at a lower price. And it also allows us to actually maintain and increase the resilience of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve over the long term. We will be refilling the reserve, and if we're buying at a lower price, we'll actually be in a position to refill at more barrels ultimately. So the current 568 million barrels will come down, but then we'll go back up, and that's how the reserve functions. Secondly, just briefly, I wanted to touch on the presidential directive that the president signed today authorizing the Defense Production Act for usage for the critical materials that go into large capacity batteries. So the president took this action under Title III of the Defense Production Act, which provides for prioritizing and subsidizing the production domestically of key inputs that are critical to the national defense. So the Secretary of Defense has undertaken a study and identified that large capacity batteries are critical to the national defense, and the components that go into them, including lithium and nickel, cobalt, graphite, manganese. My guess is that's the first time in the White House briefing room someone has said manganese. These are critical minerals, and we are currently vulnerable to unreliable supply chains, which affects our national security. It also affects our economic security as well. So by taking this action, the president is authorizing the government to use the DPA authorities to build domestic production capability in these key materials. And this is going to be a key driver for building a domestically resilient supply chain to build large capacity batteries. Those are the batteries that go into electric vehicles, but also used for storage in other applications. And also to accelerate what the president talked about today of how we move to true energy independence by reducing our dependence on oil, the amount of oil that we consume, and reducing our dependence on fossil fuels. So those are two. The president touched on other issues as well. I'm happy to take questions all about, but I wanted to put a little bit more context on those two.
We'll start with Chris. Great, thank you. Two questions, Brian. Thank you for being here. One, to the figure 1 million barrels per day, to the skepticism that sounds unrealistic. Why should Americans have confidence that you're going to be able to meet that benchmark on a daily basis? And when can Americans expect to actually see the price of gas come down?
So on the first one, the Department of Energy Strategic Petroleum Reserve have now committed, per the president's direction, to release 1 million barrels a day into the market. Number one, we have the full operational capacity to do that. As I mentioned, there are actually 4 locations that make up the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. For purposes of this release, we will be releasing from all 4 of those locations. If you look at the actual operational capacity across all 4 of them, it is actually up to 4 million barrels a day in
Somebody
operational
asked
capacity.
about sour
so,
crude.
Actually,
Who gets the
executing
oil?
1 million barrels a day is well within the operational constraints. And a big part of that is because a lot of that moves by pipeline, and so to established offtake points. That's point number 1. Point number 2, there's been some question about, well, will there be sufficient market interest?
Get ready, you're about to break 455. This is even lower, 1 point below the Friday low.
I would say there that
453 is pretty much the
best indicator
baseline.
is what just happened.
Anything
in the
below
market
that, it
when
gets
in
ugly.
The last sale that the SPR tendered was 2.5 times oversubscribed. So certainly there is significant demand in the market, and that you would expect because supply is constrained and prices are high. So we fully expect that the Strategic Petroleum Reserve will execute against this per the president's direction.
You guys know they just sell it to Exxon, right?
Of the impact.
And then apparently they all keep the
we've already
profits.
Seen, and
again,
as we came in here, oil's trading down about 6% today. But the way that we think about this is in terms of supply and the market constraint. And so the supply in the global market, obviously the price of oil set at the margin, the global market, the global supply is down because of Russian oil. The 1 million barrels a day plus what our allies and partners are intending to deliver, and there is a meeting tomorrow morning of the International Energy Agency in Paris, an emergency meeting, and I won't get ahead of the specific commitments in that context, but as the President said, we're confident that our allies and partners will provide tens of millions of barrels additional into the market. So we're looking at well in excess of 1 million barrels a day of additional supply onto the market for, importantly, for several months. That is the most ambitious, aggressive, historic effort to try to replace supply in the short term. So certainly there is uncertainty about pricing and lots of different factors affect price across time. But we are confident that this is about the largest effort that countries with oil reserves have ever taken to supply the market in this way.
Could prices come down in a matter of days or weeks? I know it's difficult to pinpoint, but just for Americans who budget based on how much they have to spend on gasoline, what should they be bracing for?
Well, as the president spoke to today, that is uncertain, and so in being very clear, the market price is impossible to predict with certainty. One thing that I will say for sure is that as the price of oil comes down, it's incredibly important that that flows through to the consumer in terms of the price of gas as quickly as feasible. We've seen that be a problem in the past, and is definitely an issue that we are focused on.
Justin? Hey, Brian, I had two. One is to follow on, I think, what you just said, which is you've identified there's been a problem between crude oil prices and what folks are paying at the pump, and laid some of the blame for that at oil companies in the past. The president today, in his remarks, spoke to some extent about how there were good actors and bad actors in terms of folks who are ramping up production right now versus folks who are sort of banking profit. So I wanted to give you an opportunity for Americans who want to do the patriotic thing. Where should they be going to buy their gas right now? Are there good companies that have worked with the administration and folks that you're frustrated with right now? And then my other question was on your former friends kind of in the green community that have expressed, I think, some level of frustration with the announcement today, feeling like it's doubling down on fossil fuels. Obviously, I know you've kind of made this argument that long-term you're trying to pivot towards green energy, especially with the second part of the announcement today. But what do you say to climate activists who are sort of frustrated right now?
Patriot oil.
So on the first,
I had to.
On the first part
That
of the
was funny.
question,
You had me lolling.
Our goal is to provide relief to all Americans in all geographies across the country, and that means doing everything we can to bring down the price of gas at the pump everywhere. And so that's our focus. And the issue of the prices of gas going up very quickly and tracking oil prices and coming down much more slowly is not new. It's old enough that economists have a particular term associated with it called rockets and feathers. But just because we can identify it doesn't mean that it reflects an efficient market or a competitive market. So that has been our focus. On your second question, I want to be really clear, and I think the president said this better today, but I would just underscore it. The circumstances in global oil markets today and global energy markets today provide the clearest possible signal why the United States needs to do everything it can to accelerate toward energy security and true energy independence. And the only way that we can ultimately
the way we could do that is give up half of our reserves,
eliminate our dependence on fossil fuels. That's what the president was clear about today, and that, in fact, in the very near term, making sure that we have adequate supply is critically important for American families who are suffering. But the opportunity to actually work in partnership with our European allies, for example, to help them reduce their own dependence by reducing demand for fossil energy, by moving forward on the plan that the president underscored today, we have a historic opportunity to do that, and we are wasting no time, and we are taking no. This is not causing us to do anything but move even more quickly in the steps that we can take. I think the message that we have is that not only can we do these things together, but we have to do these things together.
Alice? Thank you. I just wanted to follow up about the allies and partners who would be participating. Can you give any additional detail? Will China be participating in the oil release?
So I don't want to get ahead of any specific commitments, but I'll say a couple of things. The first is that, as with every action that we have taken in relation to the war in Ukraine, the president and our entire team have been consulting and working incredibly closely with allies and partners on this. This was a significant topic in the president's call with the Quint on Monday at the leader level. Our teams have been working around the clock together before going into that and in the period since. The IEA is the body of countries that have significant stocks and reserves, and the formal process that they go into, and the United States is a member of the IEA, is to bring forward a proposal for a collective release. And the decision is whether there is a collective release, and then how much each country will contribute into that. So that's the process that will happen starting tomorrow morning. I don't want to get ahead of it. The only thing that I would say, and I think this is probably implicit in what we have done here, is the United States and the president made an explicit decision that the United States would lead here and lead with a historic use of our reserves. We have those reserves. We have the capability to do that, and so that was an explicit decision. At the same time, looking to partner with allies, and I think we'll see that reflected over the course of the next couple of days.
IEA members are the only ones participating in the release. Is that accurate?
Well, what I can tell you is that the IEA, the meeting tomorrow will be of IEA members, and that will be the question will be about a collective release in that context. We continue to engage with non-IEA members, China and other countries around their reserves, and will continue to do so. But the immediate step at hand will be the IEA.
The president said gas might drop between 10 and 35 cents a gallon. Brian, does that sound about right to you? 10 and 35 cents a gallon? Does that sound about right? That's what President Biden said. So, is that 10 and 35 cents?
On the use it or lose it push. The president had discussions with leaders in the oil industry ahead of this announcement. What, if any, assurances were given about increasing production? Were there any guarantees made?
So what we have engaged with oil companies and energy companies on, they have been public about. So you can see the reason why the market expectation has now increased to an expectation of about 1 million barrels a day of additional production online, is because many of those companies have gone out and been quite explicit about their intention to ramp up production across time, and that's an outgrowth of a number of the conversations that we have had. And so the use it or lose it approach is consistent in the sense that those companies that are looking to ramp production or to bring back online shuttered wells, those permitted areas would obviously be unaffected.
So
Does 10 to 35 cents sound?
Okay, Brian, I'm sorry.
10 to 35 cents.
As I said, it's uncertain, and so I'll let the president say.
Brian, so since you're sorry, you bothered me.
What's a fair price that you would accept the White House for?
Brian, as you just spoke about.
This is so awkward.
What are the conversations with India, another country that's dealing with major oil issues, gasoline issues, and also what are the guarantees with this 1 million a day for 6 months for Americans?
So our conversations with all countries that have reserves is
hey guys.
similar in encouraging them to.
I want to let you know I made a play. It's not a recommendation. Do not trade it. You will lose money. Okay? But I grabbed a Tesla put for April 14th. I spent about $1.60. Good luck. Don't trade it. Not a recommendation. Let's see what's happened.
Releases, including the Indian government to date. And so the work of diplomacy and engagement with our allies and partners is aimed to make sure that continues.
More about the United States, China, and India when you are looking at these top three consumers of oil?
So when we're talking about collective releases, the issue is actually who are the countries that actually have the largest reserves, not the largest consumers, but the largest reserves. So those are the IEA.
Into this as well, though.
Certainly, but in terms of releasing supply onto the market, that's a function of the reserves.
What are the guarantees for the American consumer in these 6 months, in the midst of COVID, in the midst of this war, in the midst of Russia doing whatever it's doing?
Well, and I think this goes to the gentleman's question as well. What the president has said is in terms of guarantee is he's going to do everything that he can. He's going to stay at this even in a very uncertain period, to do everything within his power to try to provide relief to families. And we can now commit that we will deliver 1 million barrels a day into the market, consistent with the president's directive across time.
I think Brian has time for one more.
Thanks, Brian. In talking about countries that may or may not get involved, curious if there's been any more conversation with Venezuela, Iran, Saudi Arabia about boosting production or about working out how we can potentially see more of their oil get back on the market. And then on the use it or lose it proposal he talked about, the idea that companies would be fined if they don't use their leases. Is there existing legislation he's referring to, or how would that work? Sure. And how is that, if not legal, how is that in keeping with sort of the capitalistic, he says he's a capitalist.
Of course.
Who is the government to be telling businesses what to do with something they've leased, I guess?
Sure. So on your first, there are conversations, engagements ongoing, but I don't have any new update on that front. On the second, we start from the premise that all of these are leases on public land. So it's federal land, and so it's your assets as citizens and as taxpayers. And so the way the process works is that companies lease tracts of land. They then, in areas where they are more interested in potentially discovering, they then seek a permit within their leased areas. And so the way that this policy would operate would be to say, going forward, in those areas where you are holding leased land, but you are not exploring, then you would pay incrementally on that. I would say two things. One is when companies lease with the federal government, again, this is companies operating with the federal government on public land, the lease is to explore and to pursue production. Those are the stated lease terms. So it's appropriate for the federal government. And number two, companies can always rescind their leases or transfer their leases as well. So they can provide their leases back to the federal government if they no longer have any use for them, or they could transfer them as well. So this is really about a very practical issue, which is everybody, Republicans, Democrats, everyone is saying we need to figure out how to increase more supply. And so in those areas where we already know the leases have occurred, the permits have occurred, there's nothing more that needs to happen, we should be encouraging companies to operate. And if they don't intend to or they don't want to, then they could hand those leases back to the government.
Are you still concerned that gas prices could hit record highs this spring and this summer?
So I'm not going to predict where the market will go. You'll find me not predicting on any particular forward data point. What I will say is that because of the president's actions today, because of a historic effort to put 1 million barrels a day of supply into the market, and because of the effort to work with allies and partners and galvanize a global response on this front, the market will be significantly more well supplied and prices will be lower than if we didn't take this historic action. And that's what our focus is, actions that we can take to make sure that that prices come down as much as we can.
Brian, one on food security real quick. Do you have any updates on the president's efforts to prevent real food shortages sparked by the war?
So it's a issue of a top focus, and we will have more to say on that issue in the coming days, but I don't have a specific announcement for you today.
Only incrementally raising production?
I think it's the same answer as the question earlier. We're continuing to have those conversations, but I don't have anything new for you today.
Low-income Americans getting clobbered right now at the pumps.
You have a president who's doing everything that he possibly can to try to address.
Bro, honestly, they need Psaki. Psaki don't get bullied. They get bullied.
Today, and I would encourage you all
Shout out to Psaki
to really cover it and look into it. $3.2 million through the weatherization program that goes directly to low-income families. But
all of this is BS.
$500 grant to make their home more energy efficient, bring down their energy costs by hundreds of dollars a year, and improve the health of their home. That's something the president did this week, putting that money out in addition to the other issues that we discussed today. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Brian.
Thank you all very much. So if you will just indulge me for a minute, I have a few announcements I'd like to make at the top.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm losing more confidence in the SPR thing every time we hear about it.
The Transgender Day of Visibility by celebrating transgender Americans who are thriving and making their communities stronger. Unfortunately, transgender Americans, particularly children, continue to face unacceptably high levels of bullying and discrimination. As you know, the president signed one of the most comprehensive executive orders on LGBTQI+ rights in history shortly after taking office, and this administration has repeatedly and forcefully called out state legislatures that are advancing legislation that discriminates against trans children and their families. Today, the State Department and Department of Homeland Security announced new steps that will improve the travel experience for transgender Americans. And the Department of Health and Human Services has released new resources for transgender kids and their families to help protect their mental health and ensure they receive the care they need to thrive. Finally, the president is reiterating his call for the Senate to pass the Equality Act to provide long overdue civil rights protections to transgender and LGBTQI+ Americans. As the president told transgender Americans in his State of the Union address, this administration will always have your back so you can be yourself and reach your God-given potential. Today, we're also celebrating the life and legacy of Cesar Estrada Chavez, a champion for social justice, an advocate for farm workers and working people who build and sustain our nation. A leader who has inspired generations of people to fight, organize, and expand opportunities for workers. When President Biden became president, he placed a bust of Cesar Chavez in the Oval Office as a reminder of the values and his vision to fight for respect, social justice, and equal dignity for all workers. The Biden-Harris administration remains committed to building an economy from the bottom up and the middle out that works for all. We fought hard to pass the American Rescue Plan that helped Latino workers, families, and small businesses.
It's already 10. 10-minute rigged. So sorry. What's her name? Maddie. Whatever. That was yeah, shout out Cesar Chavez. God bless. I don't know. That was a weird segue. It was like full oil talk, and then it just they were like, okay, to start off the day. So she kind of came in there. She came in hot. Things are coming down right now. We're 453. This is the level. Again, we're already at the first baseline when we kind of had the little rally there on Friday. So next level we talked about like 453, 452 and a half. But we might kind of chill out here. It gets us back into the range before the fake peace talk stuff. So still pretty elevated, but we're no longer at the 460 level. So if we go any lower from here, it's just going to throw us back into that 440 or whatever. Apple cheek lay. A couple things. Remember, it's end of the quarter balancing right now, so people are going to make their final moves here. So we will see what happens. And then the BABA is interesting. I don't know. I feel like a lot of charts look the same right now. But the BABA, I feel like BABA looks a lot. Oh, Apple is a big cheek lay right there. 10-minute rigged. Coming in hot. Let's see if this is where the volume was hiding all day. Where's TLT? Oh, man. Nah, TLT's still elevated. So market is outpacing the gains there on bonds. So the market's doing a little extra work today to kind of bring the divergence and balance back into play. Looking good. It's looking good. Looking good. I like the BABA. I think BABA, I mean, it's just going to not move or get clapped, but I feel like in the next couple days we might get some. I feel like we're going to get bad China news or something, or they're going to delay it for another week. Oil premium. I don't know. I feel like I don't think I'm the only one, but we'll see. But I mean, the faith in this SPR plan. We'll see what it's going to happen. But it seems like best case scenario, you get some short-term price declines, and then worst case scenario, the price comes back with a vengeance. So we'll see what happens. Yang for China, end phase, uranium just dumped. Banks, it's hard to say. I mean, they've been acting really weird all week. That's what I've been saying since the beginning of the week. And then you started watching TLT and the impacts there. So going to be monitoring that. It's hard to say, but I do think there will be a correlation between bank yields or the bond yields and the bank performance. So see if TLT hits a new high. 8 minutes left, 10-minute rig. They brought us there to the low. Again, at least we got to Friday's close level. Would you consider leaps on banks? No, I would rather just take shares. That way you could at least get the dividend worst case, and even if anything happens, I mean, you're not going to really get disappointed owning a bank depending on what price you get it at, but I'd rather take the dividend. Twitter push, Twitter. Hershey's came down, premiums widened. The lows from today, those are dope. I think they came down a little bit. It says 39, but the ask is higher, so that's at least good. The spreads are starting to widen here, so we'll see how this plays out. Spot ain't bouncing. Well, again, we're coming off of one of the craziest 2 weeks in stock market history. Again, this broke many, many records, this little rally over here. So kind of our first down day. We're back into the February range there. Remember, we broke out of it. We were feeling pretty good about that. So now we're kind of back in the middle. Pretty much 3 months, 4 months have gone by. We're like right at the first bounce or the peak bounce. The Tesla I got 2 weeks out, April 14th. That plays risky, so be careful. It looks like China a little bit, them and BABA, and I figured it's been enough time. I got smacked on one of the other ones a couple weeks ago. So now that things have chilled out, those premiums are pretty cheap. I was like, all right, let me grab one. Spent $150 on it, 160. ET selling hard. Weren't they up earlier? Apple's coming down pretty big here too. Watch anything below 453. Again, 452.50. That was like the final leg. I don't know if we'll go any lower than that. Yeah, ET selling off. I think EXC, that RRC's coming down, but I don't think the plays move too much. They move like 10%, it says. Not too bad. But a couple of things moving there. Almost everything. Bonds coming down now. Jeez. Yeah, peace talks tomorrow. Watch out for the peace talk put. Low ticker getting very active. Even gold is on the low. Whole month before SPR goes in effect. Doesn't start till May. So, yeah, that's the jawboning. You saw Longeveron James. Yeah, he did good. Okay, a lot of things selling off there. Big Apple candles. Jeez. Ay, ay, ay. These guys, man, these guys. They get crazy here, man. This is getting crazy. Spread widen, too. Peace talks every day. Further actions. They did. They announced more sanctions today. 5 minutes left. You're at 453.20 again. 452.50 right here. That just gets us to the level where we open on Monday. So now, yesterday we didn't get back to close, but today now it's giving up a little bit more and taking us to the Monday open. So levels some things out, gets rid of all of the fake news that we had to deal with, or the peace talk put. That's what I'm coining it as. I'm the first one who said it. Okay, I ain't heard anyone say that, so I'm just making sure. Just making sure. The peace talk put, bro. Let's see what happens. They could come back if things go down fast enough, but if not, we could get clapped. $10 billion to the sell side. Who the hell got $10 billion? The hell you mean 10 billion to the sell side? That doesn't even sound acceptable. 10 billion? I guess welcome to the end of the quarter. That's pretty big. I don't know. Again, now literally all of the volume is coming back right now. So literally it was looking like we weren't even going to get 50 million today. You're at the same volume as yesterday. It is all coming in right now. Yeah, we're going to go. We're at 452.50. Anything below there, it gets to the panic zone that we had on Monday. Remember, we sold off a little bit on Monday. This crazy, man. This crazy, these guys, you know. Why isn't UVXY moving? It's been like, because we have to get, we're not lower. You're back to Monday's level. Remember, UVXY, we got to see new volatility. I mean, some of the put plays that we picked up on individual names, those went up, but even then, they're not going too crazy. But we'll see coming into tomorrow. But I think by tomorrow, depending on how this trends, then you will definitely see that part. Yeah, Longeveron's holding up. Wait till after hours on that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, if you guys are holding on to any bags, please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisle with the trash bag if you'd like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in the description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 5 p.m. Pacific time. The Trading Fraternity terminal. And then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m., 6:10 out of sunny San Diego, California. As we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 58 degrees, a little bit cloudy out there. Definitely a lot more cloudy if you've been trading the S&P 500, but should be another exciting close to the week. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. We are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate your guys' business. If you're interested in your Cole Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the Colt, and hopefully you have a wonderful evening. Jeez, bro. Don't tell me that's a real 4 million candle. Okay, it's not. Bro, that's big. That's big volume out of nowhere. So, oh my gosh, TLT. Oh my. Bro, what in the manipulation is this? No, that's messed up. Bro, that's messed up. No, that's messed up. Yo, why? What do you mean? Bro, they bought every single dip. And oh my gosh, that's not even a normal bond move. Bonds don't even do that. Oh, come on. That's why I'm like, bro, this shit's hella confusing this whole time. They're just, oh my gosh, are you kidding me? No, that's real, bro. That's real. You just flipped half a point, half a percent in 1 second there. 1 minute! Yeah, that means someone just dumped a bunch of bonds right there. There's no way. That one's wild, bro. That quarter, that's a wild move, man. So we'll see if that continues. But that just changed everything that we were looking at today. It literally just changed everything. And now it's still positive. They're negative. Yields are, that's just ugly. We'll see if that affects the Fed futures. But you got less than 20 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. 15 seconds left. Wrap it up. Finalize it. I think we got some good plays. Even that Tesla right there at close. We find out good. That was good. Oh, my gosh. But bring it home, baby. Bring it home. I'm coming home again. Do you think about it now and then? 4, 3, 2. Ding 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 ding. Oh, nah. Oh, let's go, baby. Let's go. We did it. We made it. We did it. We made it. Ladies and gentlemen, how do you feel? Hold on. No, give me the chat. Give me the chat. We did it. We made it. I need a GG. I need a GG, baby. Holy shit, what a day. I need a GG. Come on, you're telling me this ain't exciting? You're telling me this ain't exciting? Welcome to history. Oh, man, get ready. Are you excited? Oh, my gosh, GG, baby. GG. God bless the Cole. God bless you all. Come on. I don't care if you made money or lost money. I need a GG. I don't care if you hyped or not hyped. I need a GG. If you really in the game, I need a GG. If I clapped you today, I'm sorry. If I was nice today, I love you. God bless you. It don't matter what it was because it was in the heat of the battle. We were making plays. We were getting the news. We had to interpret the SPR. There's a lot of things happening. I need a GG. I need a GG. It cleanses all the sins, baby. Come on, GG. GG. Stop playing around. Get your head in the game. Good sportsmanship. Stop fucking with me. Come on. GG. GG, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Wow, what a day. What a day. What a day. Oh, cut it. This is too crazy. It's too crazy. Chad, how you feel? How you feel? Tell me how you feel. If I'm doing worst quarter for the NASDAQ since March 2020. Down 9% on the quarter still. Woo! I gotta take my sweater off, Chad. Chad, good. God bless you. Yeah, GG. Hey, man, I love to see the GGs. I love to see the GGs. You know what I'm saying? We love to see. Oh, welcome. Oh, welcome. We got some membership milestones, baby. God bless you. God bless you. How you living? How you living? Who we got? Who we got? GG, Iggy. You got Ghost. GG. First quarter with the call, baby. Oh, yes. Many quarters to go. Hopefully you got a long term or you won't make it that far, okay? I've noticed the trend. You need the long term. It's good for the soul. It's good for the soul. But ladies and gentlemen, that is the day. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you had fun. It was crazy. I love all of you, and God bless you. Before you head out, I hope you could accept my thank you, and I'm thanking you for being here and giving me the opportunity, even if you at 2.5 thousand likes. Hard. Oh, my God. Amen. Amen. Hey, man, God bless you. See, y'all ain't got to do that. You ain't even have to like the video. Whether it was used for an example, we didn't really coerce you into it too hard. So God bless you if you liked it when you didn't have to. All the people that support the channel. But like I was saying, I hope you could accept my thank you for you giving me an opportunity. If you put me on in your car, your speakers, your work, you shared the stream, whatever it may have been, you gave me an opportunity. You know what I'm saying? So I'm thankful for that. Even if you didn't like me, God bless all of you who are positive and respectful. But for real, man, thank you guys for being here. As we say every day, it's a beautiful group. And I just, like I said, man, middle of the day, I don't know if you heard me. I was just like, man, it's great that we live in this moment. I hope you guys are excited, man. So God bless you, Chad. Thank you for being here. Big shout out to the members. I hope all of you know, man, without the love and dedication of some of the members, they support the channel. It's like, $4.99. It don't give you a good attitude, but some of these guys, a big majority, every single day, bro, they keep running in. They keep doing their thing, man. And we wouldn't be here without the members and the consistent people who hold it down every day. So hopefully when you see a membership badge, I hope you can pay homage and understand, man, that they supporting everything here and they're helping all of this possible. And not even that. Some of them have just been some of my good friends, to be honest with you. They've had my back. They've been here. They've been watching all of it. And they know that, it says they ain't getting lost in the sauce and everything. So shout out to members, man. God bless you. Thank you for doing what you do, especially when nobody made you. You know what I'm saying? So God bless you. Big shout out to the stream alerts. Okay, it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. The stream alerts, the stream insurance, but just shout out if you got it, baby. You support the channel as well. If you got stream alerts and the membership, God bless you. You just holding it down. So God bless you and thank you for real. You got my back. Thank you. Honestly, thank you and I love you for real, man. It's a different feeling. I know, we sit here and talk here for like 7 hours a day. I know it's not like I'm talking to all of you guys on the phone, but I mean, if you've been here for years, you've been following the whole journey. We make a video every day. We streaming every day. You seeing it. So it's beautiful to have people, man, who have really held it down. I'm telling you, you guys are some of my best friends to be able to have people like that and to have people be around and just learning and growing and riding with you, man. So God bless you and thank you guys again for real. Don't matter if you got stream alerts, membership badge, literally none of it matters, man. Again, so that's all to you, man. The big shout out is the people who show up with the right intention, the right reason, ready to play, ready to learn. They got their head in the game. They're not focused on any of the hoopla, and they came here to play. They came here to contribute. They kept it positive, and we are surrounded by people giving the same intensity, and nobody is forced to do it. Come on, do you understand how beautiful that is? Nobody is required to show up. You know that? Not even myself. There's no even, you ain't even being told, hey, this trade is going to make money. Nah, fuck that. This trade is going to lose money. You'll see me go up. You'll see me go down. You'll see, you don't have to be here. The incentive, this is such low incentives. I'm even a dickhead sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Oh, man, God bless you. Forgive me for my dickhead in this sometimes. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, nobody is being incentivized to be here. And they all show up with the same intensity every single day. Come on, man. Oh, they don't feel me. So let's go, man. Let's go. I love all of you, and God bless you. If that's you, if you meet that criteria, you got that positivity, or at the very least, you're willing to try. You're willing to play in the game. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about. And God bless you, and thank you for being here, okay? So, Chad, that's the day. That's the day. That's what we got. It's going to get crazy. I hope you've been watching the watch list, man. The little watch lessons. Maybe they're like watch lessons, but I think they've been good. I hope you guys have been learning from it. Again, and even if you need to go back, the videos are simple, and it's clearly outlining what we expect is going to happen. It's clearly outlining the plays so you could follow along. It's not so you could buy them. It's so you could use them as a guide, so you could take the information and find your own little pocket of the market. You could play with it if you want, but you could learn from it, and you could monitor it, and you could even get better plays than I do. So that's why we do what we do here, and I really hope you guys are able to learn from it. All right, man? Let's go. Woo! I appreciate you, baby. God bless you, Najee. God bless you. All the real ones. You know what I'm saying? The people who hold it down. For real, man. I don't know, man. God is this. You know, I think Proverbs says a brother is born in the time of need. You know what I'm saying? So I'm so humbled to have some of you guys in the way you have supported. I'm telling you, it's absolutely unreal. So, you know, every day I'm thankful, and I really hope you get as excited as I am, because, you know, I'm sure we're going to be exposed to a lot here. I know it for a fact. Literally, if the year starts like this, it's going to get crazy. We're already watching it happen, and again, it's just so wild that all of us were chosen to be here for this moment. You know what I'm saying? So God bless you, baby. God bless you, and thank all of you. That is the day. Second link for the nightly watch lesson in main channel. Again, how to be volatile. This is a good one, too. If you didn't watch it, I will watch it. Again, you got post. So again, I know some of y'all don't like this style, but I hope you realize I could actually highlight certain things better. Like, where's the Lulu play? You can see, yeah, look at, you can see you know what I'm saying? And it's focused. You only got to look at 10 different things. It's there. I'm just saying, again, click the link in the chat. If you haven't watched this, it is pinned right here, literally. So look at, you click this video, you hear the whole theory. Oh yeah, watch, I do a jump cut. You want to see?
I do know I'm early. It could.
Okay, oh yeah, that's what y'all, you want. Let's give me the jump cut. Give me the jump cut. Where's the jump cut at, bro? Hold on. I want to watch the jump cut. Hold on. Let's see. Look at. I'm so corny. That's crazy. But look at. We got the play. I said, watch them. You can see the plays. The VGK, the NUE. Where is it? See VGK, EWG. We went over the ETF. You can see again, that's within 4 minutes, dog. You know what I'm saying? That's within 4 minutes. 3 minutes, dog. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. 180 seconds. 180 seconds. That's what I'm trying to say. We trying to get to the point for you. Okay? That's it. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Okay? So don't miss it. Okay? Just focus. It's right there, okay? That's it. That's all you got to do. So God bless you if you've been on it. But that's the second link, Nightly Watch This main channel. Third link for the membership badge. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Estate course. Again, better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. But maybe you want that free 99. We got you. Long term. Still killing it. Still kicking it. God is good, baby. Finger to the sky. Don't forget about it, okay? Third link for that membership badge, baby. Shout out to the members. I told you, Longeveron After Hours. We've seen this one before. It's beautiful. It's beautiful, okay? Check out the merch if you want it. You got to smile if you're doing it. You see, I smile. That's me. This was me before I started lifting and before I got the long term. So I looked completely, I was a whole different person before I got the long term, okay? So it changed my life. I hope it changes your life, and it's free 99. You know what I'm saying? It's free 99. It's all you, bro. Well, not the merch, but just the long term, okay? But yeah, that's me if you ever wanted to see me, okay? I know some of you guys curious about how I look like. I don't know why. It's kind of awkward if you think about it. And I don't know why all of society has conformed into normalizing posting ourselves every single day. But hey, that's a different topic for a different discussion. I'm just trying to say this was me before. If you want to see me, God bless you. If you would like some of the more breathable merch, again, if your clothes are currently not breathable, I think you would actually like this. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's as simple as that. It's simple as that. So, you know, if you got normal clothes, I feel you, but if they're currently not breathable, you might want to take a look. Again, I feel like we have a competitive advantage when it comes to breathability, okay? Okay, so it's very simple. I'll check you out on there. God bless you. Check out the new channels, Co-Real Estate, Co-Cars, Co-Music, Co-PHILO. Follow me on Instagram, baby. Okay, follow me on Instagram. If I follow you back asking about crypto, that's a fake, okay? Report him. You could have fun with him, do whatever you want. It could get a little bit awkward, but check that one out. Follow me on Instagram, though. You'll see the long terms. You'll see the pickups. We got JP Morgan last and then Airbnb. You could check it all, baby. You could check it all. How option pricing works, how to find 1,000% gainers. If you want to learn about options, I would definitely check this one out. It's a good place to start. Hundreds of thousands of people have watched this video. It's one of the most liked videos. It's a very good video. I promise you, this 40 minutes, you will learn something, and you will learn something most people will not share with you. I could stand by that. You'll learn a lot. Trust me. Check it out. How to set up the long term. And then finally, baby. Finally. Woo! Finally. The prayer request wall, baby. Okay, me and my mom, we like to pray for you. Okay, that's it. This is what me and my mom do. We just want to put your jersey on our back. That's all it is. We root for people. That's the attitude that we want in here. You should be rooting for everybody. You should want everybody to succeed. That's what we believe in. Because if it can't flow through you, it won't flow to you, all right? But at the very least, man, I think it goes a long way. I believe in it. I always say if you ever want to do anything for me, just please pray for me. But it's not that deep, okay? If you click it, it's not going to turn you into salt. I mean, it doesn't hurt. I don't know. Some people, I understand, it's weird. If you've never had anybody pray for you or anything like that, I hope you know we're going to pray for you regardless. But that's just how we get down. It's just simple. It's a good activity that we like to do, and we really do care about everybody, and we want to pray and give a assistance in a meaning we think is actually like, I don't know. I believe it's real, man. That's all. I think if I could do anything even for you, I mean, I know prayers go a long way. I just believe like that. So at the end of the day, you may not believe it, but if you want to pray for me, if you want to ever do anything nice for me, pray for me. That's it. That's all I'm really looking for, man. And that's it, bro. That's the day. Bro, that PHILO. How crazy was that PHILO? I hope you realize how crazy that PHILO is. I hope you realize the words of Epictetus. It echoes the words of Solomon. It echoes the words of the various disciples. It echoes the words of the great disciple, Mr. Jesus Cristo. But I'm just focusing on Epictetus and what he said. You are either a philosopher or one of the vulgar. I hope you pick the right one. That's it. You either going to do it or not. You either going to control the internal and be motivated by the internal, or you are going to be an external person. I honestly hate to break that to some of you. You know that? I really do. I really do. That's why even Jesus would tell him. He would say, man, you ain't all going to heaven. He said, the road is narrow. He said, what do you mean? He said, it's foolish to think all these people. Are you kidding me? So it's sad. It's bittersweet. Because that means some of you are going to be external. But some of you are going to be internal. My question is, are you going to do it? That's all it comes down to. Your decision. You will either be motivated by the internal or the external. And I hope you control your ego and control your pride. And being focused on the internal, you shouldn't even worry about what that means about somebody else. Oh, it doesn't, just because you ignore what somebody says to you and you think their comments are coming out of ignorance, and it may be true, it does not mean you judge them and look down at them, because again, you will be falling into the trap of the external. Do you understand? You will be a philosopher or a vulgar. You will either pursue virtue or you are not. So, Chad, I hope you make your decision. I'm telling you, the PHILO's crazy. I love it. I love it. And I love it because I'm saying these words, and this ain't even the Bible. Do you realize why that gets me hyped? Because now there's no excuse. This ain't no Sky Daddy. This ain't no this or that. It's like, no, other people, like, think about this society in which this is originated. Oh my God, I don't think they feel me. This ain't nobody condemning you. This is a philosopher talking to his students, and this is what he told them. The same guy who led a lot of philosophical free thinking from the very beginning. Oh, man. Amen. Amen. So, I hope you get it. You know what I'm saying? I hope you get it. I hope you get it. I restart the PHILO channel. Send an email. Send an email. We'll see. We'll see. Let me know. Let me know. But that's it, man. Do you guys feel me, though? For real, I hope you get it. I really hope you get it. You got to make your decision. From now on, you can wait if you want, but it just puts you in the either way. If you wait, you're external. That's all I'm saying. You're either going to internal or not, Chad. We've been pounding this home. We've been saying, are you going to control what you can control, or are you going to keep wasting your energy and time on all of these things that are outside of your control? It's very simple. Are you going to react to the external and let your life be literally dictated and have your life led by the external? Or are you going to say, this is all, I'm going to control what I could control? It's all about me internally. That's it, Chad. I hope you make your decision, man. Man, I love it. I love it. Are you with me? Are you with me? Are you with me, Chad? Seriously. Amor fati, all of it. But you got to make the decision. That's it. I'm telling you. It sucks. Because we've gone over a lot of the Bible. And we've gone over a lot of this. And you see what I'm saying? At one point, you're not going to have... There's just going to be no excuse. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, it's just at this... That's why I'm saying I really, really hope that you... Like, just because you can keep waiting and slowly let the external shape everything as it slowly has for most of us and has got us into situations that we ain't even like, right? So I'm just saying, man, let's go. Just do it now. Make a commitment to only trip on what is in your control and to focus on what you can control. This is beautiful. It's beautiful. But understand the alternative. There's no in between. That's the key. There is literally no in between. But that's why you got to watch yourself and watch the ego in all of this. Oh, it's beautiful, man. It's beautiful. So, Chad, I hope you get it. Okay, I hope you get it. I hope you get it. But that's it, man. That's the day. So go read Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, Strangest Secret in the World, Lead the Field by Earl Nightingale if you're feeling a little extra. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you're feeling a little extra. You could do that, okay? Okay, and listen. Don't forget why we're here. Why we choose a path of virtue. And why we focus to control the pride and control the internal and not be a victim to the external. And always do it with a smile on our face and showing love, baby. Why? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Woo! I love it. I love it. I love it. You love it? I love it. I love it. Where's the one? I'm looking for a song. I can't find it. How come I never find these? They just like disappear. This is crazy. This is crazy. Hold on. I need a file. I want to listen to Breakfast again. I need Breakfast again. Give me Breakfast. You know, I'll give you another one though. I could give you a little one. This is still a rough draft from Uncle. It's cool. You probably heard it on the Instagram. It's pretty. Oh. Okay. Closing it out, I ain't closing the tab. Holding it, follow the plan. Okay. Holding no grudges, we holding the land. Tell me they fan, but they act like the fans. Tell me the point, not that middle, that end. We came from nothing, but did it again. Back at the back. Oh, that's it. No. Stop. Don't let him get it. Oh, it's good. Oh, I'm telling you. Don't know how we got here, but it ain't going back. I did what they taught me. I just did it fast. Closing it out. I ain't closing the tab. Okay, I'm sorry. I get it. Hit him with it. Hit him with it, baby.
Yeah. Wake up in the morning, I be eating. Money still my back, take a knee and thank the man. Then I get back to the trash, seeing houses in the evening. They go to LA, brought a tear to mama's eyes. We should see how far we came, another prayer in the evening. Ain't promised a day, so this money that I'm saving is some money on the way. Another day, another season. Bitch, I ain't afraid, cause the Lord can give a lie and the Lord can take away. Yeah. On my job, feeling Joe, quit $1 million for the whip, $20 for the clothes. So I don't forget the days that I barely stayed afloat. Hope you picking up the game, I ain't saying this shit to close. Don't trust her, don't eat. It don't matter if you dining with the king, cause your appetite can kill you before you blink. That's a pride, and it's talking about the great. Crazy, but I'm diligent, contrary and a dissident. I keep the peace, don't be naive, I'm moving like I'm militant. I translated transitory, there was no equivalent. Everything except the president is unprecedented. Damn, you might get that in a minute. We're on a second listen, I son him, that's repetition. The Father got all the knowledge and granted me with the wisdom. The truth is still hard to swallow, ain't following what I'm spitting. Valley of the death, I be walking, chilling, seeing what I see, yeah, caught in vision. Got a lot of skies, but they taught me lessons. We gon' take it far, if that's what God's willing. Morning I be eating, money still my back. Take a knee and thank the man, then I get back to the church. Seeing houses in the evening, they go to LA. Brought a tear to mama's eyes, you should see how far we came. Wait, ain't got time to even finish hooks. I'm busy making plays and just waiting to get the puts. Ain't caught up in what they talking, cause often they overlook the progress we making often and focus on what we couldn't. You don't bring none, don't eat. That's reality, that shit ain't up to me. You can look, but that don't mean you really see. Price inflated, but still the land of the free. Fuck you, you ain't feeling it. Me and you no semblance. Mama was an immigrant, and look at what we did with it. You look like you think you quit, but nobody gon' give a shit. That's between the future you. I hope that you could deal with it. Damn, I should cool it for a minute, cause I ain't really tripping. It's different, the PHILO hitting. I deal with the dealer different and wholesaling for the difference. I got a tree planting trees and it's feeding my children. Wake up in the morning, I be eating. Money still my back, take a knee and thank the man. Then I get back to the trade, seeing houses in the evening. They go to LA, brought a tear to mama's eyes, just to see how far we came. Another prayer in the evening.
Another prayer in the evening.
Money that I'm saving is some money on the way. Another day, another season.
Ain't promised tomorrow.
I ain't afraid, cause the Lord can give a lie and the Lord can take away.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Bro, I'm telling you, there's like a lot of lines in that one, but I can't get over it. It's different. I ain't even tripping. It's different. The PHILO hitting. That's it. Out of every line in that song, that's the only. I can't get over it. That's the only. That one gets me hyped when I'm just like, I'm speechless about. That's it. That's it. I'll just say that back to myself. All right, that's it. That's all you gotta do. Just say that back to yourself. Anything. If any external, be like, bro, I should cool it for a minute, because I ain't even tripping. It's different. The PHILO hitting. That's it. It's different. The PHILO hitting. It's different. Oh, you know what I'm saying? They wouldn't understand, but it's different. The PHILO hitting. I translated transitory. There was no equivalent. Oh, man. Don't get me too excited, man. Don't get me too excited, man. Man, that's good. And I saw what he said. You said you're 20 years old with 30K. Start looking for a property. It will be the best decision of your life. Promise you. You are 20 years old. You're going to listen to me or you're not. Especially if you made it to the after hours. You know what I'm saying? So this is how it's going to work. You're either going to not listen. GameStop intends to implement a stock split through dividends. Oh my God. Yo, no. 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 They're giving a dividend. No, oh, dude. I applaud them. I applaud fucking Cohen. God bless his soul. Wow. Take notes, Adam Aaron. Wow. Instead of spending the money on a fucking gold mine, you give it back to the shareholder. Oh, that's fire. That's fire. Oh, that's fire. Oh, that's fire. Oh, no, that's fire. Wow. No, that's beautiful. I have no shade to throw at that. I cannot say anything but chef's kisses. Good work. Good. Now we're talking. Now we are talking. That's, oh my. Yes, it doesn't matter if at least it benefits a shareholder. That's it. At the end of the day, in a hype stock, you got valuation, you dump shares, you come with all these BS ideas that you're going to do this and do that, and then you go and you blow the money. That's a lie. But for them to give back the money, at least some of it, even if it's 1%, they're trying to do a stock split in the form of dividend, in the form of a dividend. Oh my gosh, bro. That's hype. That's hype. I borderline want to buy some so I could play some of it, but I'll wait till we'll be able to flip this probably tomorrow. I'm not going to go after it, but that's at least the best. That is the best meme stock news I have ever heard. Ever. That's the only thing where I'm like, wow, that is actually a real driver, and that's actually giving money back to these people who are holding it. Like, that's it. That's it. That's why I don't like most of these little pump and dump scams and this and that. And again, that's why I make so many AMC jokes out of there. But that's crazy. That's crazy. That's a very wild piece of news. We'll see if it holds up and how it goes. That's crazy. Stock split announcement through dividend. Oh, my gosh. What a day. What a day. They're going to give a dividend. They're going to split the stock in the form of a dividend. So I guess they're just going to split the stock. They're going to at least just give everybody, that's going to be the dividend, and then everyone's going to get extra shares. On GameStop. On damn GameStop, bro. That's insane. But then it's not going to move as much, though, because now the shares are going to be, you're going to get more shares. I don't know, though. I mean, it might clear out some of the imbalance if you think about it. We'll see. But I don't know. That's good. Dividend will be an extra share. I think it's just going to be a split. I think sometimes the initial headline, they say via dividend, but usually it's just a normal stock split. So, but either way, it's a very good one. Very, very good one. We'll see what happens. AMC went up off of it too, but AMC is just moving because they're related, but it doesn't have the same news. Damn, that's wild. Yeah, larger float now. Well, that's a good way to end today. Huh? It's pretty good. You like it? It's good? How you feel? Oh. Man. Feels like Friday. It's not Friday. Yeah, we get tomorrow. So I'm excited. We got some good trades today. Every theory is still in play. So I hope you guys are ready for it. Let's have fun. Make sure you enjoy it. Have enough money for the next move. Don't go too crazy. We're still going to get back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. All right? So very simple, Chad. I love you all. Oh, yeah, and I was telling my man with the 30K and 20, go get a house. If you fall to the temptation and gamble away that 30,000, I mean, you're either going to get really lucky and do good or not. You go take that money, you put it into a multi-unit, a single family, whatever you do at the age of 20 today. Fuck how expensive it is. It doesn't matter. We'll find you a good deal. I'm telling you, by the time you're 25, you're going to be like, that was the greatest decision of my life. Yo, where's Josh? Josh, you ain't even got to thank me. I'm just telling you. None of this is a recommendation. I'm sharing financial educational purpose, only thing from today. But seriously, no, trust me. That's it. I'm giving you the wisdom right now. You're either going to do it or not. So you could sit on 30K and be worried about it. You could try to gamble it in the market. A long-term wouldn't hurt either, but I'm just telling you now, if you already got the long-term and you're surviving and got an extra 30K, you put that into a house right now, especially at the young age of 20 years old. You have more time to sit out anything or whatever you want. Trust me. That's it. That's it. That's the only thing I would do right now. And your life will change. All right, man. So that is it. I love you, Chad. You have a wonderful evening. I'll see you on the watch list. Okay? I'll see you on the watch list. And then I'll see you in the morning, baby. Okay? So God bless you. Have a wonderful day. And peace out.
Oh, hey, wait. What's a GameStop pony? No. Okay, I want a normal one. Okay, love you. Bye.